In transmigration urban novels, everyone else is either the main villain or the main protagonist, but I'm just the driver for the female lead's wicked stepmother. Even a normal driver would be fine. But the driver I am is actually the gigolo kept by the villain's stepmother. In order to avoid being easily killed by the protagonist as a minor henchman, I decided to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Just then, the system was bound. Why does it have to be a villainous system of all systems? Alright, since he's the villain, why should I abandon the darkness and join the light? Is it that rich women aren't appealing anymore, or that system rewards aren't appealing anymore? Go and abandon darkness for light. Chapter 1 Villain. Where am I? I opened my eyes in confusion, and the first thing I saw was the white ceiling. Gu Yang slowly stood up, and then he noticed the situation. The hotel's decor. This is a hotel. Moreover, it was at least in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. In other words, this is a presidential suite somewhere unknown. Suddenly, a wave of memories surged into my mind. I've time traveled. It was still a muttered question to himself, but the tone was quite certain. I've traveled through time. Moreover, Gu Yang also knows about this world. Because Gu Yang was reading this novel at home last night. The miracle doctor has descended the mountain. The legendary Dr. Xiao Fan, Morong Shui of the Morong family, and the wicked stepmother Wan Wan Wan. And then there's Gu Yang, the gigolo driver my stepmother kept. In other words, Gu Yang, the gigolo, is myself. Gu Yang's lips twitched, he was utterly speechless. I transmigrated into this novel's world and became the kept man of the female lead's wicked stepmother, a nobody, a timid and subservient little villain who gets slapped to death by the protagonist. Seriously, I'm speechless. Thinking it over, Gu Yang put on his clothes and prepared to leave as soon as possible. But just as Gu Yang put on his clothes and prepared to run away, the door to one of the bathrooms in the presidential suite opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a white bathrobe, looking alluring and seductive, languidly emerged from the bathroom. Seeing Gu Yang put on his clothes and prepare to run away. Oh. You're taking the money and just going to leave without doing anything? Wrapped in a white bathrobe, her jade-like back leaned against the wall. The beautiful woman looked at the man trying to escape and couldn't help but find it amusing. Upon hearing those alluring and seductive words, Gu Yang's body stiffened, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his body. This woman is no good. Will she treat me like she treats disobedient subordinates, peeling off my skin layer by layer while I'm still alive, and then cutting off her own flesh to cook and eat herself? Thinking about it, Gu Yang's cold sweat dripped down even faster. Step by step, the beautiful woman gracefully approached Gu Yang, wrapped her arms around his neck, and breathed softly on him. She smiled seductively, yet spoke coldly, "Little man, you took 100,000 yuan from me. You promised to give me another million if I got you pregnant. And now you're trying to take my money and run away? Why, I'm so heartbroken. You little man, you're so heartless." She spoke to Gu Yang in a charming and seductive voice, her alluring eyes fixed on him. It was as if she was about to devour this disobedient fellow at any moment. Gurgle. Looking at this alluring woman, Gu Yang recalled his original ending in the story, and how he would be killed by this woman for disobeying her. Damn it, wouldn't he just get slapped to death by the protagonist? At least, he had a woman by his side before he killed her. Rather than be brutally murdered by her, I'd rather agree to her terms. Although she was ruthless, so ruthless that she was comparable to a great demon who ate human hearts and drank human blood. But she should keep her word and not kill herself again. Bite. Option 1, run away from the fray and ignore Wan Wan Wan's seduction. Reward, the system doesn't bind you, but you'll die a gruesome death, a complete and utter annihilation. Option 2, don't run away. Let Wan 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 know that your dignity is not to be challenged. Reward, you are bound to the villainous fate system, and Wan 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 will be devoted to you. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical, and emotionless voice rang out. Hearing the system's cold, mechanical prompt, Gu Yang frowned. This is so systemic, this song is making me feel like I'm not human. However, if you don't do the mission, you'll die. Even an idiot like me knows which mission to choose. Besides, I've already gritted my teeth and risked everything, so I'll choose option 2. I don't want to die. The luck villain system. A villainous system that steals the protagonist's luck, which can be used for lotteries and to buy items. After binding himself to the system, Gu Yang also received a big gift package. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, Master, you have received Peak Transformation Realm Cultivation, a Grandmaster of Transformation Realm, a first-rate martial artist in the martial arts world, capable of fighting 1,000 men single-handedly. With a single swing of the arm, they can easily exert the force of thousands of jin, approximately 500 kilograms. Their internal energy can extend 10 meters outward, easily killing any creature 10 meters away. A martial artist at the peak of Transformation Realm can extend their energy 100 meters outward, taking your head and life from 100 meters away. The Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, a cultivation method for achieving immortality. Legend has it that the ancient Emperor Xian Yuan ascended to heaven in broad daylight after using the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic to have sex with 3,000 women in one night. It is an absolute dual cultivation method. Furthermore, the true energy cultivated from the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic can prolong life, heal injuries, and eliminate diseases. Youth Preservation Pill X10. The Youth Preservation Pill can restore a person to their most beautiful and youthful state, and permanently retain this youthful and beautiful state, even when they are 70 or 80 years old. 10 Marrow Cleansing Pills. Marrow cleansing pills cleanse the marrow and tendons, improve aptitude, and can transform an ordinary martial arts waste into a super genius in martial arts cultivation. 10 Transformation Pills. Transformation pills allow a peak Dark Force martial artist to directly break through to Transformation Force cultivation level after consuming 1. Longevity Pill X10. The meaning of Longevity Pill is very simple: extend life. One pill can easily extend your lifespan by 10 years. The newbie gift pack contains some really useful items. With the cultivation level of the peak of the Transformation Realm, one could easily blast a small mountain apart with full force. If one cultivates the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, internal strength is transformed into true chi, increasing combat power tenfold. At that time, even if the Barrett sniper rifle bullets are protected by true chi, they may not be able to break through the true chi protection of the body. After all, true chi can only be cultivated by those born with innate abilities. Moreover, his physical defense, at the peak of the Transformation Realm, could easily withstand attacks from ordinary guns and cannons. Of course, being injured or even killed in a concentrated barrage of fire is possible. But when the fire is concentrated, at least 30 people with guns come and shoot. If we're alone, you're fast from 7 steps away, but I can dodge even faster. Within 7 steps, you're faster, but you're closer to me, and one slap from me will kill you. Moreover, this is only at the peak of the Transformation Realm. Ningjin, Manifest Strength, and Jin, Hidden Strength, Huajin, Transformation Strength, Bao Dan, Embracing the Elixir, Gangjin, Xiantian, Innate, Juji, Foundation Building, Jin Dan, Golden Elixir, Yuaning, Nascent Soul, Huashen, Transformation into Spirit, Dujia, Tribulation Crossing, Renxian, Human Immortal. The peak of the Transformation Realm is really nothing special. There's also the Embracing Elixir and is a type of internal energy on top. And what about innate factors? It's nothing special, just the starting point of cultivating immortality. Therefore, the peak of the Transformation Realm is very weak. Of course, when the protagonist Xiao Fan went down the mountain, he was only at the early stage of Dark Force, and his master, the immortal physician Xiao Tian, was only at the middle stage of core formation. The cultivation technique they inherited, Tai Xuanjin, could only allow him to reach the peak of the core formation stage at most. As for himself, although he was only at the peak of the Transformation Realm by cultivating the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, he could at least hold off and fight to a draw against someone in the mid-stage of the core formation realm, let alone kill him. Therefore, even if the peak of the Transformation Realm is not strong, he is not afraid of the protagonist Xiao Fan or his master Xiao Tian. Besides, I have my own system. Chapter 2 Xiao Fan. Looking at the beautiful woman when Wan Wan beside him, Gu Yang frowned. This woman has so many health problems. With all the ailments plaguing her body, she has at most 20 years left to live. I rubbed my temples. Oh well, I've already done it myself. Even though it's not the original, at least I've done it myself. Please help her. Thinking it over, Gu Yang took out the youth preservation pill, the marrow cleansing pill, and the longevity pill. Eat these 3 pills. Gu Yang handed the 3 pills to Wen Wanwan and said. Upon hearing this, Wen Wanwan was taken aback. Elixir. Wen Wanwan frowned as she looked at the 3 pills. What were these 3 pills? However, after seeing the serious look in Gu Yang's eyes, she did not hesitate to open her mouth and swallow the 3 pills. Ahem, go to the bathroom. Seeing Wen Wanwan take the pill, Gu Yang quickly pointed to the bathroom. Upon seeing this, Wen Wanwan was taken aback. Just as she was wondering, her body suddenly shuddered. Then, she quickly smelled her skin and felt it was sticky. She glanced at it and her expression changed drastically. She got out of bed and quickly went into the bathroom. Ugh, it's so dirty. It stinks. What is all this? A gasp rang out, and Gu Yang found it amusing to hear it. What could it be? It's about cleansing the tendons and marrow. The combined effect of the 3 pills, the marrow cleansing pill, the youth preservation pill, and the longevity pill exceeds the sum of their individual effects, 1 + 1 + 1, exceeding that of 3 pills combined. Half an hour later, a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin, a voluptuous figure, and an air of elegance and nobility emerged from the bathroom. If the beautiful woman only scored 91 points just now, then she now scores 97 points. Seeing this, Gu Yang stretched out his arm. Immediately afterwards, a burst of internal energy erupted from his hand, and then the internal energy took control of Wen Wanwan. With a pull, he caused her body to slide violently into Gu Yang's side. Afterwards, Gu Yang probed Wen Wanwan, who had become a martial artist. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the next day. Looking at Wen Wanwan beside him, Gu Yang thought of the Prime Minister. Immeasurable heavenly venerable, Amitabha Buddha, Prime Minister, I understand. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yang put on the suit that the woman had custom made for him. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yang ordered breakfast. By the time Gu Yang had set out breakfast, Wen Wanwan was already dressed and awake. Swaying her slender waist, she seductively approached Gu Yang, giving him a flirtatious wink and saying, "Hee, you're so sweet, little man. You even got me some breakfast." Hearing her charming and alluring voice, Gu Yang's lips twitched. This woman is truly a vixen. He pulled her to the table, made her sit in a chair, gave her her portion, and then said, I was just worried you'd starve to death, otherwise I wouldn't be begging for you." After saying that, Gu Yang picked up his breakfast and started eating. The beautiful woman pouted, somewhat reluctant. This little man is really heartless. He's so heartless to people, he really is a big bad guy. Forget it, let's just listen to him. She picked up her breakfast, opened her mouth, and reluctantly began to eat. After having breakfast, Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan left together. Arriving at the hotel's underground parking garage, Gu Yang took out a car key. Afterwards, Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan arrived in front of a Porsche Cayenne, pink. Gu Yang opened the passenger door for Wen Wanwan and let her sit inside. Then, Gu Yang closed the door and went to the driver's seat on his own. After fastening his seatbelt, Gu Yang started the car. "Where are you going?" Looking at Wen Wanwan in the passenger seat, Gu Yang asked her a question. Upon hearing this, Wen Wanwan was taken aback. Then, she smiled, licked her rosy lips with her tender tongue, and said, "Let's go to Qingshui Group." That old man Morong Fu found a bodyguard for that little girl Morong Shui yesterday. I'm very curious, what kind of bodyguard would be personally assigned to Morong Shui by that old man Morong Fu? Upon hearing Wen Wanwan's explanation, Gu Yang's lips curled up slightly. "Ah, Xiao Fan? Perfect timing. I'll go and meet you, the protagonist who's an expert in the Tai mystic needle." The protagonist, at the early stage of Dark Force, is proficient in Tai Xuanjin. Let me see just how awesome you are. Thinking it over, Gu Yang started the car and drove away. Qingshui Group is a conglomerate founded by Morong Shui. This group's main business is the cosmetics industry. After 3 years of management by Morong Shui and 3 years of support from Morong Fu, Qingshui Group has become a top-tier group with a market value of 30 billion. A group with 30 billion yuan in assets is among the top 100 companies in Shanghai and ranks highly in China. A pink Porsche Cayenne had somehow come to a stop in front of the Qingshui Group building. After parking the car, Gu Yang got out and opened the car door for Wan. Gu Yang is absolutely accepting of his current identity. Wan is my boss, so I should treat her well in public, since she is my boss after all. You have to give your boss some face, at least. He opened the car door for her, and after she got out, Gu Yang followed the stunningly beautiful mature woman like a bodyguard. Along the way, many people were attracted by Gu Yang's tall and handsome appearance, as well as Wan's stunning, alluring, and mature beauty. Soon, the two arrived at the chairman's office of Qingshui Group. At this moment, outside the chairman's office, a young man dressed as a bodyguard was squatting on the ground, smoking a cigarette, looking completely relaxed. At this moment, the young man looked at the beautiful woman who had suddenly walked over, and glanced at the young man. She was just an ordinary person. Then, his gaze fell on the beautiful woman. So beautiful. At this moment, the carefree bodyguard stared intently at the charming, alluring, and captivatingly beautiful woman. Gurgle. Swallowing hard, this carefree bodyguard longed to immediately engage in primal human reproduction with this alluring mature woman. With a frown, Gu Yang stood in front and shielded Wan behind him. Kid, your gaze is a bit lewd. Looking at the nonchalant bodyguard, Gu Yang spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the nonchalant bodyguard frowned. Immediately afterwards, he stood up and said to Gu Yang, "This is our chairman's office. Unauthorized personnel, please leave." As he spoke, he gave Gu Yang a provocative look. He acted like he was in charge here. Gu Yang was speechless as he looked at this jerk who was provoking him. This arrogant and conceited piece of trash. As expected, all the protagonists in wish fulfillment novels are brainless idiots. Chapter 3 Morong Shui. This is President Morong's office, not a place a mere bodyguard like you can enter. Looking at the more handsome young man, the nonchalant bodyguard mocked Gu Yang. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang gave the guy a cold look. Then, Gu Yang said jokingly, "Oh, little bodyguard. Are you talking about me or you? You little bodyguard." The carefree bodyguard blushed and turned red-faced upon hearing Gu Yang's teasing words. Tai Mystic Needle. With a wave of his hand, he shot out a long red needle. Call out. When the long needle struck Gu Yang, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible energy shield. With a swift movement, Gu Yang pinned the nonchalant bodyguard to the ground. A martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm. He uttered the words in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. This young man should be about the same age as me. But you've actually reached the transformation realm martial artist level. Let go of me. My master is the immortal physician Xiao Tian. He glared angrily at Gu Yang, his voice filled with fear. I was only at the early stage of internal strength, while this guy was already at the transformation stage. If someone with his transformation of strength technique were to attack me, I'd probably be killed in 3 seconds. However, what he didn't know was that Gu Yang had a lot of concerns at this moment. Name, Gu Yang. Age, 24. Cultivation level, peak of transformation realm. Exercise method, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Luck, 800, bronze. One's own luck can bring good fortune. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, crystal, supreme, king, god level. Bronze, 0 to 1000. Silver, 1000500. Gold, 5000 to 10,000. Platinum, 10,000 to 50,000. Diamonds, 50,000 to 100,000. Crystal, 100,000 500,000. Supreme, 500,000 1 million. King, 1 million 10 million. God level, 10 million infinity. Luck value, 8,000. Luck value, obtained by plundering luck, 1 point of luck equals 10 points of luck value. Luck value can be used for lotteries, purchasing items, or improving strength. Name, Xiao Fan. Age, 25. Cultivation level, early stage of internal strength. Technique, Tai Mystic Needle. Luck, 1200 points, silver. Xiao Fan's luck is 400 points higher than his own, so killing him would cause him backlash. Of course, the backlash wasn't significant. It only reduces lifespan by 30 or 40 years. However, even if he cultivated the Yellow Emperor's inner classic and reached the peak of the transformation realm, his lifespan would only be 100 years. Therefore, the cost of 30 or 40 years is still too high. However, once he has plundered his luck to a level lower than his own, killing him will not only allow him to obtain all of his luck, but also avoid any backlash. Therefore, the protagonist should wait until his luck is lower than his own before killing him. If you torture him until he loses his mind and then kill him, you'll double the luck you've plundered. In other words, if Xiao Fan's mentality is blown off, then of the 1200 luck points this guy has, I will plunder 2400. So, torture the protagonist to death, torture him until he has a mental breakdown, his mentality explodes, and he dies. The immortal physician Xiaoitian, right? Snap. That's awesome, right? Snap. Having the elixir is pretty awesome, right? Snap. You're fucking arrogant, aren't you? Snap. Still acting arrogant, huh? Snap. 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 A series of slaps swelled up Xiao Fan's face. You. Xiao Fan, whose face looked like a pig's head, pointed at Gu Yang and didn't know what to say. Ding. Detected Xiao Fan's emotional fluctuations, plundered 100 points of his luck, master's luck increased by 100 points, luck value increased by 1000 points. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang sneered. A useless protagonist, is that all? After glancing at Xiao Fan, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Gu Yang was about to slap him again. But just then, the door to the chairman's office was opened. Then, a woman with a cold and aloof demeanor, exuding an icy aura, appeared. This woman is Morong Fu's daughter, the female protagonist Morong Shui, and Xiao Fan's future leading lady. Of course, she has no feelings for Xiao Fan right now. As she walked out of the chairman's office, Morong Shui gave Xiao Fan, who looked like a dead dog, a cold look, and then gave Gu Yang, who was riding on top of Xiao Fan with an arrogant air. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes as she looked at Gu Yang. She developed a slight liking for Gu Yang. As for why she developed feelings for Gu Yang, for this, we should thank Xiao Fan, who was beaten like a dead dog by Gu Yang. After Xiao Fan entered his home, Morong Fu arranged a marriage between Morong Shui and Xiao Fan. Morong Shui strongly opposed this. But Xiao Fan's master saved Morong Fu's life. Moreover, Morong Fu knew just how powerful Xiaoitian was. Therefore, Morong Fu was somewhat of a sycophant towards Xiaoitian. Morong Shui was extremely displeased and annoyed by her nominal fiancé and his arrogant personality. Now, she saw this arrogant guy beaten to a pulp, which was a real surprise for her. So, beat him to death, beat him to death, beat him to death. However, she quickly looked away from Gu Yang. She raised her gaze slightly and looked at Wan. "Hey, what brings you here, woman?" Her words to Wan were completely devoid of emotion, even bordering on cold. She utterly loathed this stepmother. When Wan glanced at Morong Shui and said with a charming smile, "Hee, you little rascal, how can you be so disrespectful to your elders? I am your mother. I'm your mother." Upon hearing that last sentence, a hint of anger flashed in Morong Shui's otherwise calm eyes. Is this wicked woman trying to humiliate herself? Thinking about it, she looked at Wan with a cold, angry, and murderous gaze. This woman is a damn vixen. Despite being only a few years older than him, she used her status as his father's second wife to torment him in various ways. She clenched her slender, jade-like hands tightly, truly afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist hitting Wan. "Hey, Gu Yang's all better now, let's go." That old man Morong Fu was really something. He actually dared to hire such a useless person to protect Morong Shui. With this useless bodyguard protecting her, what if he doesn't even know where to turn when he's heartbroken after Morong Shui dies? She said it jokingly, then turned to leave. Seeing this, Gu Yang glanced at the pig-headed Xiao Fan, then turned around and followed Wen Wanwan. Just as Gu Yang arrived beside Wen Wanwan, a sense of crisis enveloped him. He turned around and threw a punch. Boom! The punch from the peak of the transformation realm landed directly on Xiao Fan's right arm, where he was holding the dagger. The punch that was thrown suddenly contained 7/10 of Gu Yang's strength. This terrifying punch, with a force of at least several thousand kilograms, struck Xiao Fan's right arm, and a cracking sound was heard. Subsequently, Gu Yang shattered all the bones and tendons in Xiao Fan's right arm, causing a comminuted fracture. Even if the arm is healed, he will not be able to exert the full strength of that arm. Furthermore, his right arm suffered a comminuted fracture, which severely damaged his foundation. His future achievements will at most reach the level of transformation of strength, rather than the peak of the Dantian stage. Chapter 4 Lottery. Boom! The furious strike from the peak of the transformation realm landed squarely on Xiao Fan's right arm, where he was holding the dagger. A terrifying force enveloped his entire right arm, and instantly the bones and meridians in that arm were shattered by Gu Yang's single strike. His right arm was completely ruined due to a comminuted fracture. The arm suffered a comminuted fracture, and all the meridians and blood vessels in the right arm were also severed. Even if his master, Xiaoitian, could heal his damaged right arm completely, it would not restore it to its current state where he can move his arm freely. This blow directly destroyed his right arm, indirectly damaging his foundation. A martial artist cultivates themselves. Even if his damaged arm is healed, his future cultivation will not be as smooth. Therefore, it can be said that he damaged his foundation and impaired his cultivation potential. His future potential is such that, at most, he can cultivate to the peak of the transformation realm. Without the right opportunity, his greatest achievement in the future would be limited to that. Why do you feel so sorry for him? After all, martial artists who cultivate the Tai Xuanjin technique will only have a lifespan of up to 60 years if they do not break through to the core formation stage. 60 years, while the average human lifespan is between 75 and 80 years. This indirectly shortened his lifespan by more than 10 or 20 years compared to ordinary people. Only by breaking through the core formation stage can one break free from the constraints of lifespan and even further extend it. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a martial artist who has attained the Taoist cultivation level is 120 years. If a martial artist who cultivates the Tai Xuanjin technique breaks through to the core formation stage, their lifespan is 150 years. However, before breaking through to the core formation stage, a martial artist who cultivates the Tai mystic needle technique has a lifespan of at most 60 years. They didn't even live as long as the average person. This Xiao Fan is truly tragic. But don't worry, I'll torture you until you're mentally broken within this year, and then I'll crush you. Ding, Xiao Fan's right arm has been crippled, his potential has been greatly reduced, his mentality has collapsed, his luck has decreased by 200 points, his master's luck has increased by 200 points, and his luck value has increased by 2,000 points. A system notification sounded. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang's lips curled up slightly. Name, Xiao Fan. Luck, 900, bronze. Name, Gu Yang. Luck, 1100, silver. With 1100 luck points, I can kill this guy right now. However, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why the rush to kill him? Thinking this, Gu Yang looked coldly at Xiao Fan, who was drenched in cold sweat, and said coldly, kid, you've got some nerve. I'll punish you a little, but from now on, avoid me if you see me. Otherwise, I'll deal with you every time I see you. After saying that, Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan left. Watching Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan's departing figures, Morong Shui's icy gaze fell upon the half-dead, pig-headed Xiao Fan. Ha, you attacked me with a knife, what a despicable person. Please stay away from me in the future. Morong Shui looked at Xiao Fan coldly, said something, and then went straight back to her chairman's office. Morong Shui was even more disgusted with Xiao Fan. To resort to a sneak attack is truly unethical. Looking resentfully at Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan's retreating figure, Xiao Fan had only one thought at that moment. He asked his master to come down the mountain and help him. Thinking it over, Xiao Fan glanced at the chairman's office, then clutched his shattered right arm and left, grimacing. You little man, you're so ruthless. In the pink Porsche Cayenne, when Wanwan covered her red lips and teased Gu Yang. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang's lips curled up, and he said coldly, this useless bodyguard won't know the dangers of the world until he gets a beating. As they were talking, Gu Yang had already driven away. Where are we going this time? Gu Yang glanced at Wanwan in the passenger seat beside him and asked with a smile. She rolled her eyes at Gu Yang. This little man was really. Of course we're going home. Where else would we go? Are you going to come to a hotel with me? A charming, alluring voice rang out, and she even gave Gu Yang a flirtatious wink at the end. Seeing this, Gu Yang's lips twitched. This woman is being provocative. Shaking his head, Gu Yang drove and then made a U-turn at the traffic light ahead. Gu Yang did know about the home when Wanwan mentioned. That was a private villa she bought in the Third Ring Road area of Shanghai. After driving for half an hour, the two finally arrived at the private villa located on the Third Ring Road. After parking the car in the garage, Gu Yang and Wanwan entered the living room of the villa together. After entering the living room, Gu Yang sat down directly on the sofa. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yang brought up the system's lottery page. The lottery is divided into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, and god level. Beginner lottery draw, 1000 luck points /1 draw. Intermediate lottery draw, 10,000 luck points /1 draw. Advanced lottery draw, 100,000 luck points /1 draw. Top tier lottery, 1 million luck points /1 draw. Divine rank lottery, 10 million luck points /1 draw. I currently have 11,000 luck points, which allows me to do 11 beginner level draws, or 1 beginner level draw and 1 intermediate level draw. Thinking about it, Gu Yang decided to try his luck with the lottery. However, just to be on the safe side, Gu Yang first tried his hand at a beginner level lottery draw. After all, Gu Yang knew that my own face is the blackest of the black states. So, let's try it out first. After selecting the beginner level lottery, 1,000 luck points were instantly deducted, and then a roulette wheel appeared in front of me. The roulette wheel spins. After spinning for a few seconds, an item appeared before Gu Yang's eyes, along with its information. Beginner Cultivation Breakthrough Card. This card allows a cultivator at the peak of the transformation realm to directly break through to the peak of the core formation realm. Using it at the peak of the core formation realm will allow a cultivator to break through to the early stage of the Gangjin realm. The initial cultivation breakthrough card is completely ineffective for martial artists who have broken through the Gangjin stage. Gu Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the information on the card. This is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. If I were to use my luck points to break through from the peak of the transformation realm to the peak of the core formation realm, I would have to consume 6,000 or 7,000 luck points. And this, with just 1,000 draws, is enough to break through to the peak of the core formation stage. This is so incredibly awesome. TSK, this time her face is quite pale. Now that my face has turned white, I'll quickly do a mid-level lottery draw. My face is pale, I can't dawdle. As time passed, the state of black again became black. The intermediate level lottery wheel is noticeably larger than the beginner level lottery wheel. As the lottery wheel for the intermediate level draw spun, Gu Yang's breathing became rapid, and his heart pounded noticeably faster. Looking at Gu Yang's expression, when Wanwan beside him was somewhat stunned. However, after glancing at the information on TV, oh, I see. At this moment, the TV series being broadcast on television is none other than the one starring the rising star Xiao Qingxue. TSK, this little man, he really is a little lecher. If you've taken a liking to Xiao Qingxue, just tell me. Shaking her head helplessly, when Wanwan stopped paying attention to Gu Yang. Since this Xiao Qingxue is liked by the young man, it wouldn't be a bad idea to kidnap her and make her his plaything. Hiss, utterly devoted, terrifying indeed. Chapter 5: The Heart of Beast Taming. The items drawn from the intermediate level lottery will finally reveal themselves to Gu Yang, who was filled with anticipation. Beast Taming Heart 1/10, a beast taming heart only 1/10 the size of the original beast taming heart. The beast taming heart allows one to tame beasts and is the protagonist's cheat ability, the beast taming celestial. Today, the master has directly drawn 1/10 of it. Therefore, when the master encounters the protagonist of the beast taming celestial, the master will receive 1/10 of the protagonist's luck. Even with only 1/10 of the beast taming heart, one can still control animals. One can inject their own energy into the beast taming heart and then strengthen the animal they want to control. Because it's only 1/10 of the total, this beast taming heart can only control 3 animals. After seeing the items in this mid-level lottery, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Holy crap, this is amazing stuff. The protagonist of Beast Tamer Celestial Venerable has at least the luck of a platinum-level protagonist. Now, 1/10 of the cheat codes are directly his own. This is such a wonderful surprise. After Gu Yang obtained the beast taming heart, the golden, heart-shaped object that had been in a cave on a mountain thousands of miles away, on a jade platform, in a box, radiating light, shrank considerably. At the same time, the divine power emanating from this golden heart-like artifact also weakened by 1/10. And this is the cheat code of the protagonist of the beast taming celestial master genre, the heart of beast taming. At Gu Yang's heart, a small golden heart merged with his own. This is the heart of a beast tamer. With this fragment of the beast taming heart, Gu Yang can choose 3 animals and then raise them into ferocious beasts. Furthermore, there is a beast taming space of 1 square kilometer within the heart of beast taming. This is merely the initial space of the beast taming heart. As you bind a beast, and as the beast's power increases, the size of the beast taming space will also increase. A normal beast taming space is 100 square kilometers. Unfortunately, this is just a fragment, so it only covers an area of 1 square kilometer. With a sigh, Gu Yang opened his eyes. Standing up from the living room, Gu Yang stepped out into the villa's courtyard. When Wan was taken aback when she saw Gu Yang's back. What is this little man doing suddenly leaving the living room? Curious, she followed them out and witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. After walking out of the living room and arriving at the center of the villa's courtyard, Gu Yang used the initial stage cultivation breakthrough card. As soon as the card was used, streams of pure yellow Emperor's inner classic chi began to flow through Gu Yang's body. Boom! As his cultivation level broke through, a violent gust of air, like a gale of force 8, lashed through the villa. Early stage of the elixir formation. Mid-stage of the core formation realm. Late stage of the Dan emerging realm. Peak of the Dan embracing realm. After breaking through to the peak of the core formation stage, Gu Yang unleashed a punch, and the fist imprint condensed from true chi flew out and directly struck the artificial hill not far away. Boom! The fist imprint was imprinted into the artificial mountain, and the 6-meter-high artificial mountain was directly blasted into dust by this fist imprint. This strike was comparable to the power of a small missile, but even more precise. At least, a small missile explosion wouldn't turn a hill into complete dust, or yellow sand, like this. Clenching his fist, Gu Yang felt a sense of relief. This power is very strong, extremely strong. At this moment, with my true energy protecting me, I really can withstand the bombardment of missiles. Of course, with his current amount of true energy, he can only withstand 5 attacks at most. Even so, I have to say I'm really awesome. I can easily withstand missiles. Next, Gu Yang closed his eyes and circulated the Yellow Emperor's inner classic to sense his body's condition. After a minute of this, Gu Yang had a rough estimate of his physical condition. My body is completely healthy, strong, free from disease and disaster, and immune to all diseases and poisons. At the same time, based on his physical condition, Gu Yang also estimated his lifespan. My lifespan is at least 300 years. Is this truly worthy of being called the Yellow Emperor's inner classic? Despite being only at the core formation stage, his lifespan was comparable to that of a primordial cultivator. Little man, you're really amazing. With her long legs striding over to Gu Yang's side, Wan said in a charming voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang immediately grabbed her from several meters away and pulled her into his arms. Stroking her long hair, Gu Yang teased her, "Isn't that amazing?" Looking at Gu Yang's handsome, tall figure and feeling the surging masculine aura emanating from him, Wan's eyes instantly filled with tears. Seeing this, Gu Yang knew exactly what she was up to. She's trying to practice the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. Since she wants to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, I can't let her down. So, Gu Yang picked her up in a princess carry. Once inside the house, Gu Yang began to teach her, word by word, how to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. After 3 hours of cultivation, both of them had greatly improved their understanding of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic and benefited immensely. It has to be said that Wanwan's talent for cultivation is truly extraordinary. It hasn't been that long. She's already at the early stage of Mingjin. But thinking about it, it makes sense. It's a modification of the marrow cleansing pill, youth preservation pill, and longevity pill. With the help of Gu Yang's cultivation levels of transformation and embracing the core, she is now a genuine early-stage Mingjin martial artist. As expected of the villain in The Divine Healer Descends the Mountain, the villain forced the protagonist to a standstill, and ultimately failed because he was poisoned by Xiaotian. Thinking about it, Gu Yang's eyes were instantly filled with hostility. Now that I've obtained this woman, I'll definitely kill you, you eccentric healer Xiaotian. Wan, do me a favor. Smoking his cigarette, Gu Yang turned his gaze to Wan, who was putting on makeup. Upon hearing this, Wan, who was applying lipstick, put it down and then asked Gu Yang in a charming tone, "Little man, what do you want from me?" Hearing her infuriating voice, Gu Yang took a deep breath of cigarettes. After exhaling a series of smoke rings, Gu Yang spoke again, "Get me a snake, a chameleon, and a spider." After thinking for a moment, Wan said, "A spider can be obtained by simply having someone grab one of its edges, and a snake can also be easily obtained, but as for a chameleon, you'll have to wait a while." Call. Gu Yang took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and then immediately extinguished the cigarette. "Okay, then have them prepare. Let me know when the things arrive. I've gained a new ability, and I'm really eager to see how useful it is." The new ability Gu Yang mentioned was, of course, the Heart of Beast Taming. Honestly, Gu Yang is quite pitiful. Only 1/10 of the beast taming heart. This 1/10 of the beast taming heart can only be used to cultivate beasts, but cannot be used to enhance one's own strength. This is the only flaw in this beast taming heart. Beast taming heart, once bound to a beast, the beast's loyalty will never change. The beast taming space enhances the strength of tamed beasts, develops their bloodlines, and amplifies their talents. These are all functions of the beast taming heart. Unfortunately, Gu Yang did not receive the talent for beast taming. However, once the protagonist, the beast tamer, appears and he seizes the beast tamer's heart, he will be able to acquire this function. TSK, if 1/10 of the beast taming heart is lost, its power will be greatly reduced. I wonder if the protagonist of Beast Tamer will have a mental breakdown after obtaining the Beast Tamer's heart and learning that it is missing a piece. Chapter 6 Xiaotian. Ouch. What a ruthless little bastard. He actually beat your arm like this. Inside a cave on the outskirts of Shanghai, an old man dressed in a blue robe, looking like a wizened sage, was examining a young man with heartache. The young man's right arm hung limply, as if he couldn't muster any strength at all. That's true. This arm is ruined. The bones, tendons, and blood vessels are all shattered. How can you expect to be in good shape? The guy with the crippled arm is none other than Xiao Fan, who was beaten so badly that his arm is practically useless. And that old man in the green robe, looking like a hermit, isn't he none other than the immortal physician Xiaotian? After 2 days of travel, Xiaotian arrived here from a secluded mountain thousands of miles away. The purpose was to heal the disciple's arm. "Master, is there any hope for me?" Looking at Xiaotian with trepidation, Xiao Fan was very anxious and afraid. If his right arm was really ruined, would he also be ruined in the future? Seeing the anxious look in his disciple's eyes, Xiaotian couldn't help but close his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I can heal you, but I don't know if you can withstand the pain of healing your arm." Upon hearing this, and seeing the worried look in his master's eyes, Xiao Fan couldn't help but grit his teeth. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaotian, saying, "Master, heal me. Even if my arm is ruined, I will endure it. After I am healed, I will make that person suffer the ultimate torment." I recall that person's disdain and arrogance. He touched his face with his left hand and could still feel the burning pain. A surge of hatred made him want to kill that arrogant bastard. Seeing this, Xiao Tian sighed. He stretched out his right hand, and a ring on his right hand flashed with light. Then he took out 3 jade bottles. Some time ago, I unintentionally obtained a fortuitous opportunity. This spatial ring with a storage volume of 1 cubic meter, as well as the pills in these 3 jade bottles, are all fortuitous opportunities one obtained. This pill can help me heal you. With the help of this pill, I have a 100% chance of healing you. This pill can enhance your internal energy. One pill can raise you from the early stage of dark energy to the late stage of dark energy. This pill can numb your pain. To heal you, I would have to cut your arm open completely to remove the necrotic bone fragments, congealed blood clots, blood vessels, and meridians. This pill will completely block your pain after you take it, otherwise you really wouldn't be able to withstand the pain. Xiao Tian introduced the pills in the 3 jade porcelain bottles to Xiao Fan one by one. He looked at the pills, then at his master. Xiao Fan immediately felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart. At the same time, he hated Gu Yang even more and wanted to kill him even more. With Xiao Tian's help, Xiao Fan tilted his head back and swallowed the pill that would heal his injuries and numb his body. Then, Xiao Tian began his treatment. He took out a small silver knife and sterilized it with alcohol and flame. He channeled his inner energy into the silver dagger, and a 3-inch blade of energy enveloped the dagger. He slashed at Xiao Fan's arm with a single stroke. Cut it all the way from top to bottom. Immediately afterwards, he was shocked by the sight of Xiao Fan's right arm. Having sought medical treatment for nearly a century, this was the first time he had ever witnessed Xiao Fan's condition. Black blood clots, bone fragments, blood vessels, and vein congealed material. This looks not only disgusting, it's terrifying. Call. Exhaling, Xiao Tian used the Tai Xin needle to first seal the acupoints on Xiao Fan's body. Then, he took the knife and began to remove the completely necrotic bones, blood clots, and veins. It took him half an hour to completely remove all the parts, given the high level of difficulty involved in the process. Looking at the remaining bones and meridian fragments, Xiao Tian used his internal energy to stabilize them. He took out a silver needle and began to suture Xiao Fan's right arm. After the wound was stitched up, the healing pills began to work, and strands of pure energy entered Xiao Fan's right arm. Under Xiao Tian's guidance, the healing elixir healed and restored the bone fragments and meridians in Xiao Fan's right arm. Immediately afterwards, blood flowed from the heart, and blood began to flow in the right arm. After an hour of treatment, Xiao Fan's right arm barely recovered. However, the surgical incision on his right arm, running from top to bottom, looked like a meter-long centipede, grotesque and terrifying. Disciple, now is the time to take the pill to enhance your cultivation. Looking at Xiao Fan, Xiao Tian shouted sharply. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan immediately took the pill. Immediately afterwards, the Tai Xuanjin cultivation method was activated, and Xiao Tian also used Tai Xuanjin to fill Xiao Fan's right arm with densely packed Tai Xuanjin needles. With their combined efforts, the bones and meridians healed, and the connected right arm began to heal further. This step was to allow Xiao Fan's right arm to move. And so, after another half hour of treatment, he recovered. Xiao Fan raised his right arm. It's all right, it's all right. My disciple, your arm has been healed, but unfortunately, the fit between your right arm and your current body is only 70%, so there are still some after effects. However, Fanner, let me go back and check the ancient books, and then I will heal you again. Looking intently at Xiao Fan, Xiao Tian shared his thoughts with him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan glanced at his master. Then, he clenched his fist and said, Master, I will definitely heal you, and there's still us now. Xiao Fan didn't finish his sentence. But those who understand his meaning understand it. Xiao Tian patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder and stood up. A mere cultivator at the transformation realm actually managed to injure my disciple. Fanner, you wait. After you've recovered for a few days, your master and I will go together to tear that bastard who injured you apart. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Tian's body. As this powerful force erupted, the walls of the cave and the stones and sand on the ground trembled. At this moment, Xiaotian looked like an incredibly terrifying ferocious beast. TSK, is this what they call embracing the elixir? Meanwhile, in a villa within the third ring road of Shanghai, a young man was sitting in the courtyard, holding a beautiful, alluring woman in his arms. Before the young man and the beautiful woman were a small white snake half a meter long, a 3-inch chameleon, and a spider the size of a little finger. Pointing to these three items, Wan introduced them to Gu Yang. Chapter 7: Controlling the Beast. Within 2 days, the snake, chameleon, and spider that Gu Yang wanted had all been delivered to the villa. In just 2 days, when Wan had become a martial artist at the mid-stage of the Ming Jin realm, and her combat strength was enough to easily take on 10 trained and robust adults. At this moment, Gu Yang and his companion were watching the snake, the chameleon, and the spider in the courtyard of another place. As she looked at the white snake, the chameleon, and the giant spider, when Wan's alluring voice rang out, "Hee, little man, I've already found what you asked me to find for you. This little white snake was bought by my sister at a high price. Legend has it that this white snake is the reincarnation of the White Emperor. Its previous owner went from being seriously ill to becoming incredibly strong after acquiring it." Upon hearing Wan's introduction, Gu Yang sighed helplessly. This woman is really... It's just an ordinary white snake. But thinking about it, given this woman's personality, it's understandable that she would spend a lot of money to buy herself this white snake. That chameleon, I heard it's a chameleon from Africa. That big spider is also a venomous spider. I heard that the venom of this spider can paralyze an adult for 3 hours. Pointing to the chameleon, the spider introduced it once again. Hearing her explanation, Gu Yang nodded. This chameleon is indeed an African chameleon, but it doesn't have much time left to live, and it has a lot of injuries inside its body. And the spider was indeed a venomous spider, but its venom was exaggerated. The paralyzing venom of this spider only paralyzes the area it bites for about 2 hours, the paralysis doesn't spread quickly. Thinking this, Gu Yang's panel connected to the heart of beast taming. Name, Beast Tamer's Heart, Fragment. Grade, Gold, Fragmented. Functions, Beast Taming Space, Beast Taming Enhancement. Beast Taming Value, 10500. Beast Taming Value, a quantified representation of the energy used to enhance your beast taming abilities. Beast Taming, None. The Beast Taming Heart is a platinum grade item, corresponding to platinum luck. However, now, because it is only 1/10 of the original, its grade is only gold. Of course, aside from not being able to copy the talents and attributes of a beast tamer, its other functions are all on par with a complete beast tamer heart. The beast taming value and the energy to strengthen beast taming were all converted from Gu Yang's own internal energy over the past few days. Although Gu Yang was only at the peak of the core formation stage, the true qi within his body was extremely dense and of extremely pure quality. If the true qi in one's body is the same as that of a martial artist with the Gang gene, strength, then this true qi is 10 times more pure than that of a martial artist at the peak of Gang gene. Therefore, it was directly converted into this huge amount of beast taming energy, or beast taming value, in just a few days. I saw the little white snake, the chameleon, and the big spider. Gu Yang reached out and crushed the iron cage containing the little white snake into pieces with his bare hands. Then, he grabbed the restless little white snake that was coiled up in his hand. Ding, a small white snake has been detected. Do you wish to consume 10 points of beast taming? The system's voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang chuckled. Wow, it seems the system has taken over the work of beast taming heart. After thinking it over, Gu Yang confirmed the beast taming. As soon as Gu Yang confirmed the beast taming, a golden light enveloped the little white snake, and then the half-meter-long little white snake began to change. Ding, 10 beast taming points consumed, the little white snake advances to a Tier 1 demon beast. Ding, the little white snake has advanced and gained the talent skill, Ice Condensation Technique. 1st to 12th Order. Ming Jin, Human Immortal. The small white snake, which was originally half a meter long, has now transformed into a white snake that is 1.5 meters long. The white snake has light blue stripes on its body, making it clearly an extraordinary animal. A glint of light flashed in the white snake's eyes, and its cold white head rubbed affectionately against Gu Yang's face, appearing very intimate. Looking at Gu Yang with astonishment, when Wan Wan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Wow, this man is amazing. Although shocked and surprised, she didn't say much. At this moment, when Wan Wan looked at Gu Yang with curiosity and anticipation. This little man is so amazing, I really want to see what he'll do to this little white snake. System, continue strengthening. Stroking the little white snake's cool head, Gu Yang spoke to the system. Ding. Consumed 100 beast taming points, beast taming novice advances to tier 2 monster. Golden light enveloped the little white snake once more, followed by gusts of icy cold air emanating from the golden light. Although the chill was very faint, it still provided Gu Yang and Wan Wan with a significant cooling sensation in the sweltering summer heat, where the temperature reached 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. At least, the temperature dropped by 7 or 8 degrees. When the golden light faded, a small white python, 3 meters long, appeared in Gu Yang's arms. The little python's eyes were pale blue vertical pupils, and the pale blue stripes on its body were even deeper. The cold wind was released from the pale blue stripes on its body. Ding, beast taming little white has advanced to the second tier. Talent, first tier ice condensation technique, second tier ice condensation technique. Hiss. With its forked tongue flicking out, Xiaobai licked Gu Yang's face with its red forked tongue. The moment it opened its mouth, a slightly cool sensation emerged from its mouth. Xiaobai's breath didn't smell bad, on the contrary, it had a pleasant fragrance. This made Gu Yang very curious. What had its former owner been feeding it? Gu Yang rubbed the little white snake's head and then strengthened it once again. Ding, 500 beast taming points consumed, beast taming novice advances to tier 3 monster. Ding, the monster Xiaobai has advanced to the third tier. Talent, second tier ice condensation technique, third tier ice condensation technique. An even richer golden light appeared, followed by an even colder sensation emanating from it. The temperature of the cold wind around Gu Yang and Wan Wan was about 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. The temperature 3 meters away from the two of them had also dropped significantly, to around 29 or 30 degrees Celsius. The golden light faded, and the third tier little white appeared in Gu Yang's arms. At this point, it had become even larger. It evolved from a 3-meter-long python into a 5-meter-long python. The pale blue markings on its body made its pale blue snake eyes appear even deeper. Stroking the little white head covered in phosphorus, Gu Yang then pointed to the small pool not far away and said, "Little white, go, use the ice condensation spell on that small pool." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai, who was in tune with Gu Yang's thoughts, swam down Gu Yang's body. Then it swam towards the small pool. Upon arriving at the small pool, it used the ice freeze spell, instantly freezing the pool of clear water into ice at -3 or 4 degrees Celsius. Hiss hiss hiss. With a flick of its tongue, little white's pale blue snake eyes were filled with a human-like look of surprise. Gu Yang approached it and rubbed its little head. Very good, Xiaobai. As he spoke, Gu Yang began to enhance it once again. Ding, 1000 beast taming points consumed, beast taming novice advances to 4th tier monster. Ding. Little white beast has advanced to a 4th tier beast. Talent, 3rd tier ice condensation technique, 4th tier ice control technique. The golden light dissipated, revealing a thing 8 meters long, as thick as an adult's thigh. Furthermore, the 3rd order ice condensing technique has been upgraded to the 4th order ice controlling technique. The 4th tier demon beast, Xiaobai, is comparable to a demon beast at the core formation stage. Moreover, it is a demon beast with combat power comparable to a human at the peak of the core formation stage, even though its own cultivation is only at the early stage of core formation. After all, its beast taming heart is incomplete and cannot be strengthened to its peak all at once. However, its combat power is comparable to a human at the peak of the core formation stage, since its ice control technique is equivalent to the magic of a cultivator. Although it was only 8 meters long, it could still defeat 100 giant pythons that were 13 meters long by itself. After all, it's a 4th tier ice control spell. Moreover, those giant pythons lacked intelligence, and their physical defense, speed, and strength were inferior to Xiaobai's. Not to mention 4th order ice control magic. At Gu Yang's signal, a flash of blue light appeared on Xiaobai's body. Then, the ice that had been frozen in the pool turned into icicles that flew up. The ice pick hit the wall and froze it instantly. This is Ice Control, Mastering Ice. Chapter 8 Rainbow Dragon, Rakshasa. After checking the beast taming value needed to advance Xiaobai to a 5th tier demon beast, Gu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Sure, 5,000 beast taming points isn't too much to ask for. After all, I have 10,500 beast taming points. Evolutionary level 1 10 points, level 2 100 points, level 3 500 points, level 4 1000 points. Advancing to the 5th tier brings you to 5,000 points. Now, 10,500 minus 10 minus 100 minus 500 minus 1,000 is equal to 8,890 beast taming value. Even if we reduce it by another 5,000, we still have 3,890 points. With 3,890, upgrading the chameleon and spider to the 4th tier would be a breeze. Therefore, looking at the little white-haired boy beside him, Gu Yang directly extended his hand. Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai began to evolve once again. Ding, 5,000 beast taming points consumed, beast taming novice evolves into a 5th tier monster. Ding, beast taming little white has advanced to a 5th tier demon beast. Talent, 4th tier ice control technique, 5th tier ice control technique. A brilliant golden light appeared, accompanied by an intensely cold chill. The unintentional release of cold air raised the surrounding temperature to 13 or 14 degrees Celsius. When the golden light dissipated, a giant blue-white python, 18 meters long and as thick as an adult's waist, appeared here. Of course, the giant pythons were coiled together. After all, the villa's garden is only 12 meters long, it's too long to fit in properly within the villa's garden. Gu Yang rubbed Xiaobai's head and felt its extremely low body temperature. No wonder it consumed so many beast taming points to go from 4th to 5th tier. It grew from 8 meters to 18 meters, a full 10 meters longer. Keep in mind that the longest known python in the world is only 14 meters long. And right now, Gu Yang is keeping a giant python that is 18 meters long and as thick as an adult's waist. If Xiaobai were to step on the scale, he would weigh at least 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. Gu Yang gently patted Xiaobai and said softly, "Xiaobai, why don't you go into the beast taming space and get used to your strength first?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobai, who was of one mind with Gu Yang, nudged Gu Yang's palm with its enormous snake head. Then, its body was enveloped in a strange light. Then, Xiaobai's figure disappeared from the scene. At this moment, after Xiaobai was upgraded to a 5th tier demon beast, the beast taming space, which was only 1 square kilometer, has grown to 50 square kilometers. After entering the beast taming space, Xiaobai began to adapt to his strength within it. A 5th tier demonic beast, comparable to a martial artist with the strength of Gangjin. A complete novice can easily take on 10,000 elite armed soldiers, armed with guns and wearing protective gear. After all, the normal defense of a demon beast is much greater than that of a human martial artist of the same level. Furthermore, Xiaobai is also proficient in ice control techniques, making his combat strength truly awesome. "Little man, are you a god?" When Wanwan came to Gu Yang's side and put her arms around his waist. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang smiled. He pulled her into his arms without saying a word. Holding her, Gu Yang and his companion arrived at the chameleon and the spider. Looking at the chameleon and the spider, Gu Yang directly evolved them to the 4th tier in one go. 10 plus 100 plus 500 plus 1000 is equal to 1610 times 2 is equal to 3220 beast taming value. There are currently 670 beast taming points remaining. Through evolution, chameleons and spiders have undergone tremendous changes. Ding! 1610 beast taming points consumed. The tamed rainbow dragon has been upgraded from a regular chameleon to a tier 4 rainbow dragon. Ding! The beast taming rainbow dragon has acquired the talent, 4th tier elemental transformation. The palm-sized chameleon has now become a western lizard dragon. It has a pair of wings on its back and a pair of horns on its head. 4 beams of light flashed around his body, 1 black, 1 gold, 1 red, and 1 blue. They are the 4 elements: black, light, fire, and water. The 4-elemental dragon transformation allows the rainbow dragon to transform into a Western dragon of other attributes. After transformation, it will have 80% control over the same level elemental dragons of other attributes and the same level elemental combat power. At this moment, the colorful dragon was 3 meters long and had a wingspan of 7 meters. It looks very majestic and spectacular. Unfortunately, it's a Western lizard dragon. It was also because the bloodline of the Western lizard dragon was low that the rainbow dragon advanced to the Western dragon at the 4th rank. Take Little White for example. Even though its bloodline broke through to the 6th rank, it only evolved into a flood dragon. Only by evolving to the 8th rank, which is the golden core stage, can one evolve into a flood dragon. To advance to the level of a true dragon, one must be at least at the 13th level, which is a realm beyond the human immortal. Rainbow Dragon. Then, Gu Yang turned his gaze to the spider demon, which was about a meter in size and looked very fierce. Wan Wan was so frightened that she lay in Gu Yang's arms and dared not look at it. Ding! 1610 beast taming points consumed. Beast taming Rakshasa upgraded from ordinary spider to 4th tier demonic beast, soul-devouring spider. Ding! The 4th tier beast taming monster, soul-devouring spider, has acquired the talent, 4th tier soul-devouring. The ferocious Rakshasa was a meter tall, almost half a person's height. Those sharp fangs, those pointed spider legs. They look absolutely ferocious. Not only were the toxins in its body 100 times more potent, but it also gained the talent of soul-devouring. Soul-devourer, also known as soul-eater, is someone who devours souls. It can directly devour the souls of others after their death to strengthen itself. It can even fuse its own toxins with its soul-devouring talent to create soul-devouring venom that corrodes the souls of others. Looking at the rainbow dragon and the soul-devouring spider Rakshasa, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With these 3 super monsters, even the weakest of which could take on 3 cultivators at the core formation stage, he could better torment the protagonist. According to Gu Yang's prediction, it won't be long before Xiao Fan's master comes looking for trouble. At that time, he would have Xiao Bai, Kai Long, and Luo Sha torture Xiao Yiqian to death. The protagonist's parents and relatives can also gain their luck by abusing and killing them. For example, if Xiao Yiqian's luck is 1000, you can obtain 1000 points of his luck by killing him. You can gain his luck by robbing, killing, or taking him as a subordinate. Therefore, Gu Yang was looking forward to killing Xiao Yiqian and plundering his luck, and then showing off Xiao Fan again. Finally, torture him. Damn it, since I've transmigrated, I might as well be a villain. As he thought about it, a glint appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. Coming to his senses, Gu Yang looked at the colorful dragon and the Rakshasa. With a wave of his hand, they were taken into the beast taming space. At this time, the area of the beast taming space is 80 square kilometers. Huff, put away the colorful dragon, Rakshasa behind. Gu Yang felt a pang of heartache. If this beast taming heart were complete, wouldn't I be able to obtain Xiao Bai's 5th tier ice control talent, the rainbow dragon's ability to control elemental dragons, and the Rakshsa's soul devouring ability? And their combined 50% energy boost. With the blessing of a normal beast taming heart, they would reach the peak of the same realm as soon as they advanced. The energy replenished by 50% from 1 peak stage Gang Jin and 2 peak stage Bao Dan demon beasts, plus his own current peak stage Bao Dan martial arts cultivation. At that time, I will be at least at the mid-stage or late stage of the Gang Jin realm. Unfortunately, he only possessed 1/10 of the beast taming heart. Thinking about it, Gu Yang clutched his chest, feeling a pang of heartache. Damn it, when is the beast taming celestial master protagonist going to appear? I want that beast taming heart. Gu Yang checked the system shop and found that the beast taming heart was neither expensive nor cheap. However, Gu Yang felt that instead of buying from the system, it would be better to snatch the protagonist's. After you steal it, you can just upgrade it yourself. Now, Gu Yang just wants to know when that damned beast taming celestial venerable will appear. Ding, when Master's cultivation breaks through to the peak of the golden core stage, and when Master's luck exceeds 30,000 points, the beast taming celestial venerable will appear. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Gu Yang's eyes. He, isn't that simple? Xiaotian, Morong Shui, Xiao Fan. Isn't this all about luck? Chapter 9 Hotel Matters. Master, how do we find that brat? Looking at his master beside him, Xiao Fan said with hatred in his eyes. Xiaotian could understand his disciple's hatred. Looking up at those eyes, Xiaotian felt a wave of helplessness. At this moment, the disciple's state seemed to be under a spell. It's a pity, though, that he was my own disciple. As his own disciple, he couldn't possibly kill him. Rubbing his temples, Xiaotian murmured, "Forget it, let's wait a little longer." Aren't you Morong Shui's bodyguard? Follow her first, and then contact your master immediately after you find the person who injured you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan glanced at his master. At that moment, he saw the deep worry in his master's eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Fan was also somewhat discouraged. During this period, I have indeed caused my master a lot of anger. Damn it, once I find that kid, I'll torture him like a dog. Thinking about it, Xiao Fan clenched his fist. With my late-stage dark force cultivation, using my Tai Shen needle, I can defeat a transformation force martial artist with a 100% success rate, but thanks to the Tai Shen needle's endurance, I can still have a 10% chance of winning. Of course, this is on the premise that the opponent is only at the early stage of the transformation realm. However, judging from the strength he displayed, he should be at the early stage of the transformation realm, right? Even if it's not the early stage of transformation realm. He glanced at Xiaotian. Even if he wasn't at the early stage of the transformation realm, his master was at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. A martial artist at the mid-stage of the core formation realm could easily defeat you, a mere transformation realm cultivator, and instantly kill you. Thinking about it, Xiao Fan felt a surge of excitement. Young man, that piece of trash Morong Fu just called me. Sitting in Gu Yang's lap, when Wanwan fed him breakfast while coaxing him sweetly. That piece of trash, Morong Fu, actually called me. Wow, this is truly a rare guest. Patting her head gently, Gu Yang said, "He, Morong Fu is looking for you, so what? What's wrong with us going to keep our appointment? Moreover, I also want to meet this so-called richest man in Shanghai." As he spoke, Gu Yang gave a wicked smile. Looking at the young man's charming and wicked aura, when Wanwan felt a surge of excitement and picked up a steamed bun for Gu Yang. Chewing on the steamed bun that suddenly entered his mouth, Gu Yang glared helplessly at Wanwan. Seriously, is this woman trying to choke me to death? With a sigh, Gu Yang picked up the soy milk on the table and gulped it down. It has to be said that Wanwan's cooking skills are really good. Although her culinary skills are not as good as those of 5-star hotel chefs, they are still at the level of a 3-star chef. Thinking about it, Gu Yang was fed another fried egg by Wanwan. With a helpless sigh, Gu Yang could only enjoy the food offered by the stunningly beautiful Wanwan. The Caesars Hotel is the only 6-star hotel in Shanghai. At this moment, in the lobby of the only 6-star hotel in Shanghai, one after another, wealthy men, noble women, and young masters walked in from the red carpet outside the lobby. Suddenly, a stretched Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the Caesars Hotel building. As the car came to a stop, a handsome, tall, and dashing young man emerged from the driver's seat. Arriving at the car door behind, Gu Yang opened it. Immediately afterwards, a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman stepped out of the car. After tossing the car keys to a hotel valet, Gu Yang followed Wanwan into the Caesar Hotel. The surrounding ladies, young men who drank and flirted with women, and ladies who seduced men were immediately attracted to Gu Yang and Wanwan. "Mrs. Li, isn't that Wanwan, that mistress?" A somewhat obese, greasy-looking middle-aged woman asked the heavily made-up woman next to her. The heavily made-up lady who heard her question was also completely bewildered. "Her, isn't it? Wanwan, she must be 28 or 29 years old. How does she maintain her youthful appearance? Her skin is so supple and she looks like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Who knows? Maybe she had plastic surgery." At this moment, another wealthy woman, leading a young man, approached them. The woman leading the young man then taunted, "Are you too stupid? Look at Wanwan's face. What else could she have done but plastic surgery?" The other two ladies nodded. That does seem to make sense. His facial features became more regular, and his skin became fairer. Maybe she really did have plastic surgery. But the pretty boy following her is really handsome. Indeed, he had sharp features, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a tall and straight figure, and an ethereal and handsome appearance. Gulu, look at his figure, long legs, 1.88 meters tall, he might even have abs. Wan is really lucky, she's managed to keep such a top-notch pretty boy. I'd be willing to spend 10 million to spend a night with him. At this time, among those young masters and lady. What a handsome young man. I heard that this time, it's Morong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Morong family, who is getting engaged. Do you think that handsome guy might be Morong Shui's fiancé? I don't know. My informant said that Morong Shui's fiancé is a bodyguard. However, my informant also said that the bodyguard belongs to Morong Shui. Are you stupid? Maybe that bodyguard is actually cultivating a relationship with Morong Shui. And that little bodyguard is actually Wan's man. What you said makes sense. After all, this person came with that woman, Wan. A group of young men, along with their female companions, gathered together at this time. Gulp, that must be Wan. One of the young masters spoke first. Looking at the alluring Wan, the young master swallowed hard. Yes, right. One of the young masters said uncertainly. Did she have plastic surgery? I asked, puzzled. Impossible. I've slept with at least 800, if not 1,000. I've slept with women who've had plastic surgery before. I can tell at a glance whether someone's had plastic surgery or not. One of the young masters retorted, noting that the young master's face was pale and his body was rather frail, clearly indicating that he had indulged in excessive sexual activity. So, it's natural for her. Another young master asked in confusion. Yes, of course. That young master replied. Damn, I really want to come with her. Before one of the young masters could finish speaking, the other young master covered his mouth. You son of a bitch, do you want to die? One of the young masters shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, the outspoken young master quickly covered his mouth. After stealing another glance at Wan, the young masters began to whisper among themselves again. Wan, being a martial artist, heard all the whispers among those people. 2 more days have passed, haven't they? She is now a martial artist at the peak of the Ming gene level. Therefore, her perception was truly doubled. She could hear everything that was being discussed within a 50-meter radius, if she wanted to. I'm not exaggerating. I consider myself to have poor hearing, but I can hear the sound of a car hundreds of meters away, and I can also hear the sound of airplanes thousands of meters high. Funny. Therefore, she could hear all the whispers of the noble ladies, young masters, and young misses. After taking the youth preservation pill, the marrow cleansing pill, and the longevity pill, her appearance then returned to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. At the same time, she is now a martial artist. Furthermore, practicing the Huangdi aging can also improve one's appearance. Therefore, she is now at least a 99 out of 100 in terms of appearance. She found it amusing to listen to the whispers of those people. Looking at the tall young man behind her, dressed in a black suit like a tough bodyguard, Wan's heart was filled with tenderness. They arrived at a table laden with pastries, drinks, and alcohol. Wan naturally picked up the pastries to taste and then picked up the wine glass to enjoy the flavor of the wine. Seeing this, Gu Yang naturally picked up a glass of wine as well. After taking a sip of wine, Gu Yang stood guard beside Wan with his wine glass in hand. He glanced at the ladies, young masters, and young ladies. Gu Yang was momentarily stunned. What about the CEOs of those companies? Thinking it over, Gu Yang released his senses. As he extended his senses, all sounds within a kilometer radius entered Gu Yang's ears. I do not yet possess spiritual consciousness and cannot project my mind outwards. However, even with just his physical abilities, he can sense everything within a kilometer radius. Then, Gu Yang overheard the conversation between the CEOs in a large hall. It turns out that this engagement was not only for Xiao Fan, but also for Morong Shui. Morongfu's main focus was on cooperating with those company executives. The combined net worth of these company executives is at least in the trillions. Morongfu, a director of the Morong Group with a market value of 600 billion, owns 42% of the group's shares and has a net worth of 260 billion. He gathered these people to enhance his own social standing. As for why they were in such a hurry to increase their social standing, Gu Yang knew the answer. Morongfu knew his days were numbered, so he wanted to make his assets even larger. Finally, she urged her future son-in-law, Xiao Fan, to treat her daughter better. Of course, he also had ulterior motives in trying to please Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian. Look! Xiao Fan is Xiao Tian's disciple, a disciple raised like a son, right? See, if Xiao Fan is happy, then Xiao Tian will be happy too. Then, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for Xiao Tian to heal my injuries? By then, your injuries will be gone. Even if you don't live to be 100, you might extend your life by 10 or 8 years. So, in order to survive and make more money to please Xiao Fan, he finally begged Xiao Tian to save him. Hilarious! This guy's mind is 80% focused on getting Xiao Tian to save him. 20% is for my daughter's happiness. He doesn't want to die out his lineage, even a grandson is still a grandson. Chapter 10. Xiao Fan and his disciples enter the scene. After drinking a cup of wine, under Gu Yang's deliberately released martial artist perception, Gu Yang felt a huge surge of blood and energy. This vital energy is at the core formation level. Embrace the elixir. Who else could be Bao Dan appearing at this time but Xiao Tian? Morong Shui and Xiao Fan are engaged. As his master, how could he not come? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, a young man dressed in ordinary clothes followed an old man dressed in blue who looked like a hermit into the lobby of the Caesar Hotel. With an air of otherworldly grace. Damn, he's obviously a scammer. The two walked with a swagger, looking quite imposing. However, looking at these two, the ladies, young masters, and young ladies here exchanged bewildered glances. Did this old man and this poor young man go to the wrong place? Where am I? The Caesar's Hotel, a 6-star hotel. What day is it today? The day of the engagement of the eldest daughter of the Morong family to some unknown person. What are you two poor beggars doing here on this joyous day? Sure enough, the protagonist's appearance is always met with obstruction from others. A young master holding a wineglass approached Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian with a reproachful expression. The young master took a sip of wine, then he scolded, "Sir, and this young man, do you even know where you are?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian were taken aback. Then, Xiao Fan subconsciously asked, "Isn't this the hotel where Miss Morong Shui got engaged?" His eyes were full of curiosity. This must be the address that old Master Morong gave him. I didn't go to the wrong hotel, Caesar's Hotel. I am Morong Shui's fiancé, so I didn't come to the wrong place. After confirming where this was, Xiao Fan said with some pride. Upon hearing this, the young master who was drinking gave Xiao Fan a strange look. Immediately afterwards, he quickly retreated several meters away. Then, he said to Xiao Fan, "Kid, you're awesome, really awesome. Who is Morong Shui?" "She's the eldest daughter of the Morong family, the future head of the Morong Group. We can only dream about her, and you're here spouting nonsense. Just wait. When you die, I'll collect your corpse." The young master's tone was somewhat panicked. This ordinary-looking youth was really having wild ideas. "Morong Shui's fiancé, you really have wild ideas." Upon hearing his words, the young masters, ladies, and noble women immediately wondered if they had gone deaf. Morong Shui's fiancé. Put. Suddenly, someone let out a sneer. Then, one by one, the ladies, young masters, and young ladies covered their mouths. Seriously, they felt so stifled. If you were to laugh like an idiot in this situation, you would be incredibly embarrassed. Hearing their soft chuckles, Xiao Fan felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He desperately wanted to go up there and beat all those who mocked him to death, one by one. Just as Xiao Fan was about to lash out in anger and humiliation, a broad, kind hand grabbed his shoulder. "Xiao Fanzi, calm down, calm down. Let these ordinary people mock you. Let them mock you. Under their mockery, you can not only temper your mind, but also prove your strength. Wait a moment, after Morong Fu brings Morong Shui here, you and Morong Shui will get engaged. Then, won't you be able to have a grand and glorious occasion? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was taken aback. Seeing the solemn and serious look in his master's eyes, Xiao Fan nodded. Just bear it, just bear it. They were merely noble women, or young masters and ladies from wealthy families. I am a martial artist at the late stage of dark force. You ordinary people are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Thinking about it, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel proud. Seeing the somewhat arrogant look on Xiao Fan's face, the group of noble ladies, young masters, and young misses couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This kid is really shameless. Being ridiculed and yet still being proud of it, that's how proud they are. Seriously, I've never seen such a shameless person. The group of noble women, young masters, and young ladies were speechless at Xiao Fan's arrogant expression. Looking at Gu Yang drinking alone, although he didn't look very rich, everyone was attracted by Gu Yang's temperament. This kind of demeanor screams young master. It might be part of the family elder's plans. The eldest son needs to gain experience. Therefore, the eldest young master became Wan's bodyguard. Therefore, everyone went to toast Gu Yang and clink glasses. Gu Yang could only sigh at this. The only one who can be mocked is the protagonist. But I, the villain, am the one who is always fawned over. Thinking about it, Gu Yang couldn't help but find it amusing. Indeed, I'm still better suited to be a villain. Seeing the scene on Gu Yang's side, Xiao Fan's eyes immediately blazed with jealousy and rage. Upon discovering his disciple's condition, Xiao Tian quickly grabbed Xiao Fan's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian asked Xiao Fan, is that the person who crippled you? Although it was a question, Xiao Tian's tone was full of confirmation. The disciple has few enemies, and even those who are enemies are just people with whom he has had some minor grudges. The only enemy who could enrage and fill a disciple with murderous intent was probably the one who crippled his arm. Thinking about it, Xiao Tian couldn't help but look at Gu Yang. Just as he looked over, Gu Yang also looked up and met his gaze. With a smile, Gu Yang shook his glass at him, then continued drinking with the people surrounding him. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tian frowned. This kid has terrifying talent. He looked even younger than his disciple, but his cultivation level was at the peak of the transformation realm, just one step away from reaching the core formation realm and being on par with him. Thinking about it, Xiao Tian's heart was filled with vigilance. Such a young person at the peak of the transformation realm, there might be a top-level martial artist at the same level behind him. Perhaps the martial artist behind that kid is even stronger than himself. Seeing the solemn expression on his master's face, Xiao Fan was taken aback. Master! Xiao Fan shouted, which immediately woke Xiao Tian up. With a helpless smile, Xiao Tian said, I'm getting old. Xiao Fanzi, after you and Morong Shui are engaged, lure him to the suburbs, and then we should strike hard and kill him. As for the possible background of this kid, at worst, I'll risk my life to expose myself in the background behind this kid. Of course, this was just what he thought, he didn't say it aloud. He was also afraid that his disciple Xiao Fan would worry about him. Under the disapproving gazes of everyone, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fan found an empty banquet table. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fan, master and apprentice, began to enjoy the pastries prepared by the 6-star hotel, as well as the expensive wines, the cheapest of which were worth tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. Young Master Gu, drink up. Don't keep fish around. A young master shouted at Gu Yang, who was only taking a sip of wine. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang smiled helplessly. After glancing at the young master, Gu Yang raised his glass. Then, he opened his mouth and gulped down the entire glass of wine, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Young Master Gu, you're so generous. Come, let me pour you some wine. Then, the young master poured wine for Gu Yang. In their eyes, this handsome young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, a tall and upright figure, was Morong Shui's fiancé. Therefore, one should fawn over others. Even if he wasn't, judging from the noble aura he exuded, he was still a member of a prominent family. So, we should still try to curry favor. Chapter 11 Fairy? Half an hour passed quickly while we waited. Then, the CEOs emerged one by one in groups from a passageway. They were chatting and laughing, clearly having discussed many mutually satisfying collaborations. After all, can a group of CEOs whose combined net worth is in the trillions, and whose entire group has a combined net worth of several trillions, really discuss only one cooperation when they all get together? That's obviously impossible. The business collaborations they discussed would yield profits of at least several billion. After coming out, Morongfu looked around and then he spotted Xiaotian and Xiaofan eating pastries and drinking wine and juice. Upon discovering them, Morongfu hurriedly scurried towards the Xiao family master and disciples. Look, Chairman Morong went to those two people. One of the young masters whispered to his companion, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain. Chairman Morong has come looking for you, just you wait. Soon you'll be waiting for Chairman Morong to have you thrown out. Those two are in trouble. Don't they even know where they are? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come here. His companion, also a young master, joked. The group chatted and laughed, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery as they looked at Xiao Fan and his apprentice. However, just as they were gloating, something happened that left them completely bewildered, even the CEOs themselves. Morongfu arrived at Xiaotian's and Xiao Fan's places, and then fawned over Xiaotian like a sycophant, saying, "Oh my, Master Xiao, you've come? You came without even letting me know. Have you been mistreated by staying here? If you have, please tell me." Morongfu's face was full of fawning as he looked at Xiaotian. Can you imagine? A tycoon worth hundreds of billions showed deference in fawning towards an ordinary old man. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Xiaotian is a martial artist who has reached the Dan realm and also possesses unparalleled medical skills. For this person, you should flatter them as much as you can. Let alone a nobody with a net worth of hundreds of billions, even those tycoons with a net worth of trillions have to be respectful to Bao Dan. Furthermore, those who possess the Dan can enjoy some enviable privileges within the Dragon Kingdom. If a martial artist who has reached the Dan stage wants to kill him, then his death will be in vain. So, this is something to lick. If the big boss is in a good mood and heals my hidden injuries, I can easily extend my life by 10 or 8 years. Once you have money and power, all you can hope for is a long life. Put. Morongfu was really embarrassing like this. When Wanwan sipped a glass of wine and whispered a sarcastic remark to Morongfu. This obsequious and lewd behavior is truly speechless. Your fawning and lewd behavior is truly shocking, unbelievable, and utterly shameful. With so many people around, this guy has no shame. Seriously, I'm speechless. Leaving aside those who were stunned, let's talk about Morongfu and his group. Mr. Morong, please sit down and talk. Looking at the obsequious Morongfu, Xiaotian sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Morongfu quickly sat down in a chair next to him. Facing the old man in the blue robe, Xiaotian, Morongfu said respectfully, "Master, it is truly an honor for me that you are willing to bring Xiao Fan to attend their engagement ceremony and banquet." As he spoke, Morongfu also made a slight gesture of goodwill towards Xiao Fan, who was sitting next to Xiaotian. Seeing this, Xiao Fan respectfully looked at Morongfu and said, "Father-in-law, my master came here to witness my engagement ceremony with Shuer. It is my honor that you are willing to let Shuer and me get engaged." Xiao Fan liked Morong Shui. It's lust at first sight. He fell in love with Morong Shui at first sight. Immediately afterwards, he volunteered to be Morong Shui's bodyguard. Even though Morong Shui treated him coldly, he was still deeply in love with her. Of course, this is all predicated on Morong Shui being beautiful. If Morong Shui were ugly, even if her father had trillions of assets, Xiao Fan would still treat her coldly. But who can blame her when Morong Shui is a stunningly beautiful and icy beauty with a great figure? Therefore, Xiao Fan was simply lustful and despicable. Today, I am engaged to Morong Shui. At that time, Morong Shui will be his fiancée. Finally, let's see how smug you can be now. I'm your fiancé now, so you'll be at my mercy from now on. As he thought about it, Xiao Fan's mind wandered, and drool unconsciously started flowing. Upon seeing this, Morong Fu frowned. Then, his expression softened. If Xiao Fan's luck were still at 1200, even if he defecated in public, Morong Fu, whose intelligence had been reduced by his aura of intellectual impairment, would still have an amiable expression. But who can blame him when his luck just turned bad? Therefore, as the impression worsens, the effect of the lower intelligence halo also diminishes significantly. Speechless, Xiao Tian patted his disciple's shoulder, feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Fan was jolted awake when his master shattered his illusions. Then, he quickly reached out and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, father-in-law, I'm just too hungry, so." The clever Xiao Fan made up an excuse, and then he looked at Morong Fu with embarrassment. Seeing this, Morong Fu gave Xiao Fan a knowing look. Immediately afterwards, he organized a group of people and eventually moved to another hall with the people who had come to attend the engagement banquet. "There is a stage in the hall here." "As for the stage, what's it for?" "Of course, it's for these guests to see who the engaged couple is." Gu Yang was slightly taken aback when he saw the sizzling food on the table. Wow, these rich people are really something. Was the banquet really that extravagant? A single meal like this could cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Once inside, you are free to move around. Eat what you want, drink what you want, date whoever you want, everything is free. After Morong Shui finished dressing, the engagement ceremony began. Ignoring all that, Gu Yang followed Wen Wanwan like a dutiful bodyguard the whole way. Wherever Wen Wanwan went, Gu Yang followed. "I, Gu Yang, am just a bodyguard." Time flew by, and amidst the laughter and chatter, a princess in white, resembling a cool and aloof white swan, walked in from outside the hall. She wore a long white gauze dress, her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, she wore a gemstone necklace, and a gemstone crown on her head. Her various gemstone accessories clearly indicate that she is a princess. Her icy demeanor made her look like a proud white swan. It has to be said, Morong Fu was really rich. This outfit and accessories alone are worth hundreds of millions. So even a single gemstone can fetch millions, enough for an ordinary family to live on for a long time. So beautiful. A series of exclamations rang out. It's truly unbelievable that Morong Shui could be so beautiful. Xiao Fan didn't even care about the steak in his mouth at this moment, and he didn't even care when it fell to the ground. At this moment, he stared blankly at Morong Shui. So beautiful. This is my future fiancé. I'm so excited. I rubbed my hands together silently, feeling a little excited. Chapter 12: The Angry Crowd. Once inside, Morong Shui remained expressionless throughout. Morong Shui was extremely resistant to her father's arranged marriage for her. Xiao Fan is neither good-looking nor handsome, he ambushed someone and got beaten to a pulp. This utterly pathetic man is going to become her fiancé. No wonder she's not happy. She walked onto the stage expressionlessly, truly heartbroken. Put. Looking at Morong Shui on the stage, Wen Wanwan quickly covered her mouth. Cough cough cough, don't laugh, really don't laugh. If you were to laugh out loud, that would be a bit embarrassing. Looking at Wen Wanwan, who was acting somewhat erratically beside him, Gu Yang shook his head helplessly. This woman is really. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Wen Wanwan and Morong Shui were never on good terms. And now, Morong Shui is getting engaged to someone she doesn't like. How could she not gloat? Morong Shui's unhappiness makes her happy. Morong Shui was happy, and so was she. After all, she didn't take Morong Shui seriously at all. In her eyes, Morong Shui was just a low-class, naive girl who could be easily crushed by her intelligence. She really is just a naive and innocent girl. In the original novel, if Xiao Tian hadn't launched a sneak attack and poisoned them, Morong Shui and Xiao Fan would have been killed by Wen Wanwan. Gu Yang took a sip of wine and looked at the elegantly dressed Miss Morong Shui on the stage, who looked like Snow White. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Fan, whose hands were greasy, his body was covered in grease, his mouth was drooling, and his face was mostly covered in grease. At this moment, Xiao Fan looked truly disheveled. Little slovenly, big slovenly, he's the king of slovenliness. After taking another sip of wine, Gu Yang decided to watch the next farce of Xiao Fan, the slovenly king. After all, he really is not a good match for Morong Shui. Because of his current state, he was met with ridicule and disdain from countless people. Thinking it over, Gu Yang tilted his head back and finished the drink in his glass, then took another glass. Gu Yang quite likes this kind of wine. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the engagement ceremony of Miss Morong and Mr. Xiao Fan. This princess, as pure as snow, is our heroine this time, Miss Morong Shui. Everyone, isn't our Miss Morong Shui beautiful? A woman in a long dress stood on the stage and addressed the audience below who were eating and drinking and witnessing the engagement ceremony of Morong Shui and Xiao Fan. Upon hearing the MC's question, the crowd below shouted, "Beautiful! Beautiful! Beautiful!" The young masters were shouting excitedly, "Who doesn't love a beautiful woman?" Moreover, their gazes toward Gu Yang were filled with envy, and there was also a hint of jealousy. They still believe that the groom for this engagement ceremony is Gu Yang, not the slovenly Xiao Fan. Just as they were looking expectantly at Gu Yang, the female MC spoke again. "Alright, next, please welcome our host, Mr. Xiao Fan, to the stage." As she spoke, the female MC also turned her expectant gaze to the handsome young man drinking. Clearly, she didn't believe the disheveled young man was the male owner of the house. But then, something completely baffling happened. There he was, Xiao Fan, a greasy-looking, ordinary-looking, and somewhat disheveled young man, who walked confidently toward the stage. Just then, the bodyguards on both sides of the arena stopped Xiao Fan. Immediately afterwards, the two bodyguards coldly asked Xiao Fan, "Sir, please have some self-respect." Although the bodyguards were somewhat impolite, their tone still carried a hint of respect. However, in Xiao Fan's view, these two people simply didn't want him to take the stage, and they didn't want him to have a good future. Thinking it over, Xiao Fan made a move and sent both bodyguards flying. Finally, he strode confidently onto the stage, exuding an air of superiority and arrogance. The two bodyguards were already groaning in pain on the ground. This scene caused an uproar in the venue. Someone, call the police, call the police. He injured someone. This lowly person actually attacked and injured someone. Everyone, call the police immediately. Panic and anger rang out. The bosses, women, young masters, and young ladies here were immediately enraged by Xiao Fan's sudden attack and injury. This person has some serious nerve. Moreover, this guy was so strong that he beat two burly bodyguards to their knees, howling in pain. Therefore, when people are furious, they are also somewhat afraid. Just then, Morong Fu suddenly stood up. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the microphone and said to the rioting crowd, "Calm down, calm down, calm down. Please keep quiet, everyone. This man is our host today, and he is my daughter Morong Shui's fiancé. So, please don't worry, please don't worry." Morong Fu waved to the rioters, feeling somewhat helpless. Damn it, what's wrong with this kid? At this moment, he regretted that the young man had gotten engaged to his daughter. For your engagement, you didn't even bother to wear something nicer. Instead, you made yourself look so awful. You never thought of taking the time to dress yourself up properly. You're really something else to come to my daughter's engagement ceremony looking so disheveled. Therefore, he now somewhat regrets his daughter's engagement to this young man. Upon hearing Morong Fu's words, the rioters calmed down. Then, they were all incredulous. What the heck? This incredibly slovenly guy, who looks like a super poor guy, is actually the future son-in-law of Morong Fu, the richest man in Shanghai. Damn, this looks so fake. Damn it, isn't that imposing, noble young master, who looks like a disciple of a super powerful family, more appealing? It's just that our families, the families of these young masters, are not worthy. You bastard, you actually let some nobody become your future son-in-law. You, Morong Fu, are truly a remarkable person. These CEOs, wealthy ladies, young masters, and young ladies are truly helpless in the face of this. I really want to pry open Morong Fu's head and see what's inside. Gurgle. After drinking another glass of wine, Gu Yang was extremely playful. This really is. He shook his head. Xiao Fan must have gone mad from staying on the mountain all this time. They have absolutely no common sense. Shaking his head, Gu Yang decided to observe the scene that followed. Regarding Xiao Fan's sudden attack and injury, I will arrange for them to receive treatment at the first hospital of Shanghai, and we will compensate each of them with 1 million flame dragon coins. Also, I agree that Xiao Fan is my future son-in-law. So, you don't need to refute this, and you don't need to feel confused. Chapter 13 The Show. Looking down at the ordinary mortals he considered to be above all else, Xiao Fan was truly arrogant. In the eyes of these wealthy people, Xiao Fan was a poor bastard. In Xiao Fan's eyes, these wealthy people who had no cultivation were all mortals, mere ants. They really are on the same wavelength. I look down on you, and you look down on me. Holy crap, what a bunch of geniuses! Next, I would like to thank everyone again for attending my daughter's and son-in-law's engagement ceremony. After saying that last sentence, Morong Fu handed the microphone to the MC and then left the stage. She became somewhat embarrassed after the MC took the microphone back. But in the end, she still managed to say everything she wanted to say. Finally, the last part of the engagement ceremony took place. Just then, Morong Shui suddenly snatched the microphone. She glanced at Gu Yang, who was drinking there, bit her lip, gritted her teeth, and apologized to Gu Yang in her heart. Then, holding the microphone, she pointed at Gu Yang and shouted loudly under everyone's bewildered gaze, "The person I like is that handsome guy drinking in the audience. I have already pledged my life to him, so I cannot get engaged." Morong Shui's sudden words caused an uproar in the venue. Finally, everyone looked at Morong Fu, then at Xiao Fan, then at Morong Shui, and finally at Gu Yang with amused expressions. Holy crap, this is really quite a show. Morong Shui is really bold. At this moment, Gu Yang was looking around in bewilderment. What the hell? When did I become your life partner? However, after seeing Morong Shui's pleading yet fearful gaze, Gu Yang was speechless. This woman gives off a really bitchy vibe. If you don't want to get engaged, can't you just run away from the wedding? Now look what's happened, you're causing me trouble. Rubbing his temples, Gu Yang went on stage amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, and then met Morong Shui's gaze. Raising his hand, Gu Yang slapped it down. Snap! A bright red handprint was perfectly displayed on Morong Shui's snow-white face. Morong Shui was stunned after being slapped. He stared blankly at Gu Yang, and Morong Shui shed tears. Finally, she dragged her skirt along and left crying all the way. Damn it, you green tea bitch, what does your engagement have to do with me? He cursed, not loudly, but everyone here heard him clearly. After finishing his rant, Gu Yang turned to leave. But just then, someone suddenly stopped Gu Yang. Morong Fu's bodyguard. Kid, you hit my daughter and ruined the engagement ceremony. Do you think you can just walk away like that? Morong Fu stared at Gu Yang with a gloomy expression, wishing he could skin Gu Yang alive. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang looked at him with icy eyes. With just one glance, Morong Fu felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. With one step, Gu Yang dealt with all the bodyguards blocking his way in 3 seconds, and then left the place with a carefree air. Awesome! So handsome! As expected of someone from a prominent family. But isn't this guy such a jerk? I guess so. He was probably furious because he saw his woman get engaged to someone else. That makes sense. Discussion arose among the crowd. At this moment, watching Gu Yang's dashing departing figure, Xiao Fan's heart was instantly filled with anger and murderous intent. After glancing at Xiao Tian, who was sitting there drinking tea, the master and disciple exchanged a glance. Then Xiao Tian said to Morong Fu, "Mr. Morong, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my rebellious disciple to resolve them." Xiao Tian was also somewhat angry at this moment. This kid is really bold. Your own apprentice is getting engaged here, and you fucking come to cause trouble. And that Morong Shui, she's really a scoundrel too. He actually secretly pledged his life to someone else behind his disciple's back. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but give a cold look to Morong Fu, who was standing there dumbfounded and somewhat at a loss. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force entered Morong Fu's body. No one noticed this burst of energy, after all, he was a Dan-level martial artist. The burst of energy was very weak, but it was enough to kill Morong Fu. Morong Fu was definitely going to die within the next 3 days. If I can't get revenge on your daughter, I'll get revenge on you first. After dealing with that damned brat, I'll capture your daughter and make her my disciple's plaything. Morong Fu was furious as he watched Xiao Tian and Xiao Fan leave. Warong Shui, good, good, good. You really are wonderful. Looking at the mocking and entertaining audience below, Morong Fu felt a headache coming on. I'm sorry, there's been a slight mishap at the banquet. Please enjoy your meal and drinks, I'll go and handle it. After saying something to his subordinates, Morong Fu left helplessly to go find Morong Shui. Seeing this, the elegant and mature woman wiped her hands with a napkin and then left. The show's over, it's time to leave. And this Morong Shui is really infuriating. You dare to covet my man. I haven't even agreed yet, and you're already calling me a green tea bitch. Just wait, I'll torture you to death. Have you caught up yet? Outside the Caesar's Grand Hotel, sensing the immense aura that followed, Gu Yang smiled coldly. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your lives. His body shot out quickly, and Gu Yang ran towards the remote suburbs. Behind them, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fan followed Gu Yang at a leisurely pace. System, I just gained 1,000 luck points, right? He ran wildly while talking to the system. Just now, I think I heard a system notification. Ding! Xiao Fan's state of mind was greatly disturbed when he saw the engagement ceremony being disrupted. His luck decreased by 100, while the host gained 100 luck and 1,000 luck value. The system prompted. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang smiled. What a great find! Wait a minute, this will solve the problem with Xiao Fan. When Xiao Tianyi dies, his body is gone, and his soul is devoured by Rakshasa. How can you not break down? Xiao Fan, you'd better give me your luck obediently, and you can go to hell and enjoy your blessings. Thinking about it, Gu Yang felt a surge of anticipation. This is my first time killing the main character, and I don't know what the reward will be. Yes, the villain system will also reward Gu Yang with a hunting gift pack after he hunts down the protagonist. An hour later, Gu Yang arrived at a cluster of unfinished buildings in the suburbs. Upon arriving here, seeing the persistent figures of Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian, he could only scoff. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yang summoned Little White, the Rainbow Dragon, and the Rakshasa, then had them hide. At this time, Xiaobai, Kai Long, and Luo Sha were all 5th-tier demon beasts. After all, it's only 2 days. My beast taming value has reached over 10,000 today. Currently, I have 1250 beast taming points. Both the Rainbow Dragon and the Rakshasa are 5th-tier demonic beasts. There were 3 of them, all 5th-tier demonic beasts comparable to those with the Qi refining realm. The colorful dragon, at this moment, is 5 meters long and has a wingspan of 11 meters, exuding absolute dominance. Rakshasa, who had grown from a 1-meter-long spider, had grown to a 3-meter-long spider. After they had hidden themselves, Gu Yang waited for Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian to arrive. Sure enough, not long after Gu Yang stood there, and after Xiao Bai, Kai Long, and Luo Sha had hidden themselves, Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian, master and disciple, arrived. Chapter 14 Old Man, your vitality is really tenacious. Are they here? Standing with his hands behind his back in front of this unfinished building, Gu Yang's eyes were deep, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. He looks so mysterious and inscrutable, he's really asking for it. Seeing the imposing young man, Xiao Tian quickly shielded his disciple Xiao Fan behind him. Whether it was psychological or not, Gu Yang's back with his hands behind his back and his unfathomable demeanor actually brought him a sense of psychological pressure. Boy, considering that you have already reached the transformation realm at such a young age, I can spare your life. Looking at Gu Yang, Xiao Tian directly threatened him. He was somewhat hesitant to confront Gu Yang, because the imposing aura emanating from Gu Yang at that moment was truly terrifying. This guy is definitely a show-off. Slowly turning around, his calm, deep eyes, as if they had seen through all things in the world, looked at Xiao Tian. Tell me. Spare my life. Gu Yang spoke indifferently, his tone filled with a chilling intimidation. Looking at Gu Yang at this moment, Xiao Fan felt a chill in his heart for some reason. However, he still mustered his courage and pointed at Gu Yang, cursing, "Hey, don't act all high and mighty. This is my master, the immortal physician Xiao Tian, a core formation martial artist. You brat, you should beg for mercy the moment you see my master." Seeing the unfinished building behind Gu Yang and looking at the desolate surroundings, Xiao Fan spoke again. "Oh. You chose this unfinished building as your burial place. You know that my master and I are going to kill you. Since you know you will die, and you have chosen this desolate place, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I promise to leave you with a whole corpse." At this moment, Xiao Fan was as arrogant as could be. That obnoxious attitude is infuriating. Gu Yang glanced at Xiao Fan, who was acting like a clown, pretending to be powerful, and then at Xiao Tian, who was calmly protecting his disciple. He grinned coldly. "Since you're courting death, then." Without saying a word, Gu Yang took a step forward. That step left a crack in the earth, like a spider web. With that step, his body transformed into a cannonball and shot out, arriving in front of Xiao Tian in an instant. He raised his leg and delivered a whip kick to Xiao Fan's head from behind Xiao Tian. Seeing this, Xiao Tian quickly grabbed Gu Yang's calf. Instantly, a tremendous force rebounded from Gu Yang's calf and struck Xiao Tian's arm. The terrifying force caused Xiao Tian to feel a sharp pain in his arm. He grabbed Gu Yang's calf and flung him away. Then, he quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wrist. Looking at Gu Yang with disbelief in his eyes, Xiao Tian felt that God had played a cruel joke on him. Having reached the core formation stage at such a young age. These were Xiao Tian's words, his tone filled with shock, disbelief, and even bewilderment. This kid, in just 1 or 2 decades, has reached the level of my cultivation that took me 100 years, and his cultivation is even higher than mine. Although his Tai Xuanjin is not good for combat, he is still at least at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Note, Tai Xuanjin is not good at combat, but it is much more effective than other techniques at restoring physical strength and internal energy. This is why Xiao Fan, at the late stage of Dark Force, has a 10% chance of defeating a martial artist at the early stage of Transformation Force. Normally, even someone in the early stages of the core formation realm wouldn't be as strong as him, but this kid's kick was almost twice as powerful as his. This person must have at least the cultivation level of the late stage of the core formation realm. Having reached the late stage of the core formation realm in my 20s, I have truly cultivated to the highest level in the past 100 years. Xiao Fanzi, hurry up and go. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian quickly called out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan was taken aback. Seeing the solemn expression in his master's eyes, Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Then, he turned and ran away. Having regained his balance, Gu Yang had already lit a cigarette. Inhale, exhale. Gu Yang exhaled a smoke ring and sneered, "Can you run?" As soon as he finished speaking, a giant blue-white python appeared out of nowhere and blocked Xiao Fan's retreat. At the same time, a colorful winged western dragon and a giant spider measuring 3 meters in length also appeared from an unknown place. As these 3 enormous creatures appeared, 3 streams of demonic energy of different colors burst forth from them. The combined burst of demonic energy from the 3 enormous creatures caused the air to distort. Xiao Fan, who was shrouded in the 3 demonic auras, was now forced to kneel on the ground by the oppressive force. The terrifying pressure made the bones in his body creak and groan. Little Fanzi! Seeing his disciple's miserable state, Xiao Tian roared in anger. Just as he was about to make his move, an icy blue crystal shot out from beside the 18-meter-long giant python. The icy blue crystal struck Xiao Tian, causing blood to gush out instantly. Put! Blood spurted from Xiao Tian's chest, making him look rather miserable. Ah! With a roar, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to Gu Yang. I can't do anything to them, so today I'll risk my life to cut a piece of your flesh off. Staring at Gu Yang with eyes blazing with fury, Xiao Tian's eyes were filled with a blood-red light. He inserted 3 Tai Xian needles, formed from condensed internal energy, into his head. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian's body aged noticeably, and at the same time, his cultivation level broke through at an astonishing rate. Late stage of the core formation realm, peak stage of the core formation realm. By forcibly unleashing his potential, he directly used the remaining 30 years of his lifespan to forcibly exchange for this peak core formation cultivation that could only last for 10 minutes. Clenching his fist, he slammed it at Gu Yang. At this moment, he went mad. He had completely forgotten that he was actually a mage. A punch landed on Gu Yang's arms, but his full force attack only managed to sway Gu Yang by half a step, meaning Gu Yang's front leg took a step back and became his hind leg. Gu Yang glanced at the bewildered and incredulous Xiao Tian and gave a deep, sinister smile. Grabbing Xiao Tian's wrist, Gu Yang suddenly swung him up. Finally, Xiao Tian was smashed into the unfinished building by Gu Yang. With Xiao Tian being thrown out by Gu Yang, wouldn't that already unstable unfinished building be turned into ruins? The unfinished building collapsed, and countless stones and steel pieces weighing hundreds or thousands of kilograms crashed down on Xiao Tian. When Xiao Tian emerged from the ruins, his body was torn and bloodied. Seeing this, Gu Yang was somewhat surprised. Wow, they're still alive. Wow, their vitality is really strong. His body suddenly shot forward. Gu Yang clenched his right fist, covered his right arm with true qi, and then punched Xiao Tian hard in the stomach. With a sudden punch, Gu Yang slammed his right arm through Xiao Tian's stomach, and with a thud, Xiao Tian's stomach was pierced through. Instantly, blood stained Gu Yang's right arm red. As Gu Yang withdrew his right arm, blood began to gush from Xiao Tian's stomach as if it were free. At the same time, the intestines also leaked out. Pointing his aged arm at Gu Yang, Xiao Tian felt utterly powerless. Seeing his outstretched arm, Gu Yang suddenly grabbed it. Finally, with a snap and a tearing sound, Gu Yang ripped his arm off. As his arm was torn off, blood splattered all over Gu Yang's face. Even so, Xiao Tian was still standing there alive, glaring angrily at him. Hey, they're still alive? But just as Gu Yang was about to make another move, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis enveloping him. Holy crap! As this crisis emerged, Gu Yang immediately retreated. But it was too late. Boom! Chapter 15 First Kill of the Protagonist. Just as Gu Yang had severed one of Xiao Tian's arms and was about to strike again to kill him, a sudden sense of crisis enveloped Gu Yang's heart. As this crisis emerged, Gu Yang immediately noticed the internal energy gathering within Xiao Tian's body. Gu Yang immediately realized something was wrong. Holy shit! You old bastard, I'll curse your ancestors. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yang cursed and tried to shoot away, but it was too late. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's internal energy gathered to its peak, followed by a terrifying explosion resembling a missile exploding. With the explosion, Gu Yang, who had no time to dodge, could only muster less than 1/10 of his internal energy to withstand the power of the explosion. Boom! A small mushroom cloud covered a 10 by 10 area. Within a 100 square meter area, the area was directly enveloped by the terrifying explosion. The aftershocks of the explosion made Xiao Fan's eyes widen in horror and his heart tremble with fear. His master had actually self-destructed. At this moment, Xiaobai, Kailong, and Luosha also let out mournful cries and terrifying roars. Looking at Xiao Fan, Xiaobai, Kailong, and Luosha, they were about to take action to eliminate this guy and avenge their master. Cough, cough, cough. But then, a violent coughing sound appeared. The appearance of the cough immediately rekindled the hope of Xiaobai, Kailong, and Luosha. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, a young man dressed in tattered clothes and covered in blood was seen kneeling on the ground. Zhang Yan's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Xiao Tian, good, good, good. Rakshasa, soul devourer. Gu Yang's voice, as chilling and terrifying as the deepest hell, rang out. At this moment, Gu Yang wished he could skin Xiao Tian alive, eat his flesh, and boil his bones to make soup. Damn it, I still lack combat experience this time. No wonder that bastard Xiao Tian didn't resist. All things considered, he was gathering his inner strength for a self-destruction. Hiss hiss hiss, hiss hiss hiss. The Rakshasa was gloomy, and a terrifying voice rang out. A flash of crimson light appeared in its spider eyes, followed by a transparent, unconscious soul that materialized between heaven and earth. Xiao Tian's soul, but now he has lost all consciousness. This soul is his pure soul. Master! Upon seeing the transparent soul form, Xiao Fan roared in anger. Blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. You will die a horrible death. My master is dead, and you still want to toy with his soul. You will die a horrible death. With tears of blood streaming down his face, Xiao Fan glared at Gu Yang with hatred, anger, and a look of utter fury. At that moment, he desperately wanted to skin Gu Yang alive. At the same time, he was filled with regret. Why did I provoke him? Why did I provoke him? If he doesn't provoke him, his master will still be alive and well, and won't die for him. Tears of regret and anger turned into blood-red tears and flowed from Xiao Fan's eyes. No, please, I beg you, no. Seeing his master's soul float up in the spider's open mouth, Xiao Fan immediately roared and begged for mercy. But his pleas for mercy were useless. In his state of mental collapse, his master's soul was completely devoured by the spider. As Rakshasa swallowed Xiao Tian's soul, her aura grew stronger. Beasts that are normally strengthened by the beast-taming heart cannot become stronger on their own. But Rakshasa are different. Because it has the innate skill soul devouring. The 5th-tier soul devourer can devour souls to enhance their own strength, while also acquiring some memories of the person whose soul they devoured. After it devoured Xiao Tian's soul, Rakshasa became the strongest member of the 3 beasts squad. Although it is only slightly stronger, it is still the strongest. At this moment, it was only 9,000 points away from the 10,000 points required for the 6th rank of beast taming. In other words, with just 9,000 beast taming points, Gu Yang can strengthen Rakshasa to a 6th-tier demon beast, which is a primordial demon beast. It has to be said, Xiao Tian's death really proved useful. It actually provided the Rakshasa with a 1,000-point increase in beast taming value. At the same time, it also brought him 1,000 points of luck and 10,000 points of luck value. What a lucky baby! At the same time, Gu Yang looked at Xiao Fan. Ding, Xiao Fan's mind has completely collapsed. 800 points of his luck have been plundered. The master's luck has increased by 800 points, and his luck value has reached 8,000 points. Xiao Fan's luck has been reduced to 0, and his mind has completely collapsed. Master, you may kill him now. The system announced via voice. Nodding, Gu Yang looked at the completely devastated protagonist Xiao Fan and shook his head dismissively. That's about it for the main character. When in power, one is the only one who matters, the only one who matters, the only one who matters. When you lose power, you are nothing. Kill them. Let the Rakshasa devour their souls. After saying just one sentence, Gu Yang fainted. Upon hearing Gu Yang's order, Kai Long slapped Xiao Fan so hard that he was turned into a meat patty, and his soul was eventually swallowed by Rakshasa. Xiao Fan truly lived up to his status as the protagonist. His soul actually provided 3,000 beast taming points. In other words, the cost of 9,000 beast taming points for Rakshasa is now only 6,000. At the same time, its aura became much stronger. Seeing this, Xiaobai and Kai Lon felt a pang of envy. Just then, a Rolls-Royce extended version arrived. Seeing this, Xiaobai sensed the aura of the newcomer and then returned to the beast taming space with the rainbow dragon and Rakshasa. The Rolls-Royce extended version parked here, and then the driver's side door opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the car. Isn't this Wan Wan? Wearing high heels, when Wan Wan hurriedly arrived at the ruins and immediately saw Gu Yang, who was covered in tattered clothes and blood. Upon seeing Gu Yang, now covered in blood, when Wan Wan felt a pang of heartache. She quickly picked up Gu Yang and carried him in a princess carry. After placing Gu Yang in the back seat of the car, she took out a first aid kit from the car and began to apply medicine to Gu Yang's wounds. However, just as she was about to apply alcohol to disinfect Gu Yang's wounds, she suddenly noticed that Gu Yang's wounds seemed to have healed a little. After careful observation, he discovered that the wounds on the little man's body were visible to the naked eye, yet they were healing very slowly. Based on this healing process, the young man's injuries would be completely healed within a day. Seeing this, Wan Wan's worries immediately subsided. After putting down the medical kit and settling Gu Yang down, she went to the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce extended wheelbase. Finally, she drove Gu Yang away from there. they drove with Gu Yang on their backs towards her manor in the suburbs. It's impossible to go into the city of Shanghai, after all, the poor man's miserable appearance would definitely lead to an investigation. She didn't want any trouble to happen to the young man. She planned to return to the manor and treat the young man herself using the finest medicinal herbs. Although she didn't understand medicine, she refused to believe that 100-year-old or 1,000-year-old ginseng couldn't heal the young man's injuries. As the Rolls-Royce extended version drove away, all traces of battle and bloodstains at the ruins of the unfinished building were erased by an unknown force. Chapter 16 is a huge hit. Hatch. Gu Yang opened his eyes groggily and felt completely relaxed. I slept soundly without even realizing it. However, as soon as he sat up, a wave of fatigue washed over Gu Yang. It's like, and then. Speechless, Gu Yang watched when Wanwan busily setting the plates, filled with suspicion. This woman wouldn't. He shook his head, dismissing his wild thoughts. It's impossible for someone to not have excess internal energy, or to simply imagine it. Damn you, Xiao Tian, I curse you to go to the 18th level of hell. After silently cursing Xiao Tian in his heart and giving him 100 middle fingers, Gu Yang opened his information panel. Name, Gu Yang. Age, 24. Cultivation level, peak of core formation. Exercise method, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Luck, 4,200, silver. Luck value, 31,000. Item, Beast Tamer's Heart, Fragment, Gold Tier Hunting Gift Pack. Beast Taming, Little White, Tier 5, Rainbow Dragon, Tier 5, Rakshasa, Tier 5. After reviewing his information panel, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. With his original 800 luck points, plus the 2,400 luck points provided by Xiao Fan and the 1,000 luck points from Xiao Tian, he would have a total of 4,200 luck points. Not bad at all, as expected of a lucky baby. Then, in the extra inventory, besides the Beast Taming Heart, Fragment, a gold-level hunting gift pack appeared. With a slight brow twitch, Gu Yang waited for the system's explanation. Ding! After hunting down a protagonist, you will receive a hunting gift pack equal to the protagonist's luck. Xiao Fan was the first protagonist you hunted down, so the system rewards you with a level-up hunting gift pack. Therefore, the silver gift pack has leveled up, and you have received a gold gift pack. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang nodded. Oh, I see. Thinking about it, Gu Yang rubbed his hands together, feeling a little excited. However, just as Gu Yang was about to try his luck, when Wanwan arrived at his side. Seeing Gu Yang lying on the bed, when Wanwan quickly reached out to support him. Young man, don't move around. You just woke up, don't aggravate your injuries again. She gave Gu Yang a coquettish glare, feeling both heartache and helplessness. This little man, how can he be so boastful? If I hadn't arrived in time, that little man would probably have died there. Thinking of something, she quickly handed a cell phone to Gu Yang. I bought you a new phone. Luckily I prepared in advance, otherwise you really would have died. As she spoke, she gave Gu Yang a coquettish glare. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose. The decision for Wanwan to set up GPS tracking on her phone was a joint decision made by Gu Yang and Wanwan. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have to die in the wilderness, but the thought of lying there in such a sorry state for a day or two is just ridiculous. Wanwan, thank you. Holding Wanwan in his arms, Gu Yang smiled gently. Upon hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Gu Yang again. Alright, you lie down and rest. I'll go get you breakfast. After saying that, she went to the table where the food was laid out, and then she picked up the fried dough sticks, soy milk, steamed buns and other things on the table and went to the bedside to feed Gu Yang. Gu Yang felt helpless as he ate the food when Wanwan fed him. He wanted to eat it himself, but Wanwan wouldn't let him, saying she was afraid of aggravating his wound. That's really frustrating. I'm just a little weak right now. My injuries and wounds are all healed. However, it was hard to refuse such hospitality. So, a delicious breakfast was settled in a warm and cozy atmosphere, with Wanwan feeding us. After feeding Gu Yang, when Wanwan assumed the role of a virtuous wife and began clearing away the dishes. Call. After a delicious breakfast, Gu Yang managed to regain some of his strength. Stretching, Gu Yang reached out and opened the gold gift pack. The system's virtual projection appeared in front of Gu Yang. Above the virtual projection, a golden treasure chest stands. Gu Yang reached out and picked up a key from the virtual screen, then inserted it into the keyhole of the treasure chest. Finally, a magnificent golden light shone forth. Wow, the golden legend! A burst of golden light erupted, and several items radiating golden light appeared on the virtual screen, along with information about these items projected onto the screen. Looking at these items, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. 1000 beauty pills. A beauty pill is an elixir that can beautify the skin and enhance appearance and temperament. One pill can directly raise a woman's appearance from 80 points to 99 points. Beauty pills, dilute, dilute, and dilute again. Even diluted 1,000,000 times, one dose can enhance the beauty of a woman with a 70-point appearance by 1 point. The first item caught Gu Yang's eye. Holy crap, this is really good stuff. A score of 70 is already considered pretty, and even 1 point could significantly boost their appearance. These 1,000 units, when diluted, amount to 1,000,000,000 units. After dilution, one serving sells for 98 yuan, which isn't expensive. After all, this improvement in appearance and temperament is permanent, dozens or even hundreds of times better than cosmetics. Even if it's sold for 198, 298, or 398, it's not expensive, it's a great deal. If they were sold at 98 yuan each, those 1,000,000,000 units would be worth 98 billion yuan. Even after deducting the cost of dilution, that 98 billion would still result in a net profit of 97.9 billion. Gulu, a net profit of 97.9 billion means 97.9 billion in working capital. Morong Fu is already considered incredibly capable if he can come up with 30 billion in working capital. Then, Gu Yang's gaze fell on the second item. Cancer clearing pill times 1000. One cancer clearing pill can resolve cancer within 0.1 seconds, even in cases of late-stage cancer that are completely incurable. Furthermore, this can also be diluted. Dilute, 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 the same one diluted to 1,000,000 copies. After dilution, one dose can address precancerous conditions, 2 doses can address mid-stage cancer, and 3 doses can address late-stage cancer. Cancer cells are killed within approximately 1 to 3 days. Gulp, the second serving also shocked Gu Yang. Cancer clearing pill. A remedy that cleanses and cures cancer. A drug that can clear cancer, 988 per dose isn't expensive, right? It's not expensive, really not expensive at all. Take chemotherapy for cancer, for example. It takes tens of thousands of yuan in the early stages, even with medical insurance, not to mention the late-stage cancer that is beyond cure. One serving costs 988, so 1 billion servings would be 988 billion. Even after deducting dilution costs, the net profit would still be 987.9 billion. Wow, that surpasses the Morong Group, doesn't it? I absolutely love this gift set. And there are good items coming up next. One-step dilution. After use, you can completely dilute the pills you want into a liquid. You can dilute as many parts as you want. This is so nice. This system is truly amazing, so thoughtful. With this, wouldn't I not even need to spend the 100 million to dilute the pills? Wow, the system is really thoughtful. Xianyuan Sword, the legendary divine weapon used by the ancient Emperor Xianyuan. Also known as the Xianyuan Xiaoyu Sword, it is a sacred sword. It was forged by the immortals from the copper of Shou Mountain for the Yellow Emperor, and later passed down to Xiaoyu. One side of the blade is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side is engraved with mountains, rivers, and plants. One side of the hilt is inscribed with the techniques of farming and animal husbandry, while the other side is inscribed with the strategy for unifying the 4 seas. It contains boundless power and is a divine sword for slaying demons and monsters. The Emperor's treasure, carrying the destiny of humanity, is an ancient divine weapon. Wearing this sword can greatly enhance the wearer's prestige, that is, the prestige of an emperor. However, according to the weapon grade given by the system, this Xianyuan sword is only a top-grade immortal artifact. It is not the acquired merit treasure from the prehistoric novels of the past. After all, this is the weapon of the ancient human emperor Xianyuan Huangdi of this blue planet, not the witch-slaying sword from the prehistoric novels, nor a treasure of acquired merit formed from the merits of heaven. Even so, it's still quite impressive. This time, my luck really turned around. The Xianyuan sword is normally an item obtained through high-level gacha pulls or diamond gift packs. Now, being able to get it from the gold gift pack is definitely a luck boost for opening the treasure chest for the first time. After all, there's always a bonus for the first time. The protection of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. Within Blue Star, as long as you are not killed by an attack that surpasses that of a human immortal, you can be resurrected by the protection of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star even if you die. In other words, on Earth, unless someone who has destroyed a human immortal kills you, you are immortal. The ancient Blue Star was 10,000 times larger than the current Blue Star. If you, Master, restore Blue Star to its ancient form, then unless attacked by an attack exceeding that of a golden immortal, you will be immortal. The last item is the protection of the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. Once you obtain this, as long as you are on Earth, you will be immortal. Of course, the premise is that the person killing you must not have a cultivation level higher than that of a human immortal. Therefore, as long as it is not a human or immortal who kills him, he is immortal and indestructible. Thinking about it, Gu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Damn, the system is so kind. The first time I opened the gift pack, it was a huge success, an absolute huge success. Chapter 17. Good luck today, let's draw another prize. Snap. Gu Yan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, indicating that he was shocked and needed to calm down. The items you can get from this gold gift pack are pretty awesome. Inhale, exhale. Gu Yang exhaled puffs of smoke, then excitedly opened the system's meeting panel. Let's draw a few prizes. Just in time, my luck has turned around. So, let's have a few rounds. With 31,000 points of luck, Gu Yang directly spent 1,000 points on a beginner-level lottery draw. The lottery wheel appeared before him, and stopped as Gu Yang looked on with anticipation and excitement. Then, the prize for this draw appeared before Gu Yang. Kawasaki Battle Horse, a system-modified Kawasaki motorcycle capable of reaching speeds of 460 km per hour and possessing aerial driving capabilities, reaching speeds of up to 800 km per hour in the air. It is equipped with the Kawasaki Battle Cannon, which, when charged with sufficient energy, can unleash energy projectiles with power comparable to 10 times that of an RPG. The Kawasaki Battle Horse also features a virtual energy shield function. When sufficient energy is injected into it, the horse can withstand an energy shield with explosive power up to 10 times that of an RPG. Looking at the black Kawasaki Warhorse on the virtual panel, which resembled a ferocious and domineering black dragon, Gu Yang couldn't help but swallow. Holy crap, this is awesome! This Kawasaki Senma is absolutely imposing, absolutely cool, and absolutely awesome. As a villain, not having your own super motorcycle is absolutely shameful. So, it's perfectly reasonable for me, the most powerful villain, to have a Kawasaki battle car that's 100 years ahead of current technology, right? With a slight smile, Gu Yang instructed the system to park the Kawasaki Warhorse at the villa in the suburbs. Meanwhile, the motorcycle driver's license, the Kawasaki Senma's car key, and the Kawasaki Senma's purchase certificate also appeared in Gu Yang's system space. The purchase certificate for this Kawasaki Senma is for a Kawasaki H2. Looking at the vehicle purchase certificate, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Kawasaki H2 motorcycle is the most suitable for me. After all, a super motorcycle priced at 625,000 Flame Dragon coins is definitely suitable for his status. Inhale, exhale. After taking another deep drag of his cigarette and exhaling puffs of smoke, Gu Yang turned his gaze to the lottery wheel. 30,000 luck points can be used for 30 beginner-level draws and 3 intermediate-level draws. After thinking about it, Gu Yang decided to try his luck with a mid-level lottery draw. Next, the intermediate-level lottery roulette appeared in front of Gu Yang. Immediately afterward, the roulette wheel spun, and Gu Yang began to look forward to the items he would draw on the intermediate-level lottery. Time flew by, and the intermediate-level lottery wheel finished spinning. Then, the items from the intermediate level lottery appeared on the information panel in front of Gu Yang. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, a top-tier eye technique from the Naruto dimension, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. After fusion, not only can you obtain all the exclusive eye techniques of the Manjikyu Sharingan, but you can also obtain your own exclusive Manjikyu eye techniques. 1 Tomo Observation Eye, 2 Tomo Copy Eye, 3 Tomo Illusion Eye, Manjikyu Sharingan Eye, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan Eternal Eye. In the Naruto dimension, ninjas with 3 Tomo Genjutsu eyes are considered upper-level figures. The Manjikyu Sharingan is among these upper-level figures. A pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan indicates someone invincible below the 6 paths level. Blinking, Gu Yang felt only disbelief. It's the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. These eyes are probably the top-tier lottery items even in the mid-level lottery. Name, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Grade, Gold. Abilities, Illusion, Copying, Insight. Eye techniques, Black Hole Devouring, Time Stop, Kamui Halification, Kamui Space, Koto Amatsukami, Permanent, Koto Amatsukami, 7 Days, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi. This is the rank of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and all its abilities. Black Hole Devouring, Gu Yang's exclusive pupil technique, can devour everything. After devouring, it can transform the devoured items into pure energy to replenish itself. Time Pause allows you to pause time in a specific area or location based on your own energy consumption. Kamui can become ethereal, allowing the user to evade attacks. The Divine Might space is a small world of its own, a small space, 1/10 the size of Earth, and larger than the entire Asian continent. Koto Amatsukami, permanently alters the will of someone whose fortune is lower than one's own, making them permanently obey one's commands without harming them. Cooling time, 1 year. The cooldown time can be altered by consuming lifespan. Each time the cooldown is removed, it consumes 10 years of lifespan. Note that this refers to destiny. In other words, the protagonist can also modify their own destiny. Koto Amatsukami, 7 days, is the same as Koto Amatsukami, permanent, but this one only lasts for 7 days. Cooling, 1 day. Amaterasu releases the black flames deep within the sun. If an object covered by the flames is not burned to ashes, then the flames will never be extinguished unless they extinguish themselves. Tsukuyomi, within the Tsukuyomi space, no matter how much time passes inside, only a moment passes outside. Within this Tsukuyomi space, all your thoughts will come true, and you can do whatever you want. Spatial Flash, spatial transfer is performed by consuming pupil power. If too much pupil power is consumed, it is easy to travel thousands of miles in an instant. Omit. Stretching, Gu Yang's eyes flashed, and then a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, with a pair of black windmill-shaped pupils within them. At this moment, Gu Yang looked incredibly eerie. This makes him seem more like a villain, a scoundrel. As those blood-red eyes appeared, Gu Yang felt a sudden tension in his body. Afterwards, Gu Yang felt his mental energy being rapidly depleted. In just 3 seconds of opening his eyes, he had already consumed 1% of his mental energy. Instantly shut down the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Feeling somewhat tired, Gu Yang rubbed his temples helplessly, and sighed with emotion. I'm still too weak. If one's mental energy is completely depleted, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can only last for 300 seconds, or 5 minutes. It seems I'm still too weak. Next, my cultivation focus will be on cultivating spiritual power, soul. With a slight brow raise, Gu Yang then proceeded to draw the prize. I'm having such good luck today, so I'll keep trying my luck with the lottery. 2 consecutive draws came in one go, and then 2 roulette wheels appeared in front of me. Afterwards, Gu Yang waited for information on the next 2 items. Soon, the 2 intermediate-level lottery wheels stopped, and the 2 items drawn from the intermediate-level lottery wheels appeared on the virtual information panel in front of Gu Yang. Name, Soul Jewel. Grade, Gold. Function, after merging with oneself, it will permanently strengthen one's soul, and will increase the soul cultivation speed by 3 times when cultivating the soul thereafter. The first item that appeared in the mid-tier lottery wheel is really nice and exciting. As soon as I mentioned that my soul power was weak, the system extracted this soul gem for me. Damn, isn't this exciting? Absolutely. Looking with satisfaction at the milky white jade that resembled a materialized manifestation of soul power, Gu Yang's eyes were filled with delight. Nodding in satisfaction, Gu Yang turned his gaze to the second item. After examining the second item, Gu Yang will fuse it with the soul jade. Name: Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Grade: Gold. Introduction: This is a rare and extraordinary fire from a certain mystical world, ranked 19th among the rare fires. It is the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, a flame existing within the molten lava of the Earth's core. Born deep within the Earth, it undergoes countless tempering, fusion, compression, and sculpting processes by the Earth's fire. It takes 10 years to form a spirit, 100 years to take shape, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. At its peak, its color is bluish, with a cluster of blue flames rising from its heart. It is called the Azure Lotus Fire, also known as the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. This fire possesses unfathomable power. In areas near volcanic regions, it can even trigger volcanic eruptions, creating a destructive force in nature. Gu Yang's eyes lit up when he saw this. Wow, this is good stuff, really good stuff. The 19th ranked Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame, although only of the gold grade, has the potential to be at least of the diamond grade if it integrates enough heaven and earth energy. Just like the Void Devouring Flame, which ranks second on the different flame ranking, it should be a platinum peak level item. Nodding in satisfaction, Gu Yang flashed into the courtyard of the suburban villa. A glint flashed in Gu Yang's eyes, and then Xiaobai appeared beside him. Gu Yang plans to fuse the Soul Jade and the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame. To fuse with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame, we need Xiaobai's help. With Xiaobai's cultivation level of Gangjin, which is equivalent to that of a king in the world of Doqi, the chances of successfully fusing with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame would be much higher. However, after thinking about it, Gu Yang also summoned the Rainbow Dragon. Then, the colorful dragon's body flashed with light. A giant, ice-blue dragon appeared. Chapter 18, his cultivation level rose rapidly, and he soon reached the late stage of the Gangjin realm. Little White Dragon. Xiaobai, who is in control of ice, has ice that can reach temperatures of -40 or 50 degrees Celsius even at extremely low temperatures. The Rainbow Dragon transformed into a 5th-tier ice dragon. Although it only had 80% of the elemental control of a normal 5th-tier ice dragon, it still possessed ice control power of the same rank as Xiaobai. Xiaobai, Kai Long surrounded Gu Yang. Then a cold, icy blue light enveloped Gu Yang. It has to be said that this place truly lives up to its suburban reputation. This villa. No, this manor is 20 times the size of that villa in Shanghai's 3rd Ring Road. The price of this manor is roughly the same as the price of that villa. That 480 square meter villa in the 3rd Ring Road is worth 76.18 million yuan. This large estate, spanning over 8,000 square meters, costs only 74 million. This is even cheaper than a villa in Shanghai. Because of its size, even after the 5th-tier White Dragon and the 5th-tier Rainbow Dragon enveloped Gu Yang and created an ice zone with a temperature below 50 or 60 degrees Celsius for him, the courtyard of the manor was still quite spacious. Sitting in this cold, icy region, Gu Yang directly integrated the Soul Jade into his body. The fusion of this soul gem is instantaneous. As the Soul Jade merged with Gu Yang's body, a terrifying soul pressure suddenly erupted from within him. The terrifying soul pressure made both Xiaobai and Kailong feel a sense of oppression and suppression. At the same time, information about his surroundings appeared in Gu Yang's mind. 1 meter, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Boom! Everything within a radius of 5,000 meters appeared under Gu Yang's soul perception. The massive influx of information into Gu Yang's mind made him dizzy. However, after a minute or two of adjustment, Gu Yang recovered and perfectly controlled all information targets within a 5-kilometer radius. After retrieving his soul, a flash of crimson light appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. The enhancement of soul power directly increased it by 50 times. The soul transformed into the consciousness that can only be derived from the foundation establishment stage, but Gu Yang's soul was weaker than that of a foundation establishment cultivator. But it's not by much. Furthermore, with the improvement of his soul, Gu Yang's cultivation level broke through from the peak of the core formation stage to the early stage of the gangjin stage. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the true energy within his body increased threefold. Normally, this amount of energy shouldn't increase, but Gu Yang's internal energy is too much. Think about it, before, Gu Yang's internal energy was 10 times that of a peak-level gangjin martial artist. This breakthrough not only purified the true qi, but also increased its quantity. A threefold increase is actually quite significant. After all, the gangjin cultivation focuses on gangjin, while Gu Yang's body contains true qi. So, this wave was actually very profitable. Not only did his soul become 50 times stronger, but he also gained the spiritual consciousness that only foundation establishment cultivators can develop, and his cultivation level even broke through to the early stage of gangjin. This was truly a great deal. If he were to undergo another full-force self-destruction by Xiaotian now, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state, he would at least retain 60 to 70% of his power. Instead of getting hit and almost dying. Call. Exhaling, Gu Yang took out a blue lotus. The green lotus looked very ethereal, with ripples on it causing the air to tremble and shimmer with patterns. Gu Yang couldn't feel the temperature of this flame, since he could directly integrate it into his body and then refine it. However, just to be on the safe side, I need cold ice to cool down the manner so that the flame doesn't burn down when I fuse with it. And that's how we got Little White and Rainbow Dragon. Looking at the cyan flower, Gu Yang opened his mouth and swallowed it directly. As Gu Yang swallowed the flame, his true energy immediately circulated within him, and then it was tempered by the azure lotus earth core flame. At the same time, Gu Yang's meridians, internal organs, and physical body were also tempered. With a tearing sound, the clothes covering Gu Yang were burned to ashes by the flames. After cleaning up the dishes, when Wanwan looked out the window and saw Gu Yang sitting naked on the ice in the courtyard, her face flushed, and then curiosity appeared in her eyes. The little man looks so cool now. Those blue flames are so beautiful. Unconsciously, little red hearts appeared in Wanwan's eyes. She was drawn to the blue flames enveloping Gu Yang, they were truly beautiful. However, after watching for a while, she came back to her senses. Then, a look of worry appeared in her eyes. Will something happen to the little man? However, when she saw Xiaobai and Kailong, she breathed a sigh of relief. With them around, her little man should be safe. Although she felt relieved, when Wanwan still looked at Gu Yang, who was fusing and refining the flames, with worry. The intense heat, even in this icy region, made the air scorching and distorted. The little white dragon, coiled a dozen meters away, and the crouching rainbow dragon, both looked at the blue flames with fear in their eyes. What terrifying flames! Even with the ice field suppressing the flames at minus 60 degrees Celsius, Xiaobai and Kailong still felt a terrifying heat wave engulfing them. The temperature is at least 3,000 or 4,000 degrees Celsius. This erupted under the suppression of the ice. Without the suppression of the ice domain, the temperature of this flame would be at least 20,000 to 30,000 degrees Celsius. I must say, it truly lives up to its reputation as a different kind of fire. After all, the temperature on the surface of the sun is only 6,000 degrees. The normal temperature of this strange fire is 20,000 to 30,000 degrees Celsius. The terrifying heat could easily scorch mountains and boil seas. I must say, it truly lives up to its reputation as a unique fire of heaven and earth. After the fusion of the different flames was completed, Gu Yang's cultivation level broke through from the early stage of gangjin to the late stage. At the same time, his physical strength increased threefold. Now, by enduring the full-force explosion of Xiaotian's peak core formation stage, he will not only not be injured, but will actually feel even better. Xiaotian's self-destruction is nothing to me. She proudly raised her little head, she was so proud. Putting away the azure lotus earth core flame, Gu Yang looked at Xiaobai and the rainbow dragon. Seeing their appearance, Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, the colorful dragon and Little White were directly taken into Gu Yang's beast taming space. Just then, Gu Yang saw Wanwan waiting for him at the living room door with clothes in her hand. Upon seeing this, Gu Yang felt a sudden surge of excitement. With a start, Gu Yang flashed to Wanwan's side. After picking her up, Gu Yang went straight to practice the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. After 3 hours of cultivation, when Wan broke through to the early stage of Dark Force. Her cultivation level has improved so quickly, it's unclear whether it's due to the marrow cleansing pill improving her aptitude or the power of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic. After all, she's only been practicing cultivation for about a week. To go from an ordinary person to the current early stage of internal strength in just 1 week is truly a gift. Just after she finished cultivating, when Wan's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the memo, Morong Shui. Chapter 19 News of Morong Fu's death. Hey, little brat, the sun's risen in the west. You actually called your mother. After the call connected, when Wan's teasing voice rang out. As her voice rang out, Morong Shui on the other end of the phone fell silent. In the silence, Morong Shui's eyes were filled with hatred, followed by helplessness. My father is dead. She spoke weakly, her voice hoarse, clearly from crying. Upon hearing Morong Shui's words, when Wan was not saddened at all, on the contrary, she was very happy and excited. Ha, that bastard Morong Fu is finally dead. Good riddance, a truly good death. What? Morong Fu is dead. Impossible. He was perfectly normal and healthy yesterday. How could he be dead? Although when Wan was very excited and relieved by Morong Fu's death, she still had to continue acting. As for why he acted. Her current identity is Morong Fu's wife. Even though Morong Fu died and left a will, 50% of his property had to be given to her. The reason is simple, she is now Morong Fu's lawfully wedded wife, even if she is his second wife. After Morong Fu died and made a will, she was also entitled to 50% of Morong Fu's estate and property. With a net worth of 260 billion, plus undisclosed stocks, real estate, cars, and other assets, his estate is worth at least 300 billion. Even if only 10% of his estate is confiscated after his death, that would still amount to 270 billion. And 50% of 270 billion is 135 billion. With a net worth of 135 billion, he ranks among the top 50 richest people in China and among the top 500 richest people in the world. Of course, I'm referring to those that are out in the open. If you include the truly wealthy, even with a net worth of 1 trillion, they might not rank in the top 100 of the world's richest people. That being said, 135 billion is still a fortune that an ordinary family of 4 might not be able to accumulate in 1 or 200 lifetimes. So what's wrong with putting on a show for this 135 billion fortune? He died. He died suddenly this morning for some unknown reason. Morong Shui's voice was trembling with tears, and she seemed somewhat at a loss. Although her father's actions had disappointed her greatly, she still had to grieve and cry over his death. Hearing Morong Shui's tearful voice on the other end of the phone, when Wan smiled disdainfully. This really is a little girl. You're telling me this right after your father died? Don't you suspect that I killed him? However, based on the dosage of poison I gave Morong Fu, he should still be able to live for another 2 months. But why? A thoughtful look appeared in Wan's eyes. Why did she suddenly die? Sudden death. Wait, he died suddenly. As if an idea had struck her, when Wan's eyes lit up. Ha, this really isn't human. After speaking with Morong Shui and finding out her location, when Wan hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, when Wan threw herself into Gu Yang's arms. Looking at Gu Yang, when Wan asked him, "Young man, did you use your internal energy to kill Morong Fu?" She wasn't very concerned about Morong Fu's death, what she cared about was whether Morong Fu was killed by a lecherous man. After all, dying suddenly is quite something. Looking at the puzzled Wan in his arms, Gu Yang rubbed her nose. Then, Gu Yang laughed and said, "Heh, what Morong Fu? Do I need to take action myself? It was Xiao Tian who killed him." Upon hearing this, Wan frowned. Xiao Tian. That must be Xiao Fan's master. Shouldn't Xiao Fan be Morong Shui's fiancé? So why did he want to kill Morong Fu? Morong Shui was clearly using the young man as a shield. Xiao Tian should understand that, right? The physician Xiao Tian should be able to tell that Morong Shui is still a virginine body. If that's the case, why would he kill Morong Fu? Could it be that Morong Shui is unwilling to be his disciple's fiancé? That's possible, but you can't just kill someone's father. A flurry of thoughts flashed through her mind, but when Wanwan quickly sorted out her thoughts. Is that so? After killing Morong Fu, Morong Shui is now all alone, right? With no one to rely on, Morong Shui will definitely be defeated one after another under my offensive. She is no match for me at all. When Morong Shui was no match for him, and was at her lowest point in life with no one to rely on, his disciple Xiaofan came to her rescue and seduced her. So, if he helps Morong Shui when she's at her lowest point, and then gradually wins her over with a heroic rescue, wouldn't Morong Shui fall for Xiaofan? In the end, he not only won the heart of the beauty but also acquired hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, a sure win. Moreover, after killing themselves, they will still gain access to their billions in assets. He frowned. What a clever scheme! But his brows furrowed for only a moment before relaxing. Ha ha ha, so what if you can scheme and plot? You have all been killed by my little man. Looking at Gu Yang, when Wanwan's eyes were full of admiration. My little man is really amazing. Watching when Wanwan's expression change, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes frowning, sometimes happy, Gu Yang was speechless. Wanwan, she really is. With a helpless smile, Gu Yang picked her up. Since Morong Shui is looking for you, let's go see her. Morong Fu's death is truly unexpected. Let's go to Morong Fu's funeral. At the same time, I will help you gain control of the Morong group. Holding Wanwan in his arms, Gu Yang said. His words were full of disdain. Disdain for Morong Fu, and disdain for the shareholders of the Morong group. One look from me and you'd better hand over the shares of the Morong group to me. Standing before the Kawasaki warhorse, looking at this imposing motorcycle that resembled a black dragon, when Wanwan's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. What a cool motorcycle! This motorcycle really suits the young man's temperament perfectly. Stroking the motorcycle's streamlined body, when Wanwan's eyes were full of affection. Seeing this, Gu Yang smiled slightly. Then, Gu Yang lifted his long legs and easily mounted the Kawasaki warhorse. Seeing this, when Wanwan didn't stand on ceremony and easily mounted the Kawasaki warhorse by lifting her long legs covered in black stockings. After mounting the Kawasaki warhorse, a flash of light appeared in Gu Yang's hand, and then two black helmets appeared in his hand. He handed one of the helmets to Wanwan, and then the two of them put on their helmets at the same time. After putting on his helmet, Gu Yang simply inserted the key and started the car. As the car started, a black streak of light shot out. Boom! Cool, awesome, and super fast. Chapter 20. Thereafter, your family's wealth. Riding his Kawasaki steed, Gu Yang led Wanwan through the city like a black dragon hurtling through the wind. It was extremely fast, moving at lightning speed, like a black dragon in this magical city. Under Gu Yang's control, let alone the current speed of 80 km per hour, Gu Yang could control it with ease even at a speed of 180 km per hour. With Gu Yang's incredible speed, which was like the wind, he arrived at Morong Fu's house with Wanwan in just 15 minutes. The Kawasaki warhorse parked in the villa's yard, removed the keys, put away its helmet, and Gu Yang and Wanwan entered the villa's living room together. Upon entering the living room, Gu Yang and Wanwan saw Morong Shui sitting on the sofa with her knees drawn up, looking very lonely and helpless. Seeing her helpless look, Wanwan said directly, "Little brat, where is your father's body? Let Gu Yang examine it, that should reveal why your father died." Upon hearing this, Morong Shui was taken aback. Morong Shui blushed as she looked at Gu Yang. She quickly stood up and said to Gu Yang in a slightly tearful voice, "Sir, thank you for your help yesterday." Yesterday, Gu Yang helped her resolve that person's engagement. Although Gu Yang slapped her face yesterday, it didn't actually hurt at all. Therefore, after Gu Yang slapped her, she immediately understood his intention. So she left the stage crying, thus interrupting the engagement ceremony. She was very grateful to Gu Yang for this. Looking at Morong Shui, Gu Yang smiled slightly. Then, Gu Yang said, "Morong Shui, let me see your father's body. Your father was perfectly healthy yesterday, but he suddenly died today, and it's quite unbelievable that he died suddenly." So, can you take me to see your father's body? Let me examine it so I can determine the cause of his death. Then, we can find out who killed him. To Morong Shui, Gu Yang went straight to what Wen Wanwan had said about examining the corpse and said a lot of things. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, Morong Shui was stunned, and then her eyes reddened again. At the same time, anger flashed in her eyes. Sir, you mean my father was actually murdered? Her reddened eyes were filled with anger, and at this moment, Morong Shui was somewhat at a loss. The man is right. My father was perfectly healthy yesterday, so how could he suddenly die? There must be a reason for a sudden death, right? Who exactly killed her father? Morong Shui looked at Gu Yang with trepidation and fear in her eyes. If my father was indeed murdered by someone else, then could I be someone else's next target? Thinking about it, anger welled up in her heart. Who on earth wanted to wipe out the Morong family? Morong Shui's complex and changing expression caught Gu Yang's eye, making him chuckle. Nodding, Gu Yang confirmed, yes, your father was probably murdered, but first I need to examine his body. Only then can I determine who the murderer is. Upon hearing Gu Yang's confirmation, Morong Shui remained silent. She turned around and walked ahead, leading Gu Yang to the room where her father was being housed. Soon, Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan followed Morong Shui into a room. Upon entering the room, Gu Yang immediately discovered Morong Fu lying on the bed, lifeless. Upon arriving before Morong Fu, Gu Yang noticed Morong Fu's pale skin and bloodless lips. Gu Yang lifted Morong Fu's eyelids, looked into his eyes, and patted his head. Then, he touched Morong Fu's neck and wrists to check his internal condition. Gu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, then said to Morong Shui, your father died because a martial artist used powerful internal energy to stimulate his vital point. And a martial artist who can kill your father in just one day must be at least a core formation martial artist. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui was somewhat taken aback. Then, anger flashed in her eyes. She felt that the boy in front of her was trying to trick her. A martial artist. You must be joking. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang remained silent. His black eyes shifted, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, like a giant windmill kaleidoscope. His blood-red eyes looked at Morong Shui, and the final scene, along with a psychological suggestion, appeared in Morong Shui's mind. That was the scene where Xiao Fan begged Xiao Tian to kill Morong Fu, followed by Xiao Tian killing Morong Fu, then Xiao Fan marrying Morong Shui after Morong Fu's death, and finally killing Morong Shui after obtaining the Morong Group's assets. As Gu Yang conceived this scene for Morong Shui, he also gave her a powerful psychological suggestion. That is, Morong Fu is actually Xiao Fan. Xiao Tian killed your father, and you want to avenge your father. Avenge, sever ties, the implication of severing ties. After this mental suggestion was completed, Gu Yang dispelled Morong Shui's illusion. After the illusion was broken, Morong Shui was covered in a cold sweat. How terrifying! Xiao Fan and Xiao Tian, master and disciple, are truly not human. Are all of these true? Although she was 80% confident that the scene was real, she also had 20% doubt and suspicion. Why were they in such a hurry to kill their own father? Thinking of the scene in her mind, she understood. Her family's property. That's right, no wonder father fawned over them so much. It turned out that her father had been controlled by them, and after being controlled, her father was forced to get engaged to a man named Xiao Fan. It turns out that everything was part of their plan. If it weren't for their scheming, my father would still be the father who loves me the most. Thinking about it, Morong Shui knelt helplessly in front of Morong Fu's bed. Grasping Morong Fu's cold, large hand, Morong Shui's eyes welled up with tears, which then fell to the ground. Wah, father, I'm sorry, Shui misunderstood you. Wah. Clutching her father's cold hand, Morong Shui looked helpless and powerless, a sight that evoked pity. Seeing the helpless Morong Shui, Wen Wanwan gave Gu Yang a wink, and then she left the room. This is when Morong Shui is helpless and powerless. This is also the best time to win over Morong Shui, my little man, you must seize the opportunity. Watching Morong Shui leave the room, Gu Yang smiled helplessly. This woman really understands me. However, it's also possible that she feels she's too strong and wants to find someone who can share the pressure with her. Morong Shui is her daughter. Although she is her stepmother, Morong Shui is still her daughter. At the same time, Morong Shui is a naive and innocent girl, and this understanding makes her controllable. If that's the case, then what's wrong with letting this naive and innocent girl become the young man's concubine? Seeing this, Gu Yang smiled helplessly. Then, Gu Yang strode over to Morong Shui's side. Seeing the weak and helpless Morong Shui, Gu Yang immediately squatted down and hugged her in his arms. Chapter 21 Robbery. Don't worry, Xiao Fan, Xiao Tian and his apprentice have already gone to hell. Holding Morong Shui in his arms, Gu Yang comforted her. Hearing Gu Yang's gentle words, a hint of tenderness appeared in Morong Shui's tearful eyes. Hugging Gu Yang's neck, Morong Shui said, "Thank you, sir." As she spoke, a look of sadness returned to her eyes when she looked at her father's corpse. Although this man killed his enemy, his own father was also truly dead. Looking at Morong Shui, who was crying again in his arms, Gu Yang felt helpless. I should have known better than to say nice things to Morong Fu. Look how heartbroken Morong Shui is now that I've said those nice things. With a sigh, Gu Yang could only pat Morong Shui on the back to comfort her. After cuddling together for a moment, Morong Shui wiped away her tears and stood up. Looking at her father's body on the bed, Morong Shui said, "I need to take care of father's funeral arrangements." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang stood up. He held her in his arms again, without saying anything more. Time passed by little by little. Tisk, little brat, just a little brat. Looking at Morong Shui whom Gu Yang was carrying out, Wan said sarcastically. At this moment, Morong Shui had already fainted in Gu Yang's arms. She cried herself to sleep, so she naturally went to bed early. After placing Morong Shui on the sofa, Gu Yang pulled Wan into his arms. Then, Gu Yang said with a faint smile, "Wan, you and Shui handle Morong Fu's funeral together. After that, give me a copy of the Morong Group's shareholder information, and I'll go and buy back the shares. Since we want to control the Morong Group, then we will control it with 100% ownership." A glint flashed in his eyes, the shares of the Morong Group, and the assets of those shareholders. Adding them all up, it must be worth trillions. Using trillions of dollars in assets as a springboard, he started by controlling the economic lifeline of Shanghai, and then used Shanghai as a springboard to acquire countless assets. Let's set a small goal first: earn 10 trillion. 10 trillion. Although it is the fiscal revenue of a small country over 10 or even 100 years, this 10 trillion is only 100,000 times 100 million, which is just 100,000 small goals. Therefore, 10 trillion is a small goal. A glint flashed in his eyes, then Gu Yang found it somewhat amusing. Let's talk about this later. Right now, I should just spend time with the woman. Holding Wan tightly in his arms and inhaling her alluring fragrance, Gu Yang felt a sense of relief and excitement. Yes, Li Momo controls 12% of the shares of Morong Group, and also owns a certain percentage of shares in a certain group and a certain company, and has a certain amount of working capital. Very good, your shares, stocks, real estate, and cars are all mine now. Looking at the pot-bellied middle-aged man under his control, Gu Yang spoke. As he spoke, Gu Yang made him sign the transfer information form, after which all of this guy's property would be Gu Yang's. This is the last one. After this guy gives his shares to Gu Yang will own 58% of the Morong Group. After signing the document, Gu Yang modified the guy's memories and then used his divine power to leave. As the divine power unfolded, Gu Yang appeared in the divine power space. Sitting on a hill in the divine might space, Gu Yang opened the system and said, "System, the transfer of these shares and assets has been signed and is legally binding. Apart from the realization of assets other than those of the Morong Group, it is all yours to handle." He placed a stack of papers with various transfer documents in front of him. As soon as these papers were placed in front of him, the contents of the papers changed instantly. Then, the system's voice sounded, "Ding, the master has acquired 58% of the shares of the Morong Group, along with 625.7 billion Flame Dragon coins from the sale and their own 123.5 billion Flame Dragon coins in savings. The master received a total of 749.2 billion Yanlong coins in cash, as well as 58% of the shares in the Morong Group. All information is legal and reasonable. As soon as the system finished speaking, Gu Yang smiled. Very good, well done. Don't say I'm heartless, you guys took everything from me. Who told me I'm the villain? So what if villains are a little unrestrained? So what if I'm unrestrained? Besides, aren't you people planning to take over that 42% stake? Since you want to take over that 42% stake, what's wrong with me taking over your assets if I'm ruthless enough? So, don't mess with me. If you do, I'll bankrupt you. Call. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yang used the Divine Might space and spatial teleportation to leave the Divine Might space and appeared in a hall where a funeral was being held. Hidden in the main hall, watching the crowd paying their respects to Morong Fu, Gu Yang sat bored on the roof of the hall, observing the spectacle. Time flew by, and the worship ceremony came to an end. Everything is just waiting for tomorrow's burial. As everyone was about to leave, Gu Yang sent a telepathic message to Wan, telling her to wait there for a moment. After hearing the rumors about Gu Yang, Wan told Morong Shui about it, and then knelt on a prayer mat to observe mourning. Seeing this, Morong Shui gritted her teeth. She also wanted to kneel before her father. However, remembering Wan's instructions, she reluctantly left the hall with the departing crowd. With only Wan remaining, Gu Yang waved his hand and closed the hall door. Appearing beside Wan, Gu Yang and Wan started playing cards in front of the coffin. They played for an entire afternoon. After tidying up the playing cards, Gu Yang carried Wan and left. If Morong Fu knew that his wife and her gigolo were playing cards in his coffin, his expression would be incredibly strange. He just died. And his wife was playing cards in front of his own coffin. How contemptible she was. After several days of preparation, Morong Fu's funeral was finally over. On the day he was buried, Gu Yang and Wan played cards on the grave. I have to say, this poker game is really fun. Whether it was the excitement of playing cards at the gravesite or not, Wan's cultivation level broke through from the early stage of dark force to the middle stage. TSK, you're playing cards with someone right after entering the grave, you're a real genius. Holy crap, this actually happened, it was in the news before. Tell me, isn't that amazing? Inside the villa, when Wan and Gu Yang returned, they saw the documents in Morong Shui's hand. Morong Shui glanced at Wan but ignored her. She was also aware of the relationship between the two. However, she didn't complain much about it, she only felt helpless. At the same time, her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Gu Yang. This man is truly inhuman. He already has that wicked woman Wan, and now she's still trying to seduce him. He really isn't a good man. But, well, he stole my heart. With a sigh, Morong Shui didn't dwell on it. Handing the documents to Gu Yang, Morong Shui said coldly, sign this, and my 21% stake in the Morong Group will be yours. Morong Shui's face was cold, but what she gave revealed her inner turmoil. She knew she couldn't control these things, so rather than letting outsiders divide them up, she'd rather give them to the man she loved. Looking at the documents Morong Shui was holding, Gu Yang immediately saw through her thoughts. With amusement, Gu Yang shook his head, took out a backup of the documents showing the 58% stake in the Morong Group that he controlled, and handed it to Morong Shui. Chapter 22 Gold Level Luck. Looking at the document in front of her, Morong Shui was completely bewildered. What's written on this document? Share transfer notice. What kind of shares are they? Her shares in the Morong Group. How many shares are there? 58%. A conglomerate worth 600 billion, with 58% of the shares, has a market value of 350 billion. Looking at the document, Morong Shui was somewhat shocked. A little jealous, when Wan looked at the documents in Morong Shui's hand and threw herself into Gu Yang's arms. Staring coquettishly at Gu Yang, when Wan said in a jealous tone, "Humph, you bad man are so good to this little brat. Wah, I have to cooperate with you and satisfy you in every situation." When Wan was a little jealous at this moment. This man in front of her was really too bad. He's so biased. Although she didn't care much about the shares in the Morong Group, what was wrong with being a little coquettish or jealous? Looking at Wan, who was acting coquettishly and jealously in his arms, Gu Yang gently rubbed her fair and rosy face, which was as clear as crystal jade. Then Gu Yang took out a black gold supreme card, which was an Emperor black gold supreme card containing 700 billion flame dragon coins. You have to understand, this 700 billion is liquid capital, it's cash. A cash flow of 700 billion. Even billionaires with a net worth of trillions may not have such a terrifying cash flow. Looking at the black and gold VIP card, Wan felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Pushing the black gold supreme card back to Gu Yang, Wan rolled her eyes and said, all right, little man, I don't need it anymore, you can keep it. Seeing this, Gu Yang helplessly rubbed his nose. Seeing her helpless expression, Gu Yang found it amusing. Hey girl, hug her tight, Gu Yang said, sitting down next to Morong Shui. Seeing the stunned Morong Shui, Gu Yang pulled her into his arms as well. Then, Gu Yang said with a joking smile, so Shui, do you want these 58% of the shares? Held in Gu Yang's arms, Morong Shui looked at him. After glancing at the share transfer certificate in her hand, Morong Shui gritted her teeth. Immediately afterwards, she handed her share transfer certificate to Gu Yang, and Gu Yang returned his own share transfer notice to him as well. If this vixen doesn't want your things, I don't want them either. You should have received this wicked woman's shares by now. Well, I'll give you this one too. 100% of the shares of the Morong Group, and I will also integrate my Qingshui Group into the Morong Group. Then everything will be yours. With gritted teeth, Morong Shui spoke as if she were jealous. Seeing her jealous expression, Gu Yang found it amusing. Sigh, her charm is just too great, I'm helpless. The next day, Gu Yang got out of bed feeling great, and he felt completely relaxed after getting out of bed. Last night, when Wan dragged Morong Shui over to play cards with her. It was a pity that Morong Shui was playing cards for the first time, so Gu Yang had to put in a lot of effort and even had to teach her so much. However, playing do diju with 3 people is really easy. Unfortunately, these 2 underground peasants could never defeat their own landlord, no matter how hard they fought. Sigh, I'm too strong, it's my fault. Unfortunately, because I was too powerful, these 2 women managed to extort tens of billions from me. Ugh, this is too difficult. Ding, the master has captured the female lead Morong Shui and obtained 1,000 of her luck points, bringing the total luck value to 10,000 points. Luck, 5,200, gold. Luck value, 10,000. The system also listed Gu Yang's luck and luck value when it prompted him. 5,200 points of luck, that's gold level luck. I have to say, it was really awesome. Eee. A soft cry rang out, followed by a smooth, jade-like arm resting on Gu Yang's waist. After waking up groggily, Morong Shui immediately hugged Gu Yang and then threw herself into his arms. Right now, this man in front of her is all she can rely on. Holding Gu Yang tightly, Morong Shui was afraid of losing this man. Looking at Morong Shui in his arms, especially the worry in her eyes, Gu Yang felt both helpless and amused. I, Gu Yang, may not be a good person. But once you become my woman, I won't abandon you, okay? Gu Yang pinched Morong Shui's cheek and handed her 3 pills. Marrow cleansing pill, youth preservation pill, longevity pill. After handing the 3 pills to Morong Shui, Gu Yang said indulgently, Shui, go to the bathroom and take these 3 pills. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui was taken aback. Then, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Elixir? She took the pill and looked at Gu Yang. Smack! She kissed Gu Yang on the cheek, then dragged her injured body and limped into the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, he swallowed 3 pills. Then, streams of oil seeped out from the body, accompanied by a foul stench. Ugh! It stinks! With a gasp, Morong Shui immediately turned on the shower. Immediately afterwards, Morong Shui began to wash off the foul-smelling oil stains and impurities from her body. In 10 minutes, she had cleaned the oil, dirt, and impurities off her body. However, she was still worried after cleaning it. She picked up the fragrant shower gel and washed herself twice over 10 minutes. After washing, she smelled herself and found that she smelled nice and didn't have any bad odor. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After taking the pill, she looked at her smooth, jade-like skin and even felt that she had grown a centimeter or two taller. She is 1.7 meters tall and has long, shapely legs. If she wears shoes, she is 172 centimeters tall. She truly deserves to be called a goddess. A curvaceous figure, perfectly fair skin, and an absolutely stunning and alluring face. Her looks, figure, and temperament combined deserve a 99 out of 100. I didn't give her 100 points because I was afraid she'd get arrogant. At the same time, Morong Shui felt a faint flow of energy circulating within her body. She gently gripped a toothbrush cup. With a snap, she crushed the toothbrush cup in two. Surprised, Morong Shui strode out of the bathroom, and without thinking twice, she threw herself into Gu Yang's arms. As she threw herself into Gu Yang's arms, when Wanwan's long, slender legs, which had been draped over Gu Yang's thighs, were pressed down hard by Morong Shui under her buttocks. Speechless, when Wanwan rolled her eyes at Morong Shui and quickly withdrew her leg. At this moment, she felt helpless. This girl is really... Honey, I feel a surge of energy inside me. I just crushed a cup into pieces. Am I a martial artist now? Looking at Gu Yan, Morong Shui's eyes were full of surprise. Warriors. Although she is a woman, she also has a dream of being a female knight-errant. Gu Yang found it amusing that Morong Shui was so excited after obtaining internal energy. You've broken through to the mid-stage of Ming Jin. As he spoke, Gu Yang hugged her tightly, then teased her again. You can become even stronger next. As he spoke. Chapter 23 Xiao Tian's Wealth. Ding! The new protagonist, the Dragon King's son-in-law, has entered the storyline. After breakfast, Gu Yang was sunbathing outside and smoking a cigarette when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the system's words, Gu Yang took a deep breath of his cigarette and then used precise control to exhale a small plume of smoke. After dispersing the smoke dragon, Gu Yang asked with a smile, System? The Dragon King's son-in-law? Tell me about your background. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual panel appeared in front of Gu Yang. As the virtual panel opened, the information about the Dragon King's son-in-law immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 26. Cultivation level, late stage of transformation realm. Golden finger, Qilin jade pendant. Luck, 4,500, silver. Qilin jade pendant, a low-grade magic artifact that can condense 1 drop of spiritual liquid each month. This liquid can heal injuries and enhance cultivation. Therefore, he broke through to the late stage of the transformation realm at the age of 26. Looting the Qilin jade pendant will allow you to steal 2,000 points of luck from the protagonist, Lin Chen. Dragon King's Palace, a foreign mercenary organization that commits countless atrocities, including arson, murder, and looting. Legend has it that the Dragon King of Dragon King's Palace once single-handedly fought and annihilated 100 armed special forces mercenaries, surviving them. Dragon King's Palace is not only an international mercenary organization, but also the power behind the world-renowned Dragon King Group. Xiao Lan'er, Lin Chen's wife, the second young lady of the Xiao family, a second-rate family in Shanghai, and the woman Lin Chen couldn't win over even after marrying into the family as a devoted admirer. After reading the information about the Dragon King's son-in-law, Gu Yang stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then a glint appeared in his eyes. Dragon King, son-in-law, Dragon King's Palace. Touching his chin, Gu Yang pondered how to torment Lin Chen. However, after thinking for a while, Gu Yang stopped thinking about Lin Chen. Because there's still someone else who needs to sort things out. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was, after all, a martial artist known as the Immortal Physician, and he had lived for over 100 years. Therefore, the wealth he has accumulated must be enormous. Thinking this, Gu Yang connected with Rakshasa. After obtaining some of Xiao Tian's memories from Rakshasa, a glint appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. Is that so? Xiao Tian is really rich. Let's go and take back Xiao Tian's savings accumulated over the past century first. Xiao Tian's secluded Tianqian Mountain is more than 1,300 kilometers away from Shanghai. After calculating the time, Gu Yang looked at Kai Long. The colorful dragon is a dragon, and it can fly. With his current speed as a 5th-tier demon beast, and because he is a dragon, its speed can reach 300 km per hour, and with further enhancements, its speed should become even faster. Beast taming value, 125,520 points. Is 120,000 beast taming points worth it? Thinking this, Gu Yang's figure appeared in the villa's garage. After taking out the Kawasaki tank key and starting the car, Gu Yang quickly left the area. Gu Yang rode his bicycle to the ruins on the outskirts of Shanghai. Upon arriving here, Gu Yang immediately stored the Kawasaki warhorse in his system space. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yang summoned the enormous body of the rainbow dragon. Looking at the colorful dragon, Gu Yang reached out and stroked its head. With a smile, Gu Yang then used 10,000 beast taming points to directly enhance her. A golden light enveloped the dragon, followed by a terrifying and violent aura that pressed down on the ground within 100 meters radius. The fierce winds blew so fast that within a 10-meter radius, there was nothing but dust except for Gu Yang. After the golden light faded, a giant, colorful dragon, 8 meters long with a wingspan of 16 meters, appeared. At the same time, a faint dragon's might pressed down on heaven and earth. Ding, 10,000 beast taming points have been consumed. The beast taming rainbow dragon has advanced from a 5th-tier monster to a 6th-tier monster. Ding, the beast taming rainbow dragon has advanced to a 6th-tier beast. Talent, 5th-tier elemental transformation, 6th-tier elemental transformation. A 6th-tier rainbow dragon can transform into a light dragon, a black dragon, a fire dragon, a water dragon, an ice dragon, or a wind dragon. A 6th-tier rainbow dragon has a speed of 500 km per hour, and if it is in wind dragon form, its speed can reach 800 km per hour. However, this is still too slow. Therefore, Gu Yang consumed his beast taming points again. I'll spend 100,000 beast taming points directly, and I'm determined to advance the rainbow dragon to a 7th-tier demon beast. As the beast taming value disappeared, a pure and enormous energy entered the rainbow dragon's body. At the same time, an even more terrifying pressure erupted. The air itself became distorted under the crushing pressure. At the same time, the ground within a 10-meter radius was also dented by a foot under this pressure. As the golden light faded, an even more imposing rainbow dragon appeared. It has a body length of 12 meters, a wingspan of 24 meters, and a head that is as big as a small car. As the rainbow dragon advances to the 7th rank, its talent changes from 6 to 7. An additional lightning element has appeared. Light, darkness, fire, water, ice, wind, thunder. A 7th-tier demonic beast, which is at the foundation establishment level. Once you've reached the foundation establishment stage, you're no longer a mortal, but an immortal. Even if it's just the entry stage of immortality, the foundation establishment stage is still something that ordinary people can't withstand. Foundation establishment cultivators can easily split mountains and cleave rivers and seas. With full force, destroying a small town would be a piece of cake. Its destructive power is comparable to that of a low-yield nuclear bomb. Looking at the colorful dragon, Gu Yang's eyes were filled with affection. That's really impressive. With a leap, Gu Yang jumped onto the back of the colorful dragon. Colorful dragon, conceal your aura and form, then transform into a wind dragon and fly rapidly towards Tianxian Mountain. Connect your consciousness to the rainbow dragon, Gu Yang said to it. Roar! With a roar, the terrifying dragon's roar created a large crack in the ground, several meters long and 1 meter wide. With such power in just its roar, it truly lives up to its reputation as a 7th-tier dragon. His body changed from colorful to cyan, and a final, inexplicable energy enveloped Gu Yang and the colorful dragon. Immediately afterwards, Kai Long and Gu Yang completely disappeared from sight. With a flap of its wings, a violent gale burst forth from within the rainbow dragon's wind dragon wings. As the dragon's wings flapped, the ruins became even more chaotic. After Gu Yang and Kai Long flew into the air, Gu Yan looked at the ruins. A flash of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, followed by a black flame engulfing the ruins. Turned to ashes. When the black flames disappeared, the ruins there turned to ashes and vanished with the wind. Having done all this, Gu Yang rode the colorful dragon and vanished in a gust of wind. The 7th tier Rainbow Dragon has a speed of 1000 kilometers per hour, while the Wind Dragon can now reach a speed of 1500 kilometers per hour. Some say that the Rainbow Dragon evolved from the chameleon. Even though it's a 7th tier demon beast, it can still change its color at will, like a chameleon, to better blend into nature. Now, at the 7th level, it can become invisible and conceal its presence. Without the strength of the 8th rank, which is the golden core level of cultivation, it is impossible to detect the invisible Rainbow Dragon. This is why Gu Yang doesn't ride the Kawasaki Warhorse into the air. The main reason is fear of being discovered. What? You're asking why we don't use teleportation? Spatial transfer. LOL, I've never been to Tianxian Mountain before. If there's no marker, I'll have to travel there bit by bit, which is really tiring. Moreover, if you don't know the coordinates, you might get lost and deviate from the flight path. Therefore, Gu Yang directly summoned the Rainbow Dragon, strengthened it, and rode it away. Chapter 24 Golden Dragon Fist. In a valley of Tianxian Mountain, a colossal dragon appeared, accompanied by a handsome young man. This is where Xiao Tian lives in seclusion. Xiao Tian's wealth is all here. Gu Yang jumped off the dragon's back and then put the dragon away. Following his memory, Gu Yang walked toward the storage room where Xiao Tian stored medicinal herbs and cultivation techniques. Soon, Gu Yang arrived at the storage room where Xiao Tian stored his resources and wealth. There was a large iron gate blocking the way in front of the storage room. Looking at the massive iron gate made of black iron, Gu Yang channeled his inner energy into his right fist and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a single punch, Gu Yang shattered the massive iron gate into pieces. With one step, Gu Yang entered the storage room directly. Upon entering, Gu Yang saw more than a dozen precious medicinal herbs. These are all top-grade medicinal herbs that are up to 800 years old. Reaching out, Gu Yang grabbed a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Looking at this 3-meter-tall ginseng king, he plucked off a ginseng root and then used the black hole devouring technique of his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to devour the root. As the ginseng root was swallowed, a faint life force and a trace of true energy merged into Gu Yang's body. After Gu Yang eats this 1,000-year-old ginseng, he will probably live for hundreds of years. After all, Gu Yang cultivated the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, which naturally possessed strong vitality, and the black hole devouring method perfectly refined the medicinal power into energy. Perfect, 100% refined, so the improvement is significant. If an ordinary person were to consume it, given the potency of the 1,000-year-old ginseng king, they might easily burst from the overeating. Therefore, ordinary people need to eat little by little. If someone knows how to cultivate, eating this 1,000-year-old ginseng king could elevate an ordinary person to the early stage of core formation. Of course, that's under the condition that the medicine's potency is 100% depleted. When used normally, the medicinal effects will dissipate upon ingestion. At most, only 10% of the medicinal power within the ginseng can be extracted. In other words, it elevates an ordinary person to the late stage of dark force. Moreover, an ordinary person could explode and die from the immense energy, the physical body simply couldn't withstand it. So everyone, be careful when taking medicine, don't let your body be too weak to handle the supplements. Thinking about it, Gu Yang looked at the remaining medicinal herbs. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored it in the system space. After putting away the medicinal herbs, Gu Yang's gaze fell on a bookshelf next to him. Arriving at the bookshelf, Gu Yang looked at the dozen or so books on it. Bengquan, Tai Chi, Ba Jiquan, Wing Chun, Dragon Fist, Wolong Bagua Staff, Light Breeze Breaking Stone Leg. A dozen or so martial arts manuals. Manuals on fist techniques, leg techniques, and some weapons. Looking at these manuals, Gu Yang took out the Dragon Fist and began to examine its cultivation method. Dragon Fist, a powerful and fierce fist, unleashed with unstoppable force. According to the Dragon Fist's punching style, beginners can unleash 120% of their own strength with their fist power, junior practitioners can unleash 150% of their own strength with their fist power, senior practitioners can unleash 200% of their own strength with their fist power, and perfect practitioners can unleash 300% of their own strength with their fist power. This is an external martial art, mainly for training one's own fists. Gu Yang looked around and found that only Tai Chi Chuan was an internal martial art, while the rest of the manuals were external martial arts. In other words, there is only one Tai Chi style here that cultivates internal strength, which can be cultivated to the level of embracing the elixir. Other martial arts manuals can only cultivate up to the level of internal strength or internal energy transformation at most. After reading these manuals, Gu Yang followed the Dragon Fist style and unleashed a powerful punch. This punch, with its terrifying power and the terrifying force of tearing through the air, struck the void. With a loud bang, the terrifying force of the punch left a fist imprint half a meter in diameter on the wall. Rubbing his nose, Gu Yang said disdainfully, "TCH, Dragon Fist, I thought it was something special. I thought it could summon a dragon." As he spoke, Gu Yang suddenly frowned. "You can unleash a dragon." His eyes lit up. Gu Yang had an idea. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yang collected all the medicinal herbs, cultivation techniques, and iron ore here. Then, Gu Yang flashed to the outside of the storage room. Standing in the valley of Tianxian Mountain, Gu Yang slowly raised his right fist. He enveloped his right fist with true energy, applying the power generation techniques of the Dragon Fist. Gu Yang suddenly threw a punch, and in an instant, his true energy condensed into a fist shadow that flew out. After flying dozens of meters, the fist struck the mountain wall dozens of meters away. Boom! The fist struck the mountain wall, instantly piercing through it and leaving a fist imprint 1 meter in diameter and 3 meters deep. With a flash, Gu Yang arrived in front of the fist-shaped hole. Looking at the cave with the fist imprint he had created, Gu Yang stroked his chin and began to ponder. Gu Yang enveloped the dragon fist with his spiritual sense, and after 10 minutes of calculation with his immense computing power, he elevated the ordinary external martial art, the Dragon Fist, to a higher level by 3 stages. Call. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yang's eyes sharpened. Raising his right fist, Gu Yang gathered his inner energy using the Dragon Fist Chi gathering method he had developed and threw a punch. Boom! The fist covered by the golden dragon head slammed into the mountain wall. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the dragon head of true energy pierced through the mountain wall. With the size of Gu Yang's fist, he punched through the mountain wall, reaching a depth of at least 300 meters. This punch could be called a nuclear bomb punch. Looking at his right fist and feeling the 1% of his true energy being consumed in an instant, Gu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. This consumption is truly enormous. One punch consumed 1% of his true energy. But the power of that punch was also quite surprising. I must say, it truly lives up to the reputation of the martial arts technique I created. From now on, let's call it Golden Dragon Fist. Rubbing his wrist, Gu Yang turned and looked at the houses in the valley. Since Xiao Tian has taken all his wealth, these houses have no value anymore. Raising his right fist, Gu Yang gathered the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame into his right fist and simultaneously unleashed a punch at the houses using the energy flow technique of the Golden Dragon Fist. The true energy carrying the Azure Lotus Earth Core Flame flew out from Gu Yang's right fist, and as the true energy flew out, a golden dragon head several meters long, wrapped in azure flames, slammed directly onto the house. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and a mushroom cloud covering an area of 20 meters in diameter appeared in the valley. That really is a nuclear punch. Looking at the mushroom cloud, Gu Yang sighed sincerely. With a smile, Gu Yang stopped paying attention to it. The blood-red eternal Manjikyu Sharingan appeared in Gu Yang's eyes, the black windmill spun, and then a silver-white teleportation portal appeared before Gu Yang. A spatial portal connects to the villa where Gu Yang, Wan, and Morong Shui live. It's my own home, I have to leave space for it. Pushing open the portal, Gu Yang stepped out and instantly appeared inside the villa. As Gu Yang returned to the villa, he immediately felt a sense of mental exhaustion. Traveling over 1,000 kilometers at once must be incredibly taxing. It consumed 1/3 of Gu Yang's soul power in one go. Rubbing his temples, Gu Yang strode into the villa's living room with his long legs. Sitting wearily on the sofa, Gu Yang needed to rest for a while. It seems my soul power is still a bit weak. Seeing Gu Yang lying on the sofa, Wan, who had nothing to do at home, also rushed into Gu Yang's arms. When Wan wasn't she just doing nothing? Her direct company group was also integrated into the Morong group. Now, although Gu Yang is in control of the Morong group, he is a hands-off manager. So, Morong Shui has suffered for so long. One person controls such a large group. Fortunately, she is now a martial artist at the mid-stage of Mingjin, and her physical fitness is 5 or 6 times better than before. She can work 24 hours a day without getting tired. So, when it comes to work, Gu Yang's tasks are dumped on her, and when Wan's tasks are also dumped on her. Morong Shui is now the busiest person in the family. Now that you mention it, it seems like Gu Yang is a kept man, a complete waste of space. Thinking. Chapter 25: The Old Madam's Birthday. 2 more days have passed. Within 2 days, the Morong group had completely stabilized. Furthermore, the market value of the Morong group has increased significantly due to the integration of Morong Shui and Wan's group. After Morong Fu's death, the Morong group's market value dropped by 30 billion from 600 billion. Now that Morong Shui and Wan's companies have merged into the Morong group, the Morong group's market value has increased significantly. Currently, its market value is 725 billion. 2 days later, Xiaobai and Luo Sha, because of the improvement of the Rainbow Dragon, asked Gu Yang to strengthen them. In response, Gu Yang also treated both Xiaobai and Luo Sha equally, elevating them to the 6th-tier demon beast level. As for the 7th tier, Gu Yang's current beast taming value is only 85,200 points. To upgrade to the 7th rank, 100,000 beast taming points are required. We'll have to wait a while. Now, the 6th order Little White is 24 meters long and 3 meters in diameter. It can now swallow a normal adult whole in one bite. The 6th tier Xiaobai is already an ice dragon python. Rakshasa also advanced to the 6th rank of demon beast. At this moment, it was a giant spider measuring 7 meters in length, looking incredibly terrifying. After advancing to the 6th rank, the soul-devouring spider became a soul-devouring spider king. The emperor within the soul-devouring spider, the soul-devouring spider emperor. Once they advance to the 8th rank, becoming comparable to golden core level demon beasts, they can transform into human form. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these little guys will look like after they transform. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground rang out. When Wan approached Gu Yang, holding 2 red invitation cards with gold thread. Young man, today is the birthday of the matriarch of the Xiao family. These are the invitations they gave me in Shuara yesterday, she said to Gu Yang after handing him the invitations. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang was taken aback. Is it the old matriarch of the Xiao family's birthday celebration? This plot seems to be the beginning of the story of the Dragon King's son-in-law. It was the old lady of the Xiao family's birthday celebration, and arrangements were made for the guests when receiving congratulatory gifts. A birthday gift of 100,000 yuan is given at one table, and a gift of 1 million yuan is given at another. I'm giving away 100 million for my birthday, the protagonist shouted arrogantly. After the protagonist finished speaking arrogantly, the old lady scoffed and said disdainfully, the 100 million gift will be on my head. Upon hearing this, the protagonist arrogantly produced a congratulatory gift. When everyone saw it, they realized it was worth 1 billion. Instantly, a group of people rushed up and fawned over the protagonist. The protagonist gave a wicked smile. A mere billion is nothing but a drop in the ocean. In the novel's advertisements, the Dragon King's son-in-law and the War God's son-in-law are portrayed as incredibly arrogant. In normal novels, the son-in-law of the Dragon King, the son-in-law of the God of War, the evil Azura King, and even the son-in-law of the immortal emperor who was reborn, are extremely fond of their wives who won't even let them touch them. Even if he cheats on you, you'll still lick his boots. This kind of protagonist who becomes a live-in son-in-law is truly amazing. Thinking about the information in his mind about sons-in-law such as the Dragon King, the God of War, and the Azura Evil King, Gu Yang was speechless. But it is precisely this kind of protagonist. That's the best way to torture them. The best way is to break them down. Little man, shall we go? When Wan asked, interrupting Gu Yang's recollection. Coming to his senses, Gu Yang nodded. Gu Yang picked up Wan 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 and carried her into the villa's garage. Gu Yang opened the car door and placed her directly in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce extended version. He opened a bottle of red wine for her and let her enjoy it, while Gu Yang had already gotten into the driver's seat. He started the car and, locating the Shao family, drove off in a Rolls-Royce extended limousine. The area in front of the Shao family manor was already filled with luxury cars. Although the Shao family is only a second-rate family in Shanghai, the matriarch of the Shao family is very popular. This time, for her big birthday celebration, not only did people from second and third-rate families come, but even some first-rate families came to celebrate her birthday. Look, she can even invite Morong Shui. However, Morong Shui is now with the Morong group, so Gu Yang came in her place with her invitation. He entered the Shao family manor with Wan Wan Wan. As soon as Gu Yang entered the Shao family manor, he saw Shao Lanner and Lin Chen being stopped there. Looking at Shao Lanner and Lin Chen, the waiter who greeted the guests coldly said to Shao Lanner and Lin Chen, "I don't care if you are the second young lady of the Shao family or not. Without an invitation, you cannot enter the hall." Lin Chen looked at the waiter and really wanted to punch him in the head. He really wanted to kill him. This waiter may not give me face, but he actually doesn't give my wife, Shao Lanner, any face. He's looking down on his wife. This person is incredibly bold. At that moment, he really wanted to punch the waiter in the head and smash it open. But if he actually starts fighting, he'll be in big trouble. To avoid causing trouble for his wife, he can only endure it now. "I'm sorry," the matriarch said that no one can enter without an invitation. The waiter said politely. He was helpless, but the old lady said that no one could enter without an invitation. Unless someone is willing to take these two along. But look at those people, they think highly of these two. They were all unwilling to help. After all, a useless son-in-law and a pretty face with no ability were not in their interest. Even those young masters who had previously liked Shao Lanner were now unwilling to pay them any attention. Especially Shao Lanner. At this moment, in the eyes of the young master, Shao Lanner was a useless person who would rather marry a good-for-nothing than pay attention to them. They had pursued Shao Lanner relentlessly, but this woman ended up marrying such a good-for-nothing, a slap in their face. They held this in utter contempt and were extremely angry. "You've slapped us in the face like this, it would be an act of great benevolence and righteousness for us not to kick you while you're down." However, there are also those who are angry enough to kick someone while they're down. "Oh dear, isn't this Miss Shao Lanner? Hee, I pursued you so earnestly back then. But you chose to marry such a good-for-nothing. Now you're abandoned by everyone. Do you regret it? Tell me, why did you betray your Shao family's arrangements and marry such a good-for-nothing? A good-for-nothing that you have to work and serve yourself." Mocking and disdainful voices rang out. He was a young man in a white suit. At this moment, the young man looked at Shao Lanner and Lin Chen with disdain and mockery. Especially towards Shao Lanner. In his eyes Shao Lanner was a slut, a used woman. Crunch, crunch. The sound of teeth clenching rang out, and looking up, one could see that it was Lin Chen gritting his teeth in anger. "Pfft, ha, you're angry? You're angry? How dare you be angry? You piece of trash, what's there to be angry about? Tell me, do you even deserve to be angry? You piece of trash, such a beautiful woman is with you, and you actually make her work to support you. Tell me, how shameless are you?" Looking at Lin Chen with a mocking expression, the young master's tone was full of sarcasm, disdain, and ridicule. Seeing the arrogant demeanor of this young master, Lin Chen clenched his fist, wanting to punch him, but he didn't dare to. Just then, a blood-red light flashed in Gu Yang's eyes. With a burst of spiritual consciousness, Gu Yang's spiritual consciousness slightly influenced Lin Chen's thoughts. Then, influenced by Gu Yang, Lin Chen, whose eyes were bloodshot, threw a punch at the young master. Chapter 26. Lin Chen assaults someone, Gu Yang saves them. A powerful punch landed squarely on the young master's face, causing his nose to collapse, several teeth to fall out, and blood to flow from his mouth. At the same time, his body was also sent flying backward by Lin Chen's punch. Unfortunately for him, he flew backwards towards Gu Yang. Seeing the young master flying backwards towards him, Gu Yang reached out and blocked his back, forcing him to stop. Cough, cough, cough. He opened his mouth and spat out several teeth mixed with streams of blood. At the same time, blood was dripping wildly from his nostrils as if it were free. But seriously, it seems like your own blood really is free. Thinking. Are you all right? Gu Yang's gentle, magnetic voice rang out, bringing the young master who was flying backwards to a stop. Thank you, thank you. The young master's voice sounded strange, and at that moment, he felt as if his face was exploding with pain. Looking at this young master who was somewhat to his liking, Gu Yang injected a wisp of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic true qi into the man's body. Next, Gu Yang's Yellow Emperor's inner classic qi repaired the guy's collapsed nose, completing the cure. At the same time, his bleeding gums were also healed by the qi and stopped bleeding. Moreover, the slight facial bone fracture caused by Lin Chen's angry punch was also healed by Gu Yang's trace of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic true qi. Even when he lost a tooth, new teeth grew in the gaps caused by the stimulation of his true energy. However, these bright white teeth contrasted sharply with the slightly yellow teeth around them. There's a strange, unsettling feeling about it. But really, it's not a big deal. The young master felt the pain disappear from his face, even the straightness of his nose and teeth. He felt a sense of surprise, shock, and delight. Thank you for healing me, sir. He turned around respectfully to look at Gu Yang, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. At this moment, Wan, who was standing next to Gu Yang, frowned. This guy's face is covered in blood, it looks terrible. When Wan pulled a tissue from her bag and handed it to the young master, saying speechlessly, "Hurry up and wipe yourself, it looks disgusting." Upon hearing this, the young master gave Wan a grateful look. Then, he quickly took a tissue and wiped the dried blood from his nose and face. After he wiped it clean, he looked at Gu Yang and Wan with gratitude once again. Then, he turned around and was about to cause trouble for Lin Chen. But at that moment, Gu Yang stopped him. You'd better not go looking for death. The fact that guy dared to hit you so hard means he's really annoyed with you. If he had used just a little more force, you would have lost your head. Gu Yang stopped the young master from turning around to cause trouble, his tone strange. Lin Chen is really ruthless. Lin Chen, look at the trouble you've caused. Looking at Lin Chen, Xiao Lana rebuked him. At this moment, Xiao Lana felt a surge of anger and humiliation. This man has some nerve, he dared to shout and threaten to kill someone right in front of everyone. One punch made the other person's nose bleed. At this point, she regretted marrying this man. I don't know why, but before he died, my grandfather insisted on calling this man over and asked him to marry me. If it weren't for my grandfather, would I have had to endure all the scorn from my family? My mind drifted back to 3 years ago. Grandpa sent everyone else away, leaving only himself behind. Then, I don't know where this guy came from. Grandpa, under these circumstances, actually wants me to marry this person. If it weren't for my grandfather's dying request, I would never have married this good-for-nothing. Thinking about it, Xiao Lana felt a pang of grievance. To fulfill her grandfather's last request before his death, she severed ties with her parents and even her beloved grandmother. It's been 3 years. He works outside to support his family, while this good-for-nothing just stays at home all day. I endured 3 years of grievances and cold shoulders. Seriously, he's been wrong so much. The protagonist of this kind of son-in-law story is just SOSO. He's a simp, and then he makes his wife suffer. With such powerful forces outside, he might feel sorry for his wife when she suffers, but he doesn't care about anything else. Well said, 3 years of patience and self-improvement. Good heavens, this is absolutely ridiculous. So, this kind of simp and brainless son-in-law protagonist should just die. Lin Chen was at a loss. What should he do if his wife was angry? He clenched his fists, feeling somewhat lost. At this moment, Lin Chen saw the young master who was completely unharmed, and was also taken aback to see that he was unharmed. However, their eyes lit up because the young master was unharmed. Loner, look, he's alright, isn't he? Pointing at the young master, Lin Chen spoke with confidence. As for why he stuttered, it was because he lacked confidence. Looking at the young master, and seeing that he was completely unharmed, Xiao Lan'er finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the young master's side, Xiao Lan'er quickly smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, my husband." Upon hearing Xiao Lan'er's apology, a flash of disgust crossed the young master's eyes. "That woman is a real bitch. Your husband hit me so hard, do you think an apology will make things right?" At that moment, Gu Yang patted him on the shoulder. Then, Gu Yang's mocking voice rang out, "Don't be angry. You were just mocking her, that's why her husband hit you. Don't wait until you get angry and yell at her, and then her husband comes and punches you twice, killing you." Upon hearing this, a flash of fear crossed the young master's eyes, and a chill swept over his entire body. He punched himself twice and killed himself. He glanced at Lin Chen with some fear, but the young master dared not say anything more. Seeing this, Gu Yang chuckled. Sure enough, this was a pragmatic person. Instead of those brainless supporting characters who knowingly go to their deaths. "Miss Xiao Lan'er, right? You should keep a close eye on your husband from now on, and stop him from attacking others like a mad dog. Also, miss, I suggest you take your husband to a mental hospital sometime. There might be something wrong with him." After saying something sarcastic to Xiao Lan'er, Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan took out their invitations and entered the hall. "Hey, boss, wait for me." Looking at Gu Yang ahead, Wen Wanwan called out to him, and then quickly followed Gu Yang. As he was about to enter the hall, the young master gave Lin Chen a hateful, mocking, and disdainful look, then straightened his suit before entering the hall. So what if they're awesome? They still can't get in, can they? After entering the hall with Wen Wanwan, Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan found a secluded spot and sat down quietly. Gu Yang and Wen Wanwan had barely sat down when the young master obsequiously came over and sat down next to Gu Yang. A while later, Lin Chen and Xiao Lan'er were led into the hall where the matriarch of the Xiao family was hosting a banquet by a wealthy man. Perhaps it was because the protagonist's luck was activated, and someone took pity on Lin Chen, so they brought Lin Chen and Xiao Lan'er into this place together. Chapter 27 Congratulatory Gift. Boss, are you a cultivator?" The young master asked Gu Yang with admiration. "No." Gu Yang replied coldly. "So, boss, how did you fix my nose, teeth, and facial fractures?" The young master asked again. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, or you might get killed without even knowing it." Gu Yang answered again, his tone somewhat threatening. Upon hearing this, the young master felt a chill run down his spine. Ouch, that's scary. Ahem, well, then I won't ask anymore. The young master said something. Then, the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. "Boss, isn't that Xiao Lan'er over there, along with her good-for-nothing husband?" Just then, the young master suddenly pointed to Xiao Lan'er, who was sitting quietly not far away, and Lin Chen asked Gu Yang a question. Hearing the young master's question, Gu Yang nodded. Indeed, they came in. "I was brought here by an unknown tycoon. TSK, I really don't know who dared to bring Xiao Lan'er and her good-for-nothing husband in here." Touching his chin, the young master inquired. Gu Yang shook his head, not knowing who it was either. "All I know is that he was a wealthy man who wore a suit, was pot-bellied, and looked somewhat greasy." After some awkward conversation with the young master, the matriarch of the Xiao family came out from a room in the hall. Leaning on a wooden cane, the old lady's body was somewhat hunched. The matriarch of the Xiao family will be 90 years old this year. Today is her 90th birthday. Leaning on her wooden cane, the old lady, though 90 years old, walked with unwavering determination. Step by step, they ascended to the high seat. After taking her seat on the high platform, the old lady addressed the crowd of people celebrating her birthday below, saying, "Thank you all so much for coming to celebrate my 90th birthday. Thank you all so much today." As she spoke, she stood up to thank everyone. But just then, her son, Xiao Lan'er's father, quickly helped her up. "Mother, let me say it." After stopping his mother, Xiao Cheng turned to the people celebrating her birthday and bowed to them, saying, "Thank you all for giving my mother the honor of celebrating her 90th birthday." Upon hearing this, the group of people sitting below the stage quickly waved their hands. At this moment, Xiao Cheng's gaze suddenly fell upon his daughter, and the man who had bewitched her, causing her to betray his Xiao family. Looking at the man, Xiao Chang's eyes were filled with anger. With this person who had bewitched his daughter around, his mother's 90th birthday celebration suddenly made him unhappy. Suppressing his emotions, Xiao Chang withdrew his gaze from Xiao Lan'er and Lin Chen. After glancing around, Xiao Chang smiled and said, "Everyone, I would like to thank you all again for attending my mother's 90th birthday banquet." After saying this, he bowed again in gratitude. Upon seeing this, a wealthy businessman quickly stood up. Immediately afterwards, he said to Xiao Chang, "Master Xiao, you are too kind. Today is the old lady's birthday, and I don't have much to give. This is a pair of jade bracelets that I bought, which can be considered as a birthday gift for the old lady." The jade bracelet was wrapped in a luxurious gift box, clearly indicating its value. The gift box was opened, and a pair of jade bracelets appeared inside. Looking at the jade bracelets inside the gift box, Gu Yang immediately recognized their value. 1,500,000. The tycoon closed the gift box again and placed it on a table not far away. That's a table specifically for displaying gifts. Seeing this, one wealthy merchant after another and their families took out their gifts. "Master Xiao, this is a pair of jade vases, a congratulatory gift I prepared for the old madam." Another wealthy person placed their decorated jade vase on the table where gifts were displayed. "This jade vase is far more valuable than the jade bracelet that the wealthy man just gave me." Gu Yang could tell the value of the jade bottle at a glance. 2 million. Then, one wealthy person after another placed their gifts on the table. "Boss, have you prepared a gift? If not, you can use mine." At this moment, the young master next to Gu Yang quickly took out a gift box and handed it to Gu Yang. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang was taken aback. Gu Yang glanced at the guy and found it amusing. "Ha, no need. I've prepared a gift, you can give yours to the old madam." The young master was taken aback, thinking that Gu Yang was worried about him. He quickly shook his head and said, "Sir, I actually came with my father. He's over there, and he can prepare the gift. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I give a gift or not." Pointing to his father who was drinking tea, the young master's eyes showed some anxiety. He was somewhat afraid that this big shot would lose face here because he didn't have a congratulatory gift. With a smile, Gu Yang patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. Seeing this, the young master sighed and decided to ignore it. "However, if the big shot really loses face by not giving a gift, then I'll risk my reputation to save face for him. Grandma, Dad, Daddy, this is our gift." Xiao Lan'er carefully took a small box out of her pocket. Looking at her father in his high position and her grandmother, her eyes were filled with unease. Upon seeing her granddaughter Xiao Lan'er, a subtle tenderness, gentleness, and doting affection appeared in the old lady's eyes. However, upon seeing Lin Chen beside her, the old lady's eyes immediately showed disdain and mockery. Dad, this is a gift that Lin Chen prepared for Grandma." As she spoke, Xiao Lan'er nervously opened the gift box. Then, a small, somewhat damaged bell appeared. It was a broken, old-looking gold bell. As the small golden bell appeared, the people in the hall fell silent. "This is... Do you wish the old lady were dead? Giving a clock as a wedding gift? Your husband really came up with that idea. Xiao Lan'er, is this your wedding gift?" Looking at the congratulatory gift, Xiao Cheng felt a surge of anger. As he descended step by step from the high platform to Xiao Lan'er's side, Xiao Cheng's eyes were filled with anger. Snatching the small golden bell, Xiao Cheng angrily threw it away. Then, a snapping sound. The small golden bell was clearly broken into pieces. Fine. Xiao Lan'er, did you bring your good-for-nothing husband back this time to curse your grandmother? Looking at Xiao Lan'er and the useless son-in-law beside her, Xiao Cheng's eyes were filled with anger. Okay. Is this to make my mother seem like she's lived a long time, and to make her die? Looking at Xiao Lan'er, Xiao Cheng raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Snap! But before he could slap him, Lin Chen grabbed his arm. Sending you a clock is just a way of showing concern for an old woman like you. They actually drove my wife away from the Xiao family. The fact that I didn't wipe out the entire Xiao family is an act of kindness on my part. Chapter 28 Lin Chen takes the killer. Staring blankly at the broken little golden bell, Xiao Lana was at a loss for what to do. She never expected that the congratulatory gift Lin Chen bought would actually be golden bell. For my 90th birthday, you're giving me a golden bell. Is this a clock delivery? Are you trying to turn my grandmother's 90th birthday into her death anniversary? Looking at Lin Chen beside her, who seemed indifferent, Xiao Lana's eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, besides anger, her eyes were filled with regret. Why did I listen to my grandfather back then? Why did I marry this good-for-nothing and make him my live-in son-in-law? Looking at Xiao Chang, who was angry but still retained his rationality, Gu Yang smiled wickedly. Don't you love your wife? Aren't you a simp? Well then, today I'll make you lick my boots until you get a divorce. With a flash of blood-red light in his eyes, Gu Yang silently used his Sharingan Genjutsu to control Xiao Chang. I must say, spiritual awareness is a wonderful thing. You can use illusions without making eye contact with people. Of course, there are limitations. The kaleidoscope's exclusive illusion type eye technique, Kodo Amatsukami, requires eye contact, unlike Tsukuyami. The rest of the illusions are not needed. After all, those minor illusions aren't that great, only Tsukuyami and Kodo Amatsukami are really impressive. If possible, help me think of some illusion magic. My kaleidoscope is said to have all the eye techniques of the kaleidoscope. So, help me think of something that can't just be this many eye techniques, right? After using illusion magic to control Xiao Chang, Gu Yang began his plan. Good. Xiao Lana, you did a really good job. Are you hoping your grandma dies sooner? Xiao Qingli shouted at Xiao Lana, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were about to go mad. At this moment, the surrounding crowd, seeing this, was quite understanding. Look! Are you happy that your mother is turning 90? Happy, right? After all, I'm almost 60 years old, and my mother is still alive. And now, on my mother's 90th birthday, they gave her a gold bell. Anyone would be angry about that. Staring furiously at Xiao Lana, Xiao Chang raised his arm as if he were about to hit her at any moment. Thump! Xiao Lana suddenly knelt on the ground. The sound of her bones hitting the ground made a dull thud, and at the same time, Xiao Lana's aggrieved and anxious voice rang out, Dad, I don't know. At this moment, Xiao Lana burst into tears in the face of her father's rage. She had no idea that Lin Chen would send this to her grandmother. Thinking about it, she began to resent Lin Chen. Why did we let this good-for-nothing prepare grandma's wedding gift in the first place? The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears involuntarily streamed down her large, beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Chang became even angrier. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Lana across the face. As he waved his hand, he cursed, You brat, stop crying. You cursed your grandma, and you still have the nerve to cry. I shouldn't have wanted you in the first place. I should have drowned you in the chamber pot the moment you were born. As he spoke, he was about to slap Xiao Lana's face with his large hand. Stop! Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out. Lin Chen stared at Xiao Chang with cold eyes, as if he were about to devour him. Seeing this, Xiao Chang became even angrier. Useless trash, are you trying to rebel? Xiao Chang shouted angrily, twitching his arm as he tried to pull it out. However, no matter how he tried to move his arm, he couldn't. At this point, he became even angrier. Seeing the two of them acting out, a glint flashed in Gu Yang's eyes. Lin Chen! Hero saves the damsel in distress. Then why don't you help? Come on, let me help you. This affected Lin Chen's mind, and then, in a fit of rage, Lin Chen threw a punch at Xiao Chang. Click! Lin Chen's punch landed on Xiao Chang, producing a loud thud. Then, Xiao Chang's figure was suddenly sent flying backward. Seeing this, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With a swift movement, he blocked the figure that was flying backward. His right hand landed on his back, forcing his flying body to stop. Then, Gu Yang shouted, Call 120 quickly. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, the wealthy individuals and their families immediately looked at Xiao Chang, noticing the unstoppable flow of blood from his mouth and the caved-in chest. Everyone was immediately shocked. What a cruel heart! Before they could think further, they all quickly picked up their phones and dialed 120. Gu Yang placed Xiao Chang on the ground and used his internal energy to stop the bleeding in the ruptured alveoli in his chest cavity. Having done all this, Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Gu Yang angrily said to Lin Chen, as a martial artist, "You attacked an ordinary person and even tried to kill them. You are truly ruthless." Looking at Lin Chen, Gu Yang's eyes were filled with anger. A facade of sanctimoniousness. No, he looks like a righteous and awe-inspiring hero. Looking at Gu Yang, Lin Chen felt inexplicably displeased. So what if I hit him? Even if I killed him, what could you do to me? Looking at Gu Yang, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with gloom. Smack! Suddenly, a crisp slap rang out. "Lin Chen, let's get a divorce." Xiao Lan'er's angry voice rang out. Then, without waiting for Lin Chen to react, she hurriedly ran towards Xiao Chang. Dad, are you alright?" Looking at the unconscious Xiao Chang, Xiao Lan'er's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing her tear-streaked, pitiful state, Gu Yang said coldly, "Don't worry, your father won't die. But his condition is also very bad. I've only managed to stabilize his blood and blood vessels. Everything else will have to wait until we get to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan'er quickly wiped away her tears. Thank you. Looking at Gu Yang, Xiao Lan'er's eyes were full of gratitude. Gu Yang smiled but didn't say anything more. "Oh no, old madam." Just then, a panicked cry rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the old lady. Suddenly, the old lady collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The walking stick was lying right next to her at that moment. She may have stood up to walk towards her son, but due to her advanced age and overwhelming anger, she fainted. Seeing this, Gu Yang flashed to the old lady's side. He reached out and channeled a wisp of true energy into the old lady's body. As Gu Yang's true energy entered the old lady's body, she woke up. Changer. The first thing the old lady did upon waking was to go find her son. Just then, Gu Yang suddenly supported her. "Madam, the Xiao family head's condition has calmed down. Now, you should rest here quietly. Don't ruin your health by getting angry or overworking yourself. Do you still want your son to live a good life? If you do, you'd better sit quietly and obediently in that chair right now." Gu Yang helped the old lady up, his tone serious. Upon hearing this, the old lady glanced at Gu Yang. Seeing the seriousness and earnestness in Gu Yang's eyes, the old lady asked anxiously, "Is Chenger really alright?" Gu Yang nodded, indicating his agreement. Chapter 29 A Perfect Show, I'm a Good Person. Looking at the young man in a high position who had saved Xiao Chang and the old lady, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel anger in his eyes. Why does this person have to go against me? Her gaze fell upon the young master and Wan, who had come with Gu Yang. Lin Chen glanced again at Gu Yang, who was at least 10 meters away from him. After some calculation, he came up with a plan. Kill Wan and that young master. He then quickly fled. This young man is at most at the same level as me, at the transformation realm. After killing his companion, he quickly fled. Next, I contacted the people at the Dragon King's palace and finally had them kidnap Lan'er for me. As for the Xiao family, just wipe them out. When that time comes, I'll be abroad, and the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to do anything to me, a murderer. Thinking it over, Lin Chen was about to reach out and kill someone. Just as he unleashed his energy, a ghostly figure flickered. In an instant, Lin Chen's energy was dispersed, and at the same time, the ghostly figure slapped Lin Chen across the face in 0.01 seconds. Smack! Gu Yang slap sent Lin Chen flying dozens of meters away. As Lin Chen was sent flying, his body pierced through the wall and crashed directly into the courtyard outside the hall. At the same time, a large pit was created in the yard because of him. With a flash, Gu Yang appeared beside him. Looking at Lin Chen, who was now like a dead dog, Gu Yang reached out and grabbed the jade pendant off his neck. Then he looked at the half-dead Lin Chen. Koto Amatsukami, 7 days, used a flash of crimson light to directly control him. Then, Lin Chen stood up. A powerful punch, brimming with energy, sent Gu Yang flying. With one punch, Gu Yang's body flew backwards towards the hall. During this time, Gu Yang deliberately smashed a large hole in the wall. Lin Chen stood up in a disheveled state and turned to flee outside. Gu Yang's body slammed onto a table, which crumbled into pieces as he crashed down. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing a few times, Gu Yang spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Are you all right? The wealthy man whose table had been smashed by Gu Yang quickly helped Gu Yang up. At this moment, the wealthy man looked at Gu Yang with eyes full of admiration. So strong. Shaking his head, Gu Yang forced himself to stand up. Looking at the old lady, Gu Yang clasped his hands in apology and said, "Old lady, I'm sorry, I didn't hit him." Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Gu Yang coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the old lady quickly said, "It's all right, it's all right, it's all my fault for being an unfilial granddaughter." As she spoke, the old lady glared angrily at Xiao Lan'er. "You brat, what are you looking at? Get up and go." Before the old lady could finish speaking, when Wan came to Gu Yang's side and helped him to the side. "Humph, we won't trouble you, madam. My son-in-law is seriously injured today, so I'll take him away now." After saying that, when Wan helped Gu Yang leave, the old lady was also embarrassed and stood there stunned. "Grandma, that's Wan, Morong Shue's stepmother. That young man must be Morong Shue's boyfriend. But, a few days ago at Morong Shue's engagement party with someone else, this young man seemed to be causing trouble." At this point, a wealthy man offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, the old lady was taken aback. Then, after thinking it over, she quickly found the anchor point. "I remember now." The old lady murmured, as if talking to herself, or as if she were explaining something. The reason he caused trouble was actually to interrupt Morong Shue's engagement to that person. It's all to prevent Morong Shue from suffering. The person she's engaged to is probably plotting to seize the Morong family's wealth. At that time, they must have poisoned Morong Fu, or done something else to kill him without anyone knowing. Once Morong Shue and that person were engaged, Morong Fu could die. They struck first and killed him, and that young man must have discovered the conspiracy. So he thwarted their plot. But who knew they would strike so quickly? The next day, Morong Fu was dead. So, that young man actually saved Morong Shue. An explanation, whether intentional or not, rang out, not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Upon hearing the old lady's explanation, whether intentional or not, everyone recalled the events and then suddenly realized what had happened. It seems that's how it is. At that moment, the young man slapped Morong Shue. Although the slap was loud, Morong Shue's face was completely unharmed. After being hit, she walked off the stage in a huff, which conveniently interrupted the engagement. This young man is truly an amazing person. Just as these people were talking, the ambulance arrived at the Xiao family compound. So, Xiao Chang and the old lady were both taken to the ambulance. After that, the wealthy men chatted for a while and then left one by one. Although today's birthday banquet wasn't very enjoyable, we certainly ate a lot of gossip. The second young lady of the Xiao family's useless live-in husband actually tried to kill the head of the Xiao family. And that young man, and that battle that lasted only 3 or 4 rounds. Wow, that's really amazing. Old Madame Xiao and Miss Xiao, they really have suffered. Looking at Gu Yang in the driver's seat, Wan sighed. The Xiao family is really unlucky. There are actually sons-in-law like this. Ha, are you stupid? That son-in-law of the Xiao family only moved in with ulterior motives. Driving, Gu Yang spoke in a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, when Wan thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. He has ulterior motives, he's a master of internal energy transformation. I'm only at the hidden strength level, while that guy is at the transformation strength level. Even the weakest master of internal energy transformation can still take on 100 opponents. As a martial artist specializing in transforming internal energy, why would he become a son-in-law? You mean, he's actually after the Shao family's wealth? Thinking about it, Wan Wanwan asked. Gu Yang smiled but didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Wan Wanwan also realized what was going on. As expected? Just like Schwer's good-for-nothing fiancé, he's only after money. She said helplessly, and Wan Wanwan was also very angry about it. These people are disgusting. After playing Dodiju, a card game, for several days, she and Morong Shui became comrades in arms. Having witnessed all sorts of ugly behavior, much of the resentment has disappeared as a result. After all, we're comrades in arms. And we've had all sorts of ugly moments and all sorts of cooperative moments. Therefore, it's not wrong to have a good relationship. Driving, Gu Yang quickly returned home. After returning home, Gu Yang said to Wan Wanwan, I'm going out for a bit. If anything happens, call me. With that, Gu Yang kissed her fiery red lips, and then, riding his Kawasaki warhorse, he roared forward like a runaway black horse. What is Gu Yang going to do? Go find Lin Chen. At this point, he was under his own control. Well, we should collect all the resources that need to be collected. Chapter 30 Dragon King's Palace. Owner. Lin Chen looked at Gu Yang with respect. At this point, he had already been controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, 7 days. Looking at Lin Chen at this moment, Gu Yang nodded. Within 7 days, Lin Chen will completely obey my orders. After detecting no living beings in the vicinity using his spiritual sense, Gu Yang nodded. Nobody's around, that's perfect. Gu Yang summoned the colorful dragon and jumped onto its back. Then, the colorful dragon raised its claws and grabbed Lin Chen. Then a beam of light flashed, and the colorful dragon instantly became invisible, concealing its aura and the figures of Gu Yang and Lin Chen. Finally, it flapped its enormous dragon wings and flew towards the headquarters of the Dragon King's palace. The headquarters of the Dragon King Palace is located on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. The Dragon King's palace is hidden incredibly well on this small island. At the same time, they are also researching forbidden-level weapons here. Gu Yang was also very curious about their situation. With the speed of a rainbow dragon, it took only 2 hours to arrive at the small island where the Dragon King's palace was hidden. After arriving at this place, Gu Yang put away the colorful dragon. Take me to the Dragon King's palace base. After giving Lin Chen some instructions, Gu Yang followed Lin Chen out towards the Dragon King palace base. As Gu Yang followed Lin Chen toward the Dragon King palace's base, he pondered how to destroy the Dragon King palace or how to utilize it. After much thought, I decided it was best to be controlled by the gods. Unfortunately, there is a cooldown period after each use, and each cooldown refresh consumes 10 years of lifespan. I'm speechless. But, considering one's own lifespan. With the cultivation of Gangjin, and by practicing the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, one's lifespan is guaranteed to be 500 years. This is a lifespan that only those who have achieved foundation establishment can have. Embracing the Elixir 120, 150, Innate 300, Foundation Establishment 500, Golden Elixir 800, Nascent Soul 1500, Deity Transformation 3000, Tribulation Crossing 5000, Human Immortal 10,000. With a lifespan of 500 years, refreshing the page 7 or 8 times wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he was only in his early 20s, and his cultivation level was only at the Gangjin stage. It has great potential for the future, and its inherent abilities can be easily overcome. After thinking it over, Gu Yang made his decision. Those high-ranking officials who control the Dragon King's palace. In a way, it's about building your own team. Soon, Gu Yang and Lin Chen entered the base where the Dragon King Palace headquarters was located. Upon entering, Gu Yang's spiritual sense detected the aura of a late-stage core formation martial artist, a dozen auras ranging from early to peak transformation realm, and hundreds of auras of dark force and bright force cultivation. These are the core members of the Dragon King's palace. If they were armed, they would have the terrifying power to overthrow a small country. It's no exaggeration, after all, martial artists have superhuman physical abilities, and their mental strength is also abnormally high. Therefore, warriors have a sharper sense of awareness on the battlefield and can dodge attacks from guns and ammunition. Moreover, their aim when attacking is that of sharpshooters. Welcome back to the Dragon King's palace, Dragon King. Upon seeing Lin Chen's return, those who saw him immediately shouted respectfully. At that moment, an old man with a white beard, who was drinking tea for health, suddenly sensed a familiar presence. With a flash of inspiration, the old man disappeared from his tea drinking spot. Soon, he arrived at his disciple's side. Looking at Lin Chen, Lin Jingguo's eyes were full of satisfaction. That kid's finally back. Looking at Lin Jingguo in front of him, Gu Yang's black eyes transformed into an eternal kaleidoscope. After exchanging a glance with Lin Jingguo immediately used the farewell to heaven skill, permanently, and then the only thought in Lin Jingguo's mind was to submit to Gu Yang. Master, you're back. Turning to look at Gu Yang, Lin Jingguo said respectfully. Lin Jingguo is one of the top generals of the Dragon Kingdom and one of the top 10 core formation experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Secretly, he is the previous master of the Dragon King Palace and is now the supreme elder of the Dragon King Palace. After taking control of Lin Jingguo, information about him appeared in Gu Yang's mind. I never expected his identity to be so important. The 10 great core formation realm masters of the Dragon Kingdom are the 10 publicly known late-stage core formation realm warriors in the Dragon Kingdom. There are 3 at the peak of the Danbao stage and 7 at the late stage. Lin Jingguo was one of them. Looking at Lin Jingguo, Gu Yang nodded. Take me around here and tell me who they are. After saying that, Gu Yang began to tour the secret base of the Dragon King's palace under their guidance. After completing the tour, Gu Yang had taken control of the 12 people. 6 are at the early stage of the core formation stage, 3 at the middle stage of the transformation stage, 2 at the late stage of the transformation stage, and 1 at the peak of the transformation stage. It consumed 120 years of Gu Yang's lifespan. These 12 people happen to be the 12 transformation realm experts from the Dragon King Palace's secret base. Those who had mastered the transformation realm and the embracing the elixir were all controlled. With these high-ranking officials under control, Gu Yang also established his own team. With them, the Dragon King Palace will belong to Gu Yang from now on. Lin Jingguo, summon all members currently at the Dragon King Palace headquarters. Looking at Lin Jingguo standing respectfully beside him, Gu Yang suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingguo nodded quickly. Arrive at the broadcasting room and summon the elites currently in the Dragon King's palace. There were a total of 687 people. They were all martial artists. However, these martial artists all wore different clothes. 48 of them were wearing research suits. They are researchers at the Dragon King Palace. They are all researchers trained by the Dragon King Palace at great expense. Each of them is a world-class expert. Gu Yang glanced at them and nodded. These people have a loyalty rating of 90 points to the Dragon King Palace. As long as they don't do anything reckless, they will never betray us. The remaining individuals all displayed a loyalty level of 85. Clearly, these elites are all very loyal to the Dragon King's palace. Or rather, the brainwashing techniques used by the Dragon King's palace are amazing. Nodding in satisfaction, Gu Yang began his speech. The speech was passionate and inspiring, while simultaneously conveying spiritual guidance and directing this and that. After a 3-hour speech, Gu Yang was exhausted. However, this method proved remarkably effective. These people's loyalty to the Dragon King's palace ranged from a minimum of 91 to a maximum of 98. Average loyalty is 94 points. He nodded in satisfaction, deciding to come and brainwash these people once a year from now on. Thinking about it, Gu Yang couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. After glancing at these people, Gu Yang spoke with Lin Jingguo and obtained some information about the Dragon King Palace. Then, Gu Yang took Lin Chen and left. The Dragon King's Palace truly lives up to its reputation as an underground organization. It truly lives up to its name as the Dragon King's Palace. In addition to the Dragon King Group, Dragon King Palace also controls several trillion-dollar conglomerates. The Dragon King Palace's total wealth is estimated at 9 trillion. At the same time, the Dragon King Palace also controlled a small country. Although this small country has only 280,000 square kilometers, it is still a country. I have to say, the Dragon King's palace is really awesome. Before leaving, Gu Yang left behind some spiritual herbs he had obtained from Xiaoitian. At the same time, they also took a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle that is 10 years ahead of the world's technology. A sniper rifle specifically designed for martial artists. One can use internal energy to transform into internal energy bullets. Then, a shot was fired, its power depending on the quality of the energy injected into the sniper rifle by the martial artist. A single shot could kill a martial artist at the peak of the core formation stage. Even if the standbound martial artist uses internal energy to protect himself, he will still die. Chapter 31 Lin Chen's Death. Looking at Lin Chen's body turning into dust, Gu Yang shook his head disdainfully. A flash of pitch-black light appeared, followed by a gigantic, terrifying spider measuring 5 meters in length. Rakshasa, devour his soul. After saying that, Gu Yang began to organize his gains from this trip. Because Lin Chen died directly, not from a complete breakdown. Therefore, after his death, Gu Yang only plundered 4,500 points of luck, 45,000 points of luck value, and a silver gift pack. Currently, Gu Yang's luck is 9,700 points, and his fortune value is 55,000 points. It's a pity that Lin Chen and Lin Jinggua's relationship is just so. Otherwise, after subduing Lin Jinghua, he could gain 1,500 points of luck and 15,000 points of luck value. Oh dear, what a loss. After Rakshasa devoured Lin Chen's soul, it provided him with 10,000 beast taming points. In other words, it only needs 90,000 beast taming points to advance to the 7th tier demon beast. After checking his beast taming points balance, Gu Yang nodded. That's just over 90,000. Then, Gu Yang extended his right hand. He stretched out his right hand, and a burst of energy entered the Rakshasa's body. Boom! A dense aura of death erupted, a terrifying aura that would turn any ordinary person who came into contact with even a trace into bones and merge into the earth within moments. The aura of death surged forth, so terrifying that even Gu Yang felt a threat of death just looking at it. Of course, this is just a normal psychological effect. Even if it were to truly kill Gu Yang, Rakshasa still wouldn't be able to do it. The aura of death surged, flowing into the Rakshasa's body in waves. As the aura of death merged with it, the aura emanating from the Rakshasa began to change. Buzz! The aura of death spread outwards, and under its influence, all the flowers, trees, insects, and ants within a mile radius turned to ash and merged into the earth as fertilizer. There stood a creature 8 meters tall, its 8 spider legs plunging deep into the earth. It had a ferocious appearance, blood-red eyes the size of an adult's head, and teeth that could easily crush alloy. This is the 7th tier Rakshasa. That's really scary. It looks like a demon from the depths of hell. It looks incredibly creepy. Nodding in satisfaction at Rakshasa, Gu Yang waved his hand and Rakshasa was returned to his beast taming space. At this time, the beast taming space covers an area of 380 square kilometers. It's quite large, about the size of a small town, more than enough for these 3 behemoths to rest and live in. After putting away the Rakshasa, Gu Yang's pitch-black eyes flashed with a blood-red light, and then a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The black windmill in his pupil spun, and then a spatial portal appeared in front of Gu Yang. With a single, long stride, Gu Yang left the place. At this moment, Gu Yang had already marked the Dragon King Palace with a spatial imprint, so it would only take a moment to arrive. Therefore, Gu Yang was not too worried about the safety of the Dragon King's palace. The Xiao family just arrived. Looking at Gu Yang walking out of the spatial passage, Wanwan said. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang was taken aback. Xiao family, someone come here. Sitting down next to Wanwan, Gu Yang asked with a smile, what's wrong? Did something happen again? Shaking her head, Wanwan explained, no, the Xiao family came to thank you. After all, you saved the head of their family, their matriarch. For some reason, Gu Yang detected a hint of resentment in Wanwan's tone. Hearing her plaintive tone, he awkwardly scratched his nose. I don't even know what I did. Why are you looking at me with such a resentful expression? The Xiao family wants to thank you properly and has invited you to a banquet at their home tomorrow. It's a special thank you banquet they're hosting just for you. Her resentful tone rang out again, this time as she spoke to Gu Yang about the Xiao family's visit. They invited Gu Yang to their thank you banquet. A banquet specially held for Gu Yang. After all, he's her savior. As the saying goes, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, so I only ask to repay you with my body. The Xiao family happens to have two young ladies. Miss Xiao Qingxue, one of the most popular actresses in China. The second young lady, who is also the wife of the good-for-nothing son-in-law, is Xiao Lan'er. As for Xiao Qingxue, when Wan Wan had previously wanted to kidnap her and bring her back to be Gu Yang's concubine. Now the Xiao family should thank me. Could it be that they're going to use a honey trap to express their gratitude? Touching his chin, Gu Yang pondered. Is the Xiao family hosting a banquet? Is the head of the Xiao family out of danger? Holding Wan Wan in his arms, Gu Yang asked. Hearing this, she nodded. Xiao Cheng is fine. With your help, he only broke a few ribs in his chest. After a 3-hour operation at the hospital, his broken ribs have been set. Now it's up to him to recover on his own. After the explanation, Wan Wan also became curious. So she asked, with your medical skills, why don't you treat him yourself? This was the point that puzzled her the most. Hearing her question, Gu Yang smiled slightly. This is obvious, those who know. Seeing this, Wan Wan immediately understood Gu Yang's meaning. She pouted, a little jealous, and said, oh. If you heal him completely, the Xiao family will think it's nothing serious. But if you only stabilize his injuries and then he goes to the hospital for surgery, it will appear that his injuries are serious. Your timely intervention saved his life. And you're doing this for his two daughters. When Wan Wan's lips twitched slightly, at this moment, she felt only a sense of helplessness. This little man is really good at scheming. Upon hearing Wan Wan's explanation, Gu Yang was completely dumbfounded. I had no idea that's what I was thinking. I just disliked him because he's a man. Damn, if he were a woman, would I not be able to completely cure him? Forehead. I won't. I'll make her body even weaker and her injuries even more severe without her knowing. Then, I began to heal her little by little. At that time, you can not only win the heart of a girl, but also take advantage of her. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough, Wan, you're overthinking it. But since he invited us, it's not a bad idea to go and see him, Gu Yang replied righteously. After speaking, a look of worry suddenly appeared in Gu Yang's eyes as he looked at Wan Wan. Wan Wan is too weak. Shuer is the same. One is overt, the other is covert. Both of them are still too weak. Without a peak transformation realm cultivation level, you wouldn't even have the ability to protect yourself. Upon meeting Gu Yang of the Dragon King's palace, he was quite dissatisfied with the strength of Wan Wan and Morong Shui. After all, it's too weak. Only those at the peak of the transformation realm can be considered to have the ability to barely protect themselves. Thinking about it, Gu Yang suddenly remembered the Qilin Jade Pendant. The Qilin Jade Pendant can condense a drop of spiritual liquid every month. The spiritual liquid can cleanse the marrow and bones, prolong life, and enhance cultivation. Although the effect is not significant, it can still allow Lin Chen to become a 26-year-old martial artist at the transformation realm. At this moment, the Qilin Jade Pendant contains 7 drops of spiritual liquid. It was specially stored by Lin Chen, who planned to break through to the peak of the transformation realm. But now, these 7 drops of spiritual liquid have benefited Gu Yang. Chapter 32 is good. The bathroom was filled with spiritual energy. Wisps of spiritual energy flowed merrily through the bathroom. This was the spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual liquid condensed by the low-grade magic artifact, the Qilin Jade Pendant. 7 drops of spiritual liquid floated above Wan Wan's head, while Gu Yang's right arm rested on her beautiful back. Wan, now you should carefully feel the flow of energy within your body. Guide this energy to transform into your internal Tai Chi strength using the Tai Chi techniques I've taught you, Gu Yang said, looking at Wan in front of him. Upon hearing this, Wanwan nodded seriously. She knew she was too weak. He recalled the crisis that occurred during the 90th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Xiao family. If Gu Yang hadn't intervened in time, Lin Chen's internal energy would have struck him. If I were to accept that guy's furious attack, I'd probably be turned into a corpse in one blow. Therefore, what I need to do is become stronger. Today, the young man is helping me improve my abilities, so I can't slack off either. Although this kind of cultivation improvement is not as comfortable as cultivating with a young man, the speed of cultivation improvement is much faster. Gu Yang guided the spiritual liquid that was suspended above Wanwan's head. With Gu Yang's guidance, a drop of spiritual liquid turned into spiritual energy and dispersed, then entered Wanwan's body. After the spiritual energy entered, Gu Yang used his Yellow Emperor's inner classic true chi and a wisp of azure lotus earth core flame to temper Wanwan's internal strength and her meridians. Gu Yang was very cautious about this. All for the sake of preventing her from getting hurt. The first drop of spiritual liquid was refined, which took half an hour. With Gu Yang's help, especially the energy of that wisp of flame from the azure lotus earth core flame, and the help of the Yellow Emperor's inner classic true chi within Gu Yang's body. In just half an hour, Wanwan became a martial artist at the half-step transformation realm. Although she was only at the half-step transformation realm, she was no weaker than a martial artist at the early stage of transformation realm. Why? First, Tai Chi Chuan. This is a martial art created by the ancient master Zhang Sanfeng. It is an internal martial art at the peak level of the Dantian, embracing the elixir technique. Second, the tempering of a single flame from the azure lotus earth core fire made Wanwan's meridians extremely resilient, and her internal energy was also very pure, 3 to 4 times purer than that of an ordinary half-step transformation realm martial artist. Thirdly, the amount of internal energy. You must know Gu Yang's true energy. Gu Yang used his own true energy to help Wanwan, so the amount of internal energy in her body was also very substantial. It was 3 or 4 times the amount of an ordinary half-step transformation realm martial artist. These 3 points alone allowed her, who was only half a step into the transformation realm, to possess the combat power of the early transformation realm, or even approaching the mid-transformation realm. Nodding in satisfaction, Gu Yang resumed refining the spiritual liquid for her. With his experience, Gu Yang helped her completely refine the remaining 6 drops of spiritual liquid in just 1 hour. After 6 drops of spiritual liquid helped her refine it, Wanwan's cultivation level broke through to the late stage of the transformation realm. It has a much greater effect than the normal 7 drops. Thinking about it, that makes sense. After all, the combined effect of Gu Yang's internal energy and the azure lotus earth core flame was enormous. Wanwan, now in the late stage of the transformation realm, has developed a certain degree of self-protection ability. His combat strength is comparable to that of a half-step cultivator who has reached the Dan realm. From now on, I won't have to worry about her safety anymore. However, precautions should still be taken. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light appeared in Gu Yang's eyes, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan appeared. The Sharingan met Wanwan's gaze, and then Gu Yang glared at Wanwan. As Gu Yang and Wanwan locked eyes, the mark of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan flashed in Wanwan's eyes. Translate the seal. One of the exclusive skills of the Manjikyu Sharingan. After use, it allows you to store one of your kaleidoscope eye techniques into the eyes of others. Gu Yang's stored eye techniques are Kamui Space, Tsukuyomi, and Amaterasu. If Wanwan encounters danger, then the transcription seal will be activated. Tsukuyomi pulls others into the Tsukuyomi space, where Amaterasu's black flames incinerate everything. At the same time, Wanwan is transferred into Kamui's space by Kamui. We must be prepared for anything. Wow, so handsome. So dashing. So alluring. Looking at the boy with bloodshot eyes, Wanwan was a little infatuated. Gu Yang, with his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, looks incredibly alluring and handsome, and is loved by everyone. Cough cough cough. Looking at Wanwan, Gu Yang coughed lightly. A glint flashed in his eyes, and then he concealed his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Ah! You big bad guy, let me see again. Such beautiful eyes. Suddenly throwing herself into Gu Yang's arms, Wen Wanwan said excitedly. Reaching out to hug Wen Wanwan's slender waist and looking at the excited Wen Wanwan in his eyes, Gu Yang reached out and gave her a light tap on the head. What is this woman thinking? Manjikyu Sharingan. These are supposedly evil eyes. If an ordinary person were to see this, even with just a glance, without me using my eye technique, that ordinary person would be corrupted by the evil energy of the kaleidoscope and turn into a madman. Not to mention, I have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. If I hadn't hidden my eternal kaleidoscope's evil aura beforehand, you would have gone crazy the moment you looked me in the eye. That should be right. Ordinary people cannot look into a kaleidoscope. If they do, their spirit will be eroded. Is it a scene from an anime or a manga? I think I forgot. If not, then I'll just accept my own interpretation. Since Wanwan wants to see it, then I'll satisfy you first, and then you can watch it. 6 hours later, in the middle of the night, he looked at Wen Wanwan and Morong Shui beside him. Looking at the two women, Gu Yang smiled gently. Holding the two women tightly, Gu Yang also fell into a deep sleep. Morong Shui returned just as she began her cultivation. With her return, Gu Yang stopped cultivating and immediately started playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, with the two women. After stretching, Gu Yang felt a wave of relief. Not noticing Wen Wanwan and Morong Shui beside him, Gu Yang wasn't in a hurry. He released his spiritual sense and easily spotted the two figures. Right now, they're downstairs watching TV and eating snacks. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Gu Yang had no intention of paying any attention to the two women. Gu Yang opened the system panel and was about to open the gift pack. A virtual panel appeared in front of Gu Yang, with a large, shimmering silver treasure chest at its center. This is the silver gift pack obtained by hunting down Lin Chen. Looking at the silver gift pack, Gu Yang reached out and clicked on it. As the silver gift pack was opened, 3 items stood upright in front of Gu Yang. Title: Magic Item Upgrade Scroll. Grade: Silver. Effect: upgrades the grade of magic items. Low-grade magic items are upgraded by 2 grades, while mid-grade and high-grade magic items are upgraded by 1 grade. Name: 5 Elements Technique. Grade: Silver. Function: a low-level cultivation technique, which can be cultivated up to the golden core stage. It cultivates the 5 elements of heaven and earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The initial cultivation involves the true chi of the 5 elements. Name: Spirit Gathering Array, Small. Grade: Silver. Function: this is a small-scale spirit gathering array, capable of controlling the villa you are in. Its function is to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making the concentration of spiritual energy within the array 3 times that of the outside world. Chapter 33: Spirit Gathering Array. Should I upgrade a low-grade magic weapon by 2 grades? Looking at the magic weapon upgrade scroll, Gu Yang's eyes were full of anticipation. Even a low-grade magic weapon like the Qilin Jade Pendant is this powerful. What about the Qilin Jade Pendant, which is a top-grade magic weapon? Gu Yang took out the Qilin Jade Pendant, his eyes gleaming. The magic weapon upgrade scroll was affixed to the Qilin Jade Pendant, and then a colorful, misty light appeared. The light transformed into streams of energy that entered the Qilin Jade Pendant. As this energy entered, a tricolor light appeared on the Qilin Jade Pendant. Time flies, and 10 minutes have passed. After the colorful, hazy light dissipated, a jade pendant in shades of cyan, blue, and purple appeared in Gu Yang's hand. The Qilin exuded a spiritual aura, that was the Qilin's spiritual essence. Looking at it is like looking at a real Qilin. Superior grade magical artifact. However, this is only a high-grade magic weapon of ordinary level. After all, this is a Qilin Jade Pendant with 2 grades at once. It's impossible for it to be directly upgraded to the top level among high-grade magic artifacts. If it's a mid-grade magic weapon being upgraded to a high-grade magic weapon, then it can be upgraded to a top-grade high-grade magic weapon. Unfortunately, you were upgraded from a low-grade magic weapon. Although this is just an ordinary high-grade magic weapon, it's still a very powerful item. First, the energy of the condensed spiritual liquid has increased tenfold, meaning that 1 drop now is equivalent to 10 drops before. Secondly, its speed of condensing spiritual liquid increases tenfold, meaning it condenses 1 drop every 3 days and 10 drops every month. Third, the Qilin space, a storage space with a volume of 100 cubic meters, where time is frozen. Fourth, the Qilin protects the body. When attacked fatally, it will release a Qilin protective shield that can withstand 3 days of damage from a golden core cultivator and a full-force attack from a nascent soul cultivator to protect its master. Fifth, the Qilin protects the child, which binds 9 people and allows you to place a Qilin protective shield on each of them. This shield can withstand a full-force attack from a Foundation Establishment cultivator for 3 days, or a full-force blow from a golden core cultivator. Sixth, the Qilin is an auspicious creature. Its owner can receive the Qilin's blessing and fortune, which can add 3,000 points to their luck. This is the power of the superior magical artifact, the Qilin Jade Pendant, especially the auspicious Qilin symbol. Increase your luck by 3,000 points. With 3,000 points of luck added, and my current 9,700 points of luck. That's 12700 luck, reaching the platinum level. Looking at the Qilin Jade Pendant radiating spiritual energy in his hand, Gu Yang probed into it with his spiritual sense and discovered the spiritual liquid inside. 30 drops of spiritual liquid in total. Looking at the 30 drops of spiritual liquid radiating pure spiritual energy, Gu Yang's eyes were filled with surprise. I can break through to the peak of Gangjin. He was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of Gangjin. With just 3 drops of spiritual liquid, I have 300% confidence in breaking through to the peak of Gangjin. Thinking about it, Gu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-grade magic weapon. Gu Yang reached out and took out the array plate of the Spirit Gathering Array, small. Holding the small Spirit Gathering Array plate, Gu Yang poured his true energy into it, and then a faint ripple emanated from it, enveloping the villa. At the same time, the array plate of the small Spirit Gathering Array disappeared, as if it had merged into the world. As soon as the Spirit Gathering Array was set up, streams of spiritual energy flew in from the outside. That was spiritual energy attracted by the Spirit Gathering Array. Soon, the spiritual energy inside the villa became 3 times stronger. Although the spiritual energy, which was 3 times more concentrated, didn't help Gu Yang much, the air purified by the spiritual energy made breathing incredibly easy. After all, it's pure, unpolluted air. Moreover, there is spiritual energy in this air. We breathe not only pure air, but also a touch of spiritual energy. Living in such a place makes it easy to live a long and healthy life. To live a healthy life to 100 or 80 years old and then die peacefully in one's sleep must be an easy feat. After setting up the Spirit Gathering Array, small, Gu Yang drew out 3 drops of spiritual liquid from the Qilin Jade Pendant. He then opened his mouth and swallowed the 3 drops of spiritual liquid, entering a state of cultivation. Shuer, can you feel that the speed of internal energy circulation within your body has increased significantly? Putting down her fries, Wan Wan asked Morong Shui curiously. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui was taken aback. Wan Wan was a martial artist at the transformation realm, and her senses were more acute than Morong Shui's, so she noticed the changes inside the villa ahead of time. Morong Shui, however, was only a martial artist at the late stage of Mingjin, so she did not feel much change. In short, the air suddenly felt much fresher. Breathing in the air, Morong Shui glanced at Wan Wan. Seeing the serious look in Wan Wan's eyes, Morong Shui also curiously entered a state of cultivation. Following the internal energy circulation method of Tai Chi, Morong Shui did indeed feel the internal energy flow accelerate. How much faster has it been? It accelerated 3 times. 3 times. With her natural talent for cultivation after being cleansed by the marrow cleansing pill, she, currently at the late stage of Mingjin, only needs 30 days to break through to the peak of Mingjin. Now, in this environment of spiritual energy, she only needs 10 days to break through to the peak of Mingjin. This speed of cultivation is undeniably fast. After all, he's already at an advanced age for cultivation. At such an advanced age, to be able to break through from the late stage of transformation realm to the peak of transformation realm in just 10 days is incredibly fast. After all, even during the best period of cultivation in one's youth, it takes several months, or even a year, to break through from the late stage of transformation realm to the peak of transformation realm. After practicing a small cycle of internal energy circulation according to the Tai Chi Chuan method, Shui also withdrew from the practice. Indeed, cultivation has become much faster. After answering, Shui's eyes lit up with surprise and admiration. Because she knew that all the changes in the family were caused by her husband. As expected of my husband, he's really amazing. Alright, let's continue watching the show. After realizing that the feeling of accelerated cultivation was not a mistake in her perception, when Wan picked up some snacks and continued to stay at home. Now that she's a martial artist, these snacks won't make her fat at all, so she doesn't have to worry about losing her figure. So she ate as much as she wanted. Since I won't gain weight anyway, is it a problem if I eat a little more? As for why she was so calm about the accelerated cultivation speed. This isn't even her late-stage transformation realm cultivation level. Even if it were 3 times faster, it would still take 6 months to break through to the peak of transformation realm. What's the point of cultivating it if it's such a waste of time? When cultivating with her man, her cultivation speed is no faster than when she cultivates in this kind of environment. Since you're both cultivating, why not choose to cultivate with your man? So, wouldn't it be better for her to just stay home quietly? Besides, isn't it exciting to break through from the hidden strength stage to the late stage of the transformation strength stage in just 2 hours? That's what made her breakthrough. So, no rush. Looking at Wan and seeing her relaxed appearance, Shui also stopped her cultivation. She also remembered the speed at which she and her man cultivated together. Cultivating with your man not only makes your cultivation speed in effect several times faster, but also makes the internal energy you cultivate purer and more powerful. If that's the case, then why bother with all the cultivation? Thinking about it, she also picked up some snacks and started watching the show. And so, the 2 girls at home are now content to be couch potatoes, binge-watching TV shows. Chapter 34 Embracing the Elixir. Crackling and popping. Crackling and popping. A crackling sound, like popping beans, rang out from Gu Yang's body. As the sound of popping beans rang out, Gu Yang's aura became somewhat dangerous and terrifying. The powerful storm was controlled by Gu Yang above his head, and the storm contained a terrifying wind pressure. If all the internal energy is unleashed, it can easily crush a small mountain that is 6 or 7 meters high. The full force of the storm could completely destroy this villa worth billions. Gu Yang opened his eyes, and as he did, the storm of energy dissipated. I stood up, my body brimming with strength. His physical body, true energy, and even his spiritual sense have all doubled in strength. A powerful burst of spiritual consciousness erupted, and everything within a 10-kilometer radius was imprinted into Gu Yang's mind. After withdrawing the spiritual energy, Gu Yang stretched. This feeling is both very relaxing and very powerful. Gu Yang opened the system and checked his information panel. Name, Gu Yang. Age, 24. Cultivation level, peak of Gang gene. Exercise method, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. Luck, 9,700, gold, plus 3,000, auspicious Qilin. Luck value, 55,000. Special, Blue Star's Blessing. Divine weapon, Xianyuan Divine Sword. Magical artifact, top-grade magical artifact, Qilin Jade Pendant. Items, Beast Tamer's Heart, Fragment, Super Sniper Rifle. Beast Taming, Little White, Tier 6, Rainbow Dragon, Tier 7, Rakshasa, Tier 7. Hunting protagonists, Xiaofan, 1200, Silver Protagonist, Lin Shen, 4500, Silver Protagonist. After reviewing his information, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This information is concise and clear, absolutely amazing. At the peak of Gang gene, he is only 1 step away from the Xiantian realm. In ancient times, those born with innate abilities were virtually invincible. Land immortal is a term used to refer to those born in the pre-heaven realm. It is conceivable that he was born with great power, and even considered himself a god. Grandmaster of the Elixir of Immortality, Grandmaster of the, is a type of internal energy cultivation, and a primordial terrestrial immortal. There were no modern firearms in ancient times. Therefore, a grandmaster of the elixir realm can withstand an army of 10,000 and can easily escape from the encirclement of 10,000 soldiers. A grandmaster of elixir cultivation is a great general who protects the nation. As for the grandmaster of Gangjin, he is a top-level expert who is respected by emperors of various empires. In ancient times, before the advent of firearms, a grandmaster of Qi could single-handedly overthrow an entire kingdom if truly angered. Note, it is a kingdom, not an empire. It's no exaggeration to say that ordinary swords, spears, and halberds cannot break through the physical defenses of a person with internal energy, let alone protect them from internal energy. One person can easily sweep away an army of 100,000. As for the innate realm of terrestrial immortals, not only can it fly at low altitudes, but it can also unleash terrifying true energy attacks. If a primordial terrestrial deity dislikes you, he can kill you with a single glance. Just ask me, isn't that awesome? Unfortunately, we live in a modern, technologically advanced society. A single missile can cripple a martial artist with the strength of a Qi, while a barrage of countless missiles would kill even a celestial being from the innate realm due to the overwhelming firepower. Oh, how pitiful! As he thought about it, a picture appeared in Gu Yang's mind. A powerful, land-based deity emerged from the mountains with an air of superiority. Just as he was showing off and about to overthrow the empire, suddenly countless missiles were aimed at him. Without knowing what a missile was, he brazenly offered his body to meet it. The missile was launched, followed by a sudden explosion. Subsequently, in the terrifying explosion and its shockwave, the terrestrial deity was blown to pieces, his body left in a daze even after death. How did I die? I am a terrestrial deity. Are terrestrial deities so easily killed? Dead, utterly and completely, died in utter bewilderment. How did I die? I really don't understand. I'm clearly a terrestrial deity. Why am I going to die? Gu Yang chuckled as he imagined those scenes. What a tragic innate talent. Wait a minute, how did I get off topic like this? Rubbing his nose, Gu Yang felt a mix of helplessness and embarrassment. After all, he was thinking about how awesome and powerful martial artists were. But as he thought about it, he remembered how trashy martial artists were. This is awkward. However, his innate abilities are actually quite strong. His physical body can withstand 3 missiles. If he has his true Qi protecting him, even 30 missiles might not kill him, he would only suffer serious injuries. Therefore, firepower suppression and strong firepower are essential. Call. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yang vanished from the bedroom in a flash. After washing up, Gu Yang came downstairs in his pajamas. Looking at the 2 chubby girls, Gu Yang sighed and rubbed his forehead. These 2 women are really. Shaking his head helplessly, Gu Yang flashed to their side. Holding them in his arms, Gu Yang's voice, gentle yet teasing, rang out, "How's it feeling to be a homebody?" The 2 women were startled when Gu Yang suddenly hugged them. Hearing Gu Yang's teasing question again, the 2 women blushed. "We'll just take a break for a bit." Hugging Gu Yang's neck, when Wanwan blinked her big eyes and said coquettishly. Hearing her question, Gu Yang rubbed his nose. Then, Gu Yang said helplessly, "I didn't blame you. This is the 5 elements technique, a cultivation method for immortality. You 2 practice it. We'll be heading to the Shao family in 2 hours, so don't dawdle." Gu Yang reached out and placed his index fingers on the 2 women's foreheads. With a burst of spiritual power, Gu Yang passed on the cultivation method of the 5 elements technique to the 2 women. After passing on the 5 elements technique to the 2 women, Gu Yang gave Wanwan 10 drops of spiritual liquid and Morong Shui 12 drops of spiritual liquid. After all, Wanwan is 2 major realms stronger than Morong Shui. Give Morong Shui a little more spiritual liquid, what's wrong with that? Go to the bathroom to cultivate. This way, you can quickly cleanse your bodies of any impurities that may have appeared during cultivation after you finish. After saying that, Gu Yang lazily picked up some snacks and left the living room. With his long legs, Gu Yang left the living room and drove to the nearby game room to play games. Seeing this, Wanwan and Morong Shui exchanged a glance. Then, the 2 women felt helpless. This man is really. Never mind, looking at the spiritual liquid in my hand. The two women exchanged another glance, and finally left the living room and entered the bathroom, where they took off their clothes and began their cultivation. An hour and a half later, when Wan Wan and Morong Shui emerged from seclusion. Putting down his potato chips, Gu Yang looked at the two women who exuded a terrifying aura, his eyes filled with satisfaction and appreciation. At this time, both Wan Wan and Morong Shui had reached the core formation stage. When Wan Wan, late stage of the elixir embracing realm. Morong Shui, mid stage of the core formation realm. With their cultivation breakthroughs, and thanks to the spiritual liquid in their practice of the 5 elements technique, the two women became even more beautiful. She really looks like a fairy. Both women now possess an ethereal quality. They all exuded an ethereal aura, each one like a fairy. Young man, it's almost time. Shouldn't we leave the villa and go to the Xiao family's thank you banquet? Reaching Gu Yang's side, when Wan Wan stretched out her delicate white arms and hugged Gu Yang's neck, her large eyes filled with resentment. Seeing the resentment in her eyes, Gu Yang rubbed his nose. How about we wait a bit? Chapter 35 Xiao Yan. This time when Gu Yang went to the Xiao family, he didn't drive a particularly luxurious car. He just casually drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's just a car worth a little over 10 million. What is money? Gu Yang is not lacking, nor are Wan Wan and Morong Shui. After all, it's the Morong Group. After Morong Shui's reforms over the past few days, the market value has reached 800 billion. The combined cash reserves of the Morong Group, Gu Yang, Wan Wan, and Morong Shui amount to 900 billion, approaching 1 trillion. Meanwhile, Gu Yang hasn't even started selling the beauty pill and cancer-clearing pill after they've been diluted. If sold, trillions of yen-yuan coins would flow into their own pockets. Therefore, money is not a problem. Driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, they arrived at the Xiao family compound without any hindrance. Upon entering the Xiao family residence, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding, a new protagonist has been detected. Ding, protagonist's location, Xiao family. Ding, protagonist's identity, Xiao Yan, the biological son of the second son of the Xiao family. Ding, information about the protagonist Xiao Yan has been released. Name, Xiao Yan. Age, 6 years old. Status, the soul has been possessed and taken over. Identity, second son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan's biological son. System, the ultimate mischievous kid system. Luck, 15,000, platinum. As soon as the car entered the Xiao family compound, the system notification sounded suddenly. Upon hearing the system notification, Gu Yang was momentarily stunned. A time traveler? System? System, the strongest mischievous kid system. Is it strong? After all, the strongest mischievous kid system sounds more impressive than your luck villain system. He asked the system in his mind. Gu Yang was speechless. Just one day of peace and quiet, and now there's another main character. Although Lin Chen was trash, he was easily defeated by me in a single day. However, his luck was lower than mine. And this one, with a luck rating of 15,000, is at the platinum level. Without considering the auspicious Qilin, I only have 9,700 luck points. Even with the Qilin's blessing, I only have 12,700. He has 2,300 less luck than him. Besides, he has a system too. He has better luck than me, and he also has a system. This seems so tricky. Therefore, we must ask the questions that need to be asked. Ding, Master is overthinking it. This so-called strongest brat system can be destroyed with a single finger. In this system's eyes, that trash system is only a mid-grade platinum item. It's not even as good as your Xian Yuan Divine Sword or Blue Heart's protection. The system's mechanical voice was filled with disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang nodded. It turned out to be a piece of trash. Garbage system. With my Xian Yuan Divine Sword, it will be reduced to dust in one strike. Call. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yang parked the car. Then, he got out of the car with Wan Wan and Morong Shui. At this moment, the Xiao family members had all gathered here. Xiao Yan was also here at the same time. Wow, what a beautiful girl. She's much prettier than my two older cousins. Xiao Yan stood at the front of the welcoming crowd from the Xiao family, so he could see Wen Wanwan and Morong Shue's faces and figures clearly. Looking at Wen Wanwan and Morong Shue, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with greed. You old pervert, you haven't even been in this body for 24 hours yet. Therefore, his old lecherous, otaku personality is still there. Ding! Detecting the daughter of great destiny, the strongest mischievous child is on the move. The cold, mechanical voice of the strongest mischievous kid system suddenly rang in Xiao Yan's mind. Immediately afterwards, a blurred panel appeared in front of him. Mission: the mischievous kids take action. Content: there are two women with great fortune ahead. Go out and tease them a bit, let them know how powerful a brat can be. Reward: top-tier special forces physique, military boxing combat skills, perfect. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up when he saw the information about the mission. Top-tier special forces physique. That kind of physique, capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Add to that military boxing and combat techniques, perfected, and you can absolutely take on 10 opponents without taking any damage. Oh. So presumptuous in front of Wanwan and Shuer? Gu Yang saw Xiao Yan's mission. Perhaps Gu Yang mocked and looked down on the Destiny villain system, so it directly gave Gu Yang an all-knowing eye. Free, specifically designed to target the system. Not only can you see the tasks of other systems, but you can also modify the tasks of other systems. This villainous luck system must really be angered by Gu Yang. However, it truly lives up to its reputation as Lao Tzu's system. For Lao Tzu, that's a great thing. Gu Yang glanced at Xiao Yan over there, somewhat anticipating what this brat would do. Mr. Gu Yang, thank you so much for saving my mother and my silly older brother. Xiao Zhan, the second son of the Xiao family, approached Gu Yang with a beaming smile. Looking at Gu Yang, the second son of the Xiao family was filled with gratitude. It's my mom's 90th birthday. He was originally going to come too, but for some reason his son had been unconscious all day yesterday. So he waited anxiously for his son all day yesterday. Therefore, he was unable to attend his mother's 90th birthday celebration. Hearing about the scene of his mother's birthday celebration yesterday, he felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, nothing happened to his mother on his 90th birthday. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life and never be able to forgive himself. Therefore, he was very grateful to Gu Yang. As for his idiot older brother, he was utterly helpless. Fortunately, my clumsy older brother is alright, otherwise the Xiao family would have been his. He didn't want this mess, and he didn't want to manage the Xiao family. He lazily manages a small company, just enough to make a living. Therefore, he could hope that his older brother would live a good life and then manage the Xiao family, giving him a family share of 300 or 400 million every month. Is it not okay to live such a carefree and lazy life, taking it easy? So, mother, it's really great that my brother is alright. Mr. Xiaozhan, you're too kind. Looking at Xiaozhan's smiling face, Gu Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhan smiled broadly. This Mr. Gu Yang actually knew my name. Oh, what an honor! With a wave of his hand, he was about to lead Gu Yang into the hall. But at that moment, Xiaozhan suddenly noticed Gu Yang's strange face. While he was still in a daze, his son was already being held in the hands of the young man in front of him. Mr. Xiaozhan, I think you should take your son to the psychiatric department of the hospital. Your son seems to be experiencing some mental issues. After saying that, Gu Yang directly stuffed Xiao Yan into Xiaozhan's arms. Then, Gu Yang led Wen Wanwan and Morong Shui directly into the Xiao family's main hall. Upon seeing this, Xiaozhan was stunned for a moment. Second uncle, just now your son, Xiao Yanzi, was trying to take advantage of those two fairy-like women. At this moment, Xiao Qingxue said in a low voice. After saying that, she and her sister helped their grandmother, whose face had turned somewhat gloomy, walk toward the hall. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was left there completely bewildered. Looking at his son, Xiao Zhan suddenly frowned. Take your son to a psychiatrist. It seems that her son has indeed changed a bit since she woke up. Could it be? Chapter 36 Mission. Mr. Gu Yang, I am truly sorry for what my grandson did to me. If you have any criticism, please blame me. After entering the Xiao family's main hall, the old matriarch looked at Gu Yang and said. At this moment, her eyes were filled with anger and apology. That grandson of mine is really incredibly audacious. But it wasn't like this before. Why did he become so wretched after waking up from his coma? It's nothing. After saying this, Gu Yang glanced at the old lady, Xiao Qingxue, and Xiao Lan'er. A dangerous, domineering aura emanates from it. I was startled when I saw them. Your grandson might be experiencing some kind of mental health issue. Looking at the old lady, Xiao Qingxue, Xiao Lan'er, Gu Yang's tone was mocking. Upon hearing this, they were taken aback. That kid's mentally unstable. Just as they were wondering what was going on and about to ask something, Xiao Zhen suddenly rushed into the hall in a great hurry. After putting Xiao Yan on the ground, Xiao Zhen said anxiously, Mr. Gu Yang, I am willing to accept your punishment for what this boy has done, but please help me take a look at him to find out what's wrong with him. His own son, with audacity, actually tried to seduce the woman brought by Mr. Gu Yang. Upon hearing this man's words, could it be that his son had developed a mental disorder or something similar? Therefore, he was a suave gentleman who was worried about his son's situation. Gu Yang glanced at Xiao Zhan and grinned. Arriving beside Xiao Yan, Gu Yang looked at the bewildered Xiao Yan and placed his hand on Xiao Yan's head. Kid, let me see how you are doing. After placing his hand on Xiao Yan's head, Gu Yang's tone was full of laughter. But that sinister smile filled Xiao Yan with fear. Under Gu Yang's imposing aura, Xiao Yan didn't dare to move, his eyes filled with fear. This person is terrifying. In his eyes, Gu Yang was like an ancient, ferocious beast. Kid, isn't possessing a body a bad thing? This was Gu Yang's whisper to Xiao Yan, and only Xiao Yan could hear it. Upon hearing Gu Yang's teasing and playful voice, Xiao Yan felt a surge of fear and terror. This person actually knew I had possessed their body. Ding! Xiao Yan was so frightened by Gu Yang that he became mentally unstable, his mind was tense, and he was filled with fear. Xiao Yan's luck was plundered by 500 points, while the master's luck increased by 500 points, and the master's luck value increased by 500 points. Luck, 15,000 minus 500 is equal to 14,500. Luck, 9,700 plus 500 is equal to 10,200. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the system notification, Gu Yang grinned. Withdrawing his hand, Gu Yang stood up and said to Xiao Zhan with an extremely solemn expression, Mr. Xiao Zhan, your son really has mental problems. I think he must have been unconscious yesterday, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan was immediately alarmed. Xiao Zhan nodded quickly, looking at Gu Yang as if he were a god, and said, Mr. Gu Yang, what you said is really true. That brat was unconscious all day yesterday. Therefore, I was unable to attend my mother's 90th birthday celebration. As he spoke, Xiao Zhen glanced at Xiao Yan. He's always causing trouble for his father, preventing him from attending his mother's 90th birthday celebration, and now he's gotten into trouble with this man. This brat, he looks so stupid, how could he be my son? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of thoughts that he wanted to kill Xiao Yan. That's right. Mr. Xiao Zhan, your son. His mind is messed up. Don't forget to take him to a psychiatrist for a checkup. Oh dear, he's in such a terrible state. In the later stages, he might go insane. At that point, he might even kill you all. Gu Yang's words were quite frightening. As he spoke, Gu Yang glanced at Xiao Yan. The mockery in his eyes intensified. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, Xiao Zhan was startled. Even the two Xiao sisters and the old matriarch were startled. His gaze toward Xiao Yan was instantly filled with vigilance. Mission: the mischievous kids take action. Content: this person in front of you is framing you. Show the spirit of a spoiled brat and go for it. With your top-tier special forces physique and masterful experience in military boxing and combat, give him a good beating and make him believe you're being framed. Reward: top-tier special forces physique peak Ming Jin martial artist physique. Punishment: if you don't beat him up, then shout, I am a. looking at the system's tasks and at the strange looks people were giving him. Looking at this man who knew he had been possessed, she didn't know if he was lying or if he really knew. But I am the owner of the system. The system says it can beat him, so I can beat him. What the system says is the truth. You're just an ordinary person, aren't you completely at my mercy? Moreover, I had already touched those two beauties, but you stopped me, making me lose face. Surprisingly, it left them with the impression that I was a complete idiot and a pervert. Damn it, I have to teach you a lesson. Besides, I'm just a kid, you can't exactly hit me. So he raised his fist and punched Gu Yang. I'll teach you to talk nonsense, I'll teach you to talk nonsense, I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. He swung his fist at Gu Yang. But just then, Gu Yang suddenly raised his arm and then placed his large hand directly on the thing's head. They easily stopped him. Xiaoyan, stop right now. Upon seeing Xiaoyan's appearance, Xiao Zhan roared in anger. He took a step forward and reached out to stop Xiaoyan, but unfortunately, he placed his hand in the path of Xiaoyan's attack. Then, a snapping sound was heard. Xiao Zhan's arm was broken. Xiaoyan's punch broke his leg, fracturing his bone. Ah! With a scream, Xiao Zhan clutched his right arm in agony, gritting his teeth in pain, and breaking out in a cold sweat. You can imagine how painful that must have been. Upon seeing this, a barely perceptible look of satisfaction flashed in Gu Yang's eyes. Then, Gu Yang raised his leg and kicked Xiaoyan several meters away. Xiaoyan then fainted. Gu Yang's kick didn't injure him, but it was enough to knock him unconscious. Seeing Xiao Zhan in pain, Gu Yang quickly squatted down. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Zhan's broken arm, then Gu Yang began to channel the Yellow Emperor's inner classic true qi into his arm. Immediately afterwards, sweat appeared on Gu Yang's body. He withdrew his hand and exhaled. Mr. Xiao Zhan, your arm is broken. Although I have relieved your pain and set your arm, you still need to rest for a while. For the next month, do not use this arm to lift heavy objects. Otherwise, your arm will be at risk of breaking. Gu Yang was covered in sweat and looked extremely tired, as if he had exhausted a great deal of effort. Chapter 37 Gu Yang's Scheme. Mr. Gu Yang, my unfilial son. Looking at Gu Yang, who was sitting in the main seat drinking hot tea and whose face was a little pale, Xiao Zhan's eyes were full of apology and fear. His own son, could he really? Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiaoyan lying on the ground, feeling both angry and heartbroken. No matter what, he's still my son. However, his change was truly perplexing. Mental problems lead to physical problems? He punched so hard that he broke his own right arm. Thinking about it, a hint of fear appeared in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Does Mr. Gu Yang mean that his son will go insane due to mental problems in the future, and then he will kill him, his whole family, and the entire Xiao family? Just thinking about that scene made Xiao Zhan break out in a cold sweat. If that's really the case, it's truly terrifying to think about. How did he become like this? At only 6 years old, his strength was several times greater than that of an adult like myself, crippling me with a single punch. Looking at the terrified Xiao Zhan and the equally horrified old madam, as well as the two sisters Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lan'er, Gu Yang's expression was extremely solemn. Your son may have encountered an evil spirit. It is an evil spirit. Even I cannot be sure if I can protect you. As he spoke solemnly, Gu Yang's eyes flashed with helplessness and dejection. After taking another sip of hot tea, Gu Yang couldn't help but exude an air of dejection. Upon seeing Gu Yang's appearance, the Xiao family members immediately felt guilty. Gu Yang saved the old lady, then the head of the family, and today he saved the second master. However, today Gu Yang was disappointed by the Xiao family time and time again. Thinking about it, they felt even more ashamed of Gu Yang. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu Yang. We're sorry to have troubled you. Just then, a weak and apologetic voice rang out. Looking around, one could see Xiao Cheng entering the hall from outside in an automatic wheelchair. At this moment, his eyes were filled with apology and anger. What's the deal with this second son's kid? It's truly a sin for the Xiao family to have such a thing as their son. If I really hand over the Xiao family to this kid in the future, will the Xiao family decline in the hands of this brat? Having such a boy as the heir of the Xiao family is truly a misfortune for the Xiao family. Thinking about it, Xiao Cheng felt a surge of anger and remorse. The anger was directed at Xiao Yan, that spendthrift son. I feel ashamed of Gu Yang, the savior of the Xiao family. Dad, what brings you here? Seeing Xiao Cheng controlling his electric wheelchair into the Xiao family hall, Xiao Qingxue quickly went to his electric wheelchair. Grasping the handle of the electric wheelchair, Xiao Qingxue pushed her elderly father to her grandmother's place with eyes full of heartache. Patriarch Xiao, it's all right. I might have a way to heal your son. However, I need a few days. I'm still too weak right now, otherwise, I could destroy this evil spirit with a flick of my finger. Gu Yang's eyes were filled with remorse, helplessness, despair, and longing. Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up when he noticed the change in Gu Yang's expression. Perhaps I have something to make up for Mr. Gu Yang. Then, he asked expectantly, Mr. Gu Yang, what do you need to become stronger and break through to a higher realm? These families, wealthy individuals, and other prominent families know a thing or two about martial artists. A powerful martial artist can fight against 100 or even 10,000. I don't know if it's true or false. However, thinking about the destruction that occurred in the hall yesterday, Xiao Cheng's gaze involuntarily turned to a certain direction, where he had heard that Mr. Gu Yang had smashed a large hole, and the terrifying impact had also smashed a table into pieces. Moreover, Mr. Gu Yang was completely unharmed yesterday, except for a speck of dust on his clothes. Thinking about it, Xiao Cheng's eyes showed some anticipation. If Mr. Gu Yang can truly become stronger, then wouldn't befriending him bring great benefits to the Xiao family in the future? It's so exciting to think about, but right now we still have to deal with that brat Xiao Yan. Looking at the expectant Xiao Cheng, Gu Yang smiled gently. Oh, Patriarch Xiao. I am only at the early stage of the transformation realm. If I want to suppress the evil spirits on your nephew, I need at least the late stage of the transformation realm. So please give me a few days to prepare. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, Xiao Cheng and the old lady's eyes were immediately filled with shock. Early stage of transformation realm. So young, yet only at the early stage of the transformation realm. They knew the levels of martial arts practitioners. Overt strength, covert strength, neutralizing strength. A martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm is already a top-tier figure in the martial arts world. A martial artist at the early stage of the transformation realm can easily take on 100 opponents. In fact, a martial artist at the early stage of the transformation realm can dodge bullets, and bullets may not even be able to kill a martial artist at the early stage of the transformation realm. And since this person is already at the early stage of transformation realm at such a young age, will he be able to break through to the even higher core formation realm in the future? The Grand Master of Embracing Elixir lived to be 120 years old. If we befriend him, or even marry Shuer to him, the Xiao family will surely prosper for 100 years to come. This is what it means to have a century of continuity and a century of prosperity. If he and Shuer have another child, and he teaches their child martial arts, then the Xiao family can be prosperous for at least several hundred years. In the future, the Xiao family may not only be a first-class family, but also a top-tier family. Thinking about it, they looked at Gu Yang as if they were worshipping a god. After all, the person in front of me is truly admirable. Not far away, when Wan Wan and Moron Shui exchanged a glance. The two women simultaneously noticed the mockery in each other's eyes and their speechless expressions. They exchanged a glance, and the two women immediately understood each other's thoughts. The two women shook their heads speechlessly, feeling that their men were incredibly calculating. Seriously, they're treating the Xiao family like idiots. Mr. Gu Yang, my Xiao family is willing to devote all our resources to help you cultivate, only asking that you can get rid of the evil spirit covering that brat Xiao Yan. Looking at Gu Yang, Xiao Cheng's eyes were full of respect. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang glanced at Xiao Cheng, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Then, Gu Yang laughed heartily and said, "Ha, the Xiao Cheng family is too kind, too kind. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with the evil spirit on Xiao Yan's body." Patting his chest, Gu Yang assured him. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy weight in my heart has finally been lifted. After chatting for a while, the group gathered around a large banquet table. Immediately afterwards, the Xiao family members repeatedly toasted Gu Yang. While drinking and eating, Gu Yang was very hospitable. As he drank more, Gu Yang's face turned a little red, clearly indicating that he was slightly tipsy. "Grandma, I forgot to send you a birthday gift yesterday, I'm so sorry. How could I not send you a gift on your birthday? Today, I'm here to make up for it." Gu Yang's face was flushed, and he looked like he was drunk. Gu Yang stood up unsteadily and took out a jade porcelain bottle from somewhere. Staggering unsteadily, Gu Yang approached the old lady and handed the jade porcelain bottle to Xiao Qingxue, who was standing beside her. He instructed, "Old lady, this is a drop of qilin blood. Legend has it that it is the blood flowing from a qilin. Drinking it will not only prolong your life, but also beautify your skin and cleanse your marrow. Consider this my congratulatory gift to you." After saying this, without waiting for the Xiao family to refuse, Gu Yang went to Morong Shue's side. She gave her a subtle wink, and Morong Shue instantly understood. Immediately afterwards, Morong Shue helped Gu Yang up. "Grandma, he was drunk, so my mother and I took him home." After saying that, without waiting for the Xiao family to stop her, Morong Shue dragged the drunk Gu Yang away. When Wan Wan also said something, then she went to Gu Yang's other side, and the two women each helped Gu Yang onto the car, and finally drove away from the Xiao family. "Mr. Gu Yang, you're too kind." Watching Gu Yang's retreating figure, Xiao Chang sighed. Chapter 38 Superman Old Lady. In the room of the old matriarch of the Xiao family. "Grandma, quickly take the qilin blood that Mr. Gu Yang gave you. Let my sister and me see the effects after taking the qilin blood." Xiao Lan'er spoke cautiously to the old lady. Upon hearing this, the old lady glanced at Xiao Lan'er. Then, she picked up the jade bottle containing the blood of the qilin. Looking at the jade bottle, the old lady's eyes were filled with anticipation and trepidation. As soon as she opened the jade porcelain bottle, wisps of pure spiritual energy gushed out from it. As this wisp of pure spiritual energy surged out, the old matriarch and the two Xiao sisters immediately felt a sense of relief. After breathing in a few wisps of spiritual energy, the old lady felt several years younger, and her body became very relaxed. She felt she could live for another 10 years. Excitedly looking at the jade porcelain bottle, the old lady opened her mouth and swallowed the qilin blood inside. As the qilin blood entered the old lady's body, a pure, powerful, and profound spiritual energy swept over her entire body. Spiritual energy swept over her body, her meridians, her internal organs, and her entire being. As the spiritual energy within her body cleansed her, traces of oil and impurities appeared on the old lady's body. Within 3 minutes, the old lady began to smell even worse than a latrine. Smelling the scent on her body, the old lady quickly stood up. Once inside the bathroom, she actually started washing the impurities off her body herself. Seeing their grandmother's movements, her brisk and swift steps, the two sisters were completely dumbfounded. "Is this Grandma? The way they walk so briskly makes them seem even healthier than us." Half an hour later, the old lady came out of the bathroom. Then, the two sisters were stunned. "Is this Grandma?" The old lady, who was originally 90 years old, had long, black hair cascading down her back, her body no longer hunched, and a pair of bright, piercing eyes. She exudes an air of elegance and nobility. At this time, the old lady was a young man in his 40s or 50s. He looks even younger than Xiao Chang. "Grandma, Grandma!" Upon seeing the old lady, Xiao Lan'er exclaimed in surprise. Arriving beside the old lady, and seeing the strange changes in her, Xiao Lan'er felt it was a miracle. The old lady stared blankly at Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue, who was in a daze. "What's going on with the granddaughters? Grandma, you look younger. You look even younger than my dad." Upon arriving at her grandmother's side, Xiao Qingxue said excitedly, "Grandma looks so young, at least 40 years younger. Does that mean she's also lived 40 years longer?" Seeing the expectant expressions on the brother and sister's faces, the old lady couldn't help but turn to the full-length mirror not far away. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, looking at herself who looked 40 years younger, the old lady was stunned. "You look younger. My sagging skin has improved. Moreover, his mind was no longer as muddled as before, many memories were clear, and his body was full of power. Clenching her fist, the old lady felt she could punch 10 of her eldest sons at once. I. At this moment, even the old lady was somewhat at a loss. Is this really me? Grandma, do we need a doctor to examine you? Please examine you. Upon arriving at the old matriarch's side, Xiao Qingxue inquired. Upon hearing this, the old lady finally came to her senses. Shaking her head, the old lady said with excitement in her eyes, No need for a checkup. I feel very healthy now, and I can live another 100 years. Schwer, Lanner, hurry up and go to the gym with Grandma. Grandma wants to see her limits. Her body became younger, and the old lady's mindset also became younger. Feeling relaxed, the old lady just wanted to test her limits. Seeing this, the two sisters exchanged a glance, then found it somewhat amusing. Okay, Grandma, my sister, younger sister, and I will take you to our Xiao family's private gym. After the two sisters responded, they quickly led their grandmother away, rushing towards the Xiao family's private gym. After a series of tests, the two sisters were completely dumbfounded. For no other reason than that Grandma's exercise routine was truly astonishing and shocking. Strength, 275 kilograms. 275 kilograms. An old lady, a 90-year-old lady, with the strength of 275 kilograms. The strength of a normal adult male is only about 75 kilograms. The author himself weighs only about 50 kilograms, maybe even less. Speed, 95 kilometers per hour. 95 kilometers per hour. What does that even mean? 1 second is 26.6666 meters, which is 4 seconds to run 100 meters. Do you know what that means? The Guinness World Record for the 100-meter dash is 9.5 seconds, but this old lady only needs 4 seconds. 95 kilometers per hour, that's speeding even in the city. Speed limits, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. The speed limit in urban areas is 40 kilometers per hour, with a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. But even on a highway, there's a speed limit at 95 kilometers per hour. Trucks are limited to a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. High jump, 6m. That means a leap of 6 meters, with your feet 6 meters off the ground. That is, it's 2 stories high. The rural courtyard is about 3 stories high. The old lady's various tests have all exceeded the Guinness World Records limits. It has to be said that the old lady is now a little Superman. Mr. Gu Yang, you are really generous. You give away such a good thing so readily. With her fist clenched, the old lady murmured respectfully. They came to the old lady's side. The two Xiao sisters said, Grandma, you're so amazing. Seeing her 2 granddaughters so excited, the old lady was also moved. Schwer, Lanner, from now on, Mr. Gu Yang will be the great benefactor who saves our Xiao family. If you like him, then go ahead and pursue him. Even if you become his mistress or concubine, I won't object. With that, the old lady happily led the shy Xiao sisters away from there. After leaving, the old lady saw her grandson Xiao Yan. The old lady was furious when she saw that brat. Approaching his side, the old lady raised her leg and kicked Xiao Yan twice, making him howl in pain. How is that brat still alive? Ding, 500 points of luck have been plundered from Xiao Yan. The master has gained 500 points of luck, and his luck value is now 5,000 points. Ding, 1,000 points of luck have been plundered from Xiao Yan. The master has gained 1,000 points of luck, and his luck value is now 10,000 points. Ding, 800 points of luck have been plundered from Xiao Yan. The master has gained 800 points of luck, and his luck value is now 8,000 points. Xiao Yan, 14,500 minus 500 minus 1,000 minus 800 is equal to 12,200. Gu Yang, 10,200 plus 500 plus 1,000 plus 800 is equal to 12,500. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. System, check Xiao Yan's current situation. Gu Yang spoke to the system. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's current scene appeared. Then, Xiao Yan witnessed the brutal treatment he received from the old madam. Seeing this, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't this the solution? Chapter 39: Xiao Yan's Collapse. Looking at Xiao Yan being brutally abused in the Xiao family, Gu Yang smiled. Ah, isn't this something fun? Having directly taken remote control of the most unruly child system, Gu Yang immediately issued him a new task. Mission: Unleash your furry friend. Content: This old woman actually hit you. As a brat, how can I tolerate this? Go up and hit her, fight back, and fight back again. As a brat, I can't stand being bullied. Reward: Peak Dark Strength Physique, Perfected Crushing Fist. Punishment: If you fail to defeat this old lady, you will be punished by shrinking by 10 centimeters. Upon seeing this task, Xiao Yan's face darkened. What the heck? You tricked me once before, and now you're trying to trick me again. Damn it, what a garbage system. Xiao Yan now feels extreme disgust towards this system. After all, it screwed me over. And now, it's tricking me again. Damn it, anyone would be furious in this situation. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan desperately wanted to explode, desperately wanted to rebel. But then I saw that punishment. Shrinking by 10 centimeters? Holy shit, system, you motherfucker. I accept it. I've shrunk by 10 centimeters, so now I'm in the negative. I wonder if I'll be male or female by then. Thinking about it, Xiao Yan felt a surge of anger towards the old woman in front of him. Anyway, I'm a transmigrator myself, so what if I beat you up? You're not my biological grandmother in the spiritual sense, you're just the biological grandmother of this body. So he raised his fist. Ah! You old hag, how dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death. Having found a reason for himself, Xiao Yan swung his fist and punched the old lady. Just as he was about to strike the old lady, she slapped him down, and Xiao Yan's body flew backward. Flying and flying, flying and flying. He flew for almost 10 meters before stopping. The old lady was furious when she saw that rebellious grandson. How dare you hit an old man like me? You are truly a rebellious grandson indeed. Reaching Xiao Yan's side, she raised her leg and fist, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon him. Seeing this, Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lan'er didn't hesitate. The two sisters approached Xiao Yan and then launched an attack on him. That brat, how dare he lay a hand on grandma? Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson, you bastard. The three men's teachings quickly attracted the attention of Xiao Chang and Xiao Zhan. They hurried to the old matriarch and the two Xiao sisters. Looking at the miserable Xiao Yan, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Zhan exchanged a glance. Then, the two of them got really angry. Damn it, you unfilial son, how dare you lay a hand on my mother, your grandmother? I don't care if you're mentally unstable or not, we're going to beat you to a pulp today. So the two brothers joined the battle. The whole family unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on Xiao Yan. After the fight, the two brothers realized the changes in their mother. Xiao Chang, in particular, was completely dumbfounded. Looking at his mother, who was several years younger than him, Xiao Chang felt a collapse of his faith. Wah, I'm only 52 years old, and I'm already older than my mother. Wah, God is so unfair. Of course, sadness is only momentary, but joy is permanent. Oh my, Mom, you look younger. I'm sure you'll live to be 100 years old. Looking at his mother, Xiao Chang spoke in his hometown dialect. Brother, Mom looks younger than ever. Don't you think we should celebrate? Seeing his brother so happy, Xiao Zhan decided he wanted to join in the fun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang nodded quickly. Yes, our mother looks younger, we must set up 2 tables here. After exchanging a glance, the two brothers were about to call Gu Yang and ask him to attend the banquet. But just as they took out their phones, the old lady slapped each of the two brothers. You two brats. Mr. Gu Yang just left, can't you two shut up already? In a few days, after Mr. Gu Yang has dealt with Xiao Yan's mental illness and the evil spirit possessing him, then you can let Mr. Gu Yang celebrate. As she spoke, the old lady glared at her two good-for-nothing sons again. Those two brats are really a handful. Listening to their mother's scolding, Xiao Chang and Xiao Zhan were like primary school students, obediently being reprimanded by the old lady. Seeing their father and uncle being scolded by their grandmother, Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue exchanged a glance. Then, a smile appeared in both sisters' eyes at the same time. This scene is truly heartwarming. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, his whole body swollen like a dead pig, was not included in this category. After all, he was a bit of a spoilsport at that moment. Ding! Xiao Yan's mentality has collapsed, and he has lost 1,000 points of luck. The master has gained 1,000 points of luck, and his luck value is now 10,000 points. Ding! Xiao Yan's body is crippled, and his heart is filled with even more despair. He has lost 1,000 points of luck. The director has gained 1,000 points of luck, bringing his total luck value to 10,000 points. Xiao Yan, 12,200 minus 1,000 is equal to 10,200. Gu Yang, 12,500 plus 1,000 is equal to 14,500. This is a huge profit. Haha, Xiao Yan's mentality has collapsed, he probably wishes he were dead. Looking at Xiao Yan in the picture, Gu Yang chuckled inwardly. Xiao Yan, the transmigrator, is someone he must kill. However, the original Xiao Yan could have survived. There is still a trace of his lingering soul power within him, I should be able to revive him. The Xiao family is so hospitable, of course we should treat them well. After all, it's about building up his own power base in the future. Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lan'er will become his women in the future. Is it a problem to treat your subordinates and your own women better? No problem. Young man, is that boy from the Xiao family really protected by evil spirits? Wan Wan brought a fruit platter to Gu Yang's side. Looking at Gu Yang, whose eyes were full of amusement and calculation, Wan Wan asked curiously. Could it be that the young man from the Xiao family has really been possessed by evil spirits? Gu Yang glanced at Wan Wan and smiled gently. Picking up the fruit plate, Gu Yang ate a piece of orange, then smiled faintly and said, "An evil spirit. You could say it is, and you could say it isn't. He was forcibly possessed. You could call him an evil spirit. But, his original soul is human. So, you could say he's an evil spirit, and you could say he isn't. But, possession is something that shouldn't be done in human terms. So, let's just call him an evil spirit." Hearing Gu Yang's explanation, Wan Wan's lips twitched helplessly. Are you giving me a tongue twister? However, Wan Wan understood Gu Yang's meaning. Does human possession exist? Wan Wan frowned, looking somewhat nervous. Seeing this, Gu Yang put down the fruit plate and then forcefully pulled him into his arms. Ha! Possession? Normally, one needs the nascent soul cultivation level to possess another's body. But in this world, let alone the nascent soul, even having a golden core is enough to make a world powerful. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if she were to be possessed by someone else in the future, she wouldn't know if that person would harm her man. If that were the case, it would be truly devastating. After all, whether it's possession or not, it's still your own body. The person who possessed the body killed their own man with their own body, in essence, they harmed their own man. Therefore, this is absolutely impossible, and it is absolutely impossible for it to happen. If anyone dares to possess my body, I will commit suicide before they can. Chapter 40 The Scripture of the Undying Soul. Luck value, 103000. After resolving Wan Wan's doubts and questions, Gu Yang returned to his bedroom. At this moment, my luck value has broken through to 103,000 points. With 100,000 points of luck, you can participate in a high-level lottery. Gu Yang was really looking forward to it. After all, with 100,000 luck points in a high-level lottery, I'm really curious to see what kind of items I can get. Call. Rubbing his hands together with anticipation, Gu Yang first tried his luck with 3 low-level draws. A virtual panel appears, along with 3 lottery wheels. Whoosh! The wheel spun, and soon the 3 beginner-level lottery wheels stopped spinning. Then, 3 items floated in front of Gu Yang. Name, Beginner Gene Enhancement Fluid Formula. Grade, Bronze. Function, it can be used to make a basic gene enhancement liquid according to the recipe. After taking the basic gene enhancement liquid, it can increase the user's all attributes by 3 times and cultivation talent by 1 time. Name, Purple Spirit Crystal. Grade, Bronze. Function, Purple Spirit Crystal, a high-quality forging material, can be used to forge fire attribute magical artifacts. Name, Fusion Card. Grade, Bronze. Function, allows you to fuse specific items. There is a 100% chance of fusion, and the highest fusion grade for items is silver. Gu Yang thought the 3 items were acceptable. With these 3 items, today is considered an exceptionally lucky day. First, the basic gene enhancement fluid formula can be used to mass-produce super gene warriors. The formula for this basic gene enhancement fluid is actually not particularly rare. With the current resources of the Dragon King Palace, at least 3,000 to 4,000 bottles can be made. The second item, the Purple Spirit Crystal, was a purple, prismatic crystal from which Gu Yang sensed a very strong fire attribute spiritual energy. These are absolutely excellent materials for refining weapons. Of course, they are materials for refining magical artifacts. If it's not even the most magical artifact, then it's nothing at all. The third item, a fusion card. It can integrate everything, regardless of whether their attributes are compatible or not. As long as you use it, it will have a 100% success rate. Looking at the fusion card, Gu Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. After thinking about it, Gu Yang felt that he could merge the sniper rifle that he had taken from the Dragon King's Palace, which was the latest research of the Dragon King's Palace and was 10 years ahead of the world in terms of technology. The Purple Spirit Crystal, the sniper rifle, and some black iron and precious crystals that he obtained from Xiaotian were fused together. Thinking it over, Gu Yang directly used the fusion card. Immediately afterwards, an object that looked like a weapon refining furnace appeared in front of Gu Yang. This is the fusion refining furnace for fusion cards. The main component is a sniper rifle, supplemented by amethyst crystals, a large amount of black iron, and crystals. Then, a raging fire suddenly appeared on the virtual fusion furnace. The fire illuminated the entire room, though only Gu Yang could see it. A raging fire blazed as the fusion materials inside the furnace began to fuse. Immediately afterwards, a sniper rifle appeared, entirely black with dark purple patterns engraved on it. These dark purple patterns look like they're burning with flames. That's really impressive. Name, Purgatory. Rank, high-grade magic weapon. Passive skill 1, condenses chi into a bullet, infusing it with true chi and spiritual chi, then unleashing a terrifying bullet of true chi and spiritual chi. Its power is such that it can instantly kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Passive skill 2, a long-range sniping ability, capable of taking your head from 1,000 miles away. Although that's a bit of an exaggeration, this scope can still aim at a distance of 50 kilometers, and its range is also 50 kilometers. Active feature 1, Explosive Grenade. After the bullet is fired, it is covered with explosive energy, and the explosive power is 3 times that of a normal bullet. Active feature 2, Armor-Piercing Bullet. After being fired, the bullet is covered with armor-piercing power, which can break through the true chi shield and spiritual chi shield. The armor-piercing power is also 3 times that of a normal bullet. After reading the information about the Hellfire sniper rifle, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. Wow, this is really good stuff. It's not only cool, but also very powerful. One shot and you're a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Are you scared yet? Holding the deep black sniper rifle covered in dark purple flame patterns, Gu Yang's eyes were full of affection. Holding the Purgatory sniper rifle, Gu Yang flashed into the Divine Might space. Setting up the Infernal sniper rifle, Gu Yang's eyes were fixed on the scope. After adjusting the focus, Gu Yang aimed at a mountain tens of meters high 10 kilometers away, then pulled the trigger, continuously channeling his inner energy into it. Boom! The shot fired, and the terrifying recoil kicked up several meters of dust. The dark purple bullet, resembling a demonic flame, sliced through the air, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. The bullet sliced through the air and struck the mountain, which was tens of meters high, in less than a second. The bullet sank into the mountain, followed by a terrifying explosion. Boom! The explosion created a mushroom cloud several meters high. That single bullet blasted the mountain, which was tens of meters high, into ashes. That was a terrifying blow. It's 100 times more powerful than Xiaotian's self-destruction at the peak of the core formation stage. That's truly terrifying power. Putting down the purgatory, Gu Yang rubbed his wrist. Despite its explosive power, the recoil from this hellish inferno is quite significant. Even with his current physical body, the recoil from that shot made his hand go numb. If it were an ordinary person, with that terrifying recoil, you'd either turn into minced meat or a bloody pulp. Putting away the Hellfire sniper rifle, Gu Yang's figure flashed and he left the Divine Might space. Now that he had tested the power of this inferno and was satisfied, he decided to leave. From now on, let's use this thing in actual combat. After returning to his bedroom, Gu Yang immediately spent 100,000 luck points to draw a high-level lottery. Instantly, golden light filled the air, and a golden wheel appeared. The golden roulette wheel spun, and after a minute, the high-level lottery items appeared before Gu Yang's eyes. Title: The Scripture of the Immortal Soul. Grade: Diamond. Function: a method of soul cultivation, containing various soul attacks and cultivation techniques. The Divine Soul Undying Scripture has 9 levels. A soul that has reached the 9 levels can become an immortal soul, an indestructible soul. This Undying Soul Scripture is a top-tier, diamond-level method for cultivating the soul. For Gu Yang, this Divine Soul Undying Scripture is definitely a good thing. With a glint in his eyes, Gu Yang immediately began cultivating the Divine Soul Undying Scripture. As Gu Yang cultivated, his spiritual consciousness and soul began to evolve. The spiritual consciousness was released and then began to spread its perception. 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 35 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 45 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Gu Yang's spiritual sense was strengthened to cover a radius of 50 kilometers before stopping. At this time, Gu Yang's spiritual sense had transformed into a divine soul. Although it was not as powerful as the divine soul of a nascent soul cultivator, and even had less than 1/10 of its power, it was still a divine soul. His divine soul received all information within a radius of 50 kilometers, and the scene of almost half of Shanghai entered the range of Gu Yang's divine soul detection. At this moment, Gu Yang's single glance could terrify a large number of people. A soul attack: just one glance at you and a soul attack is unleashed. Then, with a deafening roar, thousands of people were instantly annihilated, their souls obliterated beyond any hope of survival. This is only the initial stage of the first level of the Divine Soul Undying Scripture. If it can become even stronger in the future, then... I can't believe it. I guess I'm still too naive. Chapter 41: Breaking Through the Innate Realm. Gu Yang took out a cigarette and stuck his index finger and thumb together. He rubbed his index finger and thumb together, and then a blue flame appeared. Gu Yang used the Azure Lotus Earth Core flame to light the cigarette in his mouth. Inhale, exhale. Gu Yang took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled countless smoke rings. Amidst the swirling smoke, all that could be seen was Gu Yang's beaming smile. Spiritual consciousness evolves, and the divine soul manifests. Even if the strength of the soul is very weak at this moment, less than 1/10 or 1/100th of that of a nascent soul cultivator, it is still a soul. From now on, I can fly on a sword and even strut through the void to show off. For a cool guy, increasing his coolness is definitely a win-win situation. Flying on a sword is something that only Foundation establishment cultivators can do. To tread the void, one must at least be a golden core cultivator. Just imagine, you're stepping on the air, walking on the void, wouldn't you say that's cool? For a true show-off, this is absolutely the perfect way to flaunt one's coolness. Reaching out, Gu Yang was about to draw the Xianyuan sword and fly around a few times. However, after glancing at where he was, Gu Yang quickly patted his head. I forgot, I'm still at home. The Xianyuan sword is an ancient divine artifact. Its unintentional release of power could destroy this entire villa district. I don't even know how to fly on a sword yet, so I'd better not do something stupid and blow up this villa area. Not only the villa area, but also Shanghai itself has been blown up. They even destroyed Earth. This is an ancient artifact, you're saying it can't destroy a star? So, I should familiarize myself with it first. Hopefully it doesn't actually explode. With a flash, Gu Yang jumped directly from the second-floor balcony. His figure flashed again, and Gu Yang's body shot directly into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters. Concealing his presence, Gu Yang unleashed his inner energy, directly stepping on the air to propel himself thousands of meters away. At the same time, a sound of air exploding suddenly erupted from the high place where Gu Yang was originally located. With a burst of true energy and control over his soul, every few thousand meters he moved, a terrifying sound of air exploding echoed in the sky. It's very pretentious, but it also consumes a lot of energy. After consuming 1/3 of his true energy, Gu Yang managed to cross a distance of 100 kilometers and arrive above the sea. Standing on the vast ocean, Gu Yang's divine sense probed outwards and found that there was not a single person within a 10-kilometer radius. Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Don't wait until someone sees you flying on a sword and is scared to death by you. Nobody's doing well, nobody's doing well. A golden Xianyuan divine sword appeared beneath his feet. As the sword appeared, it grew to 2 meters long and half a meter wide, resembling a heavy sword. Standing on the Xianyuan sword, Gu Yang carefully controlled it, enveloping himself in true energy to conceal himself. Then, a golden streak of light suddenly pierced through the void and moved forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived more than 10 kilometers away. A golden light flashed, and a terrifying sword light flowed directly into the sky, its golden radiance resembling a divine path reaching to the heavens. Even the clouds on the horizon were shimmering with golden light from the Xianyuan sword. Looking at it, it's as if a celestial court has descended to Earth. Pretty cool, right? Gu Yang's true energy earned this for you. Those of you taking photos and videos, watch out. You're at sea. On a small island hundreds of miles away from Shanghai, Gu Yang sheathed the Xianyuan sword and then his body plummeted vertically towards the island. Boom! The body fell freely and crashed into the ground, creating a circular crater 3 meters in diameter. A human-shaped crater appeared in the center of the circular crater. Lying in the pit, Gu Yang was unharmed, but his clothes were now tattered. The Xianyuan sword, it truly lives up to its name. With a sigh, Gu Yang felt quite helpless. The Xianyuan divine sword possesses immense divine power. Using it to control a sword consumes 1,000 or 100 times more energy than a normal spiritual weapon or magic weapon. Using it for flying on a sword is truly a waste of its talent. If used in combat, with Gu Yang's current strength, a single sword strike could instantly shatter a mountain range spanning hundreds of miles. You need to understand that without the cultivation of a nascent soul or a divine transformation stage, you're just dreaming when you're not capable of such destructive power. And right now, I'm only at the half-step innate realm. It must be said, it truly lives up to its name as the Xianyuan sword. Therefore, using it to fly is really beneath it. If it were an ordinary sword, the speed would be the same, the only difference being that it has no special effects, or the special effects are terrible. As he thought about it, a light appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. Looks like I'll have to get a regular flying sword next. A flying sword specifically designed for flight. Standing up from the human-shaped crater, Gu Yang brushed the dust off his clothes. Looking at his somewhat tattered clothes, Gu Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose. With a flash, Gu Yang entered the divine might space. After changing his clothes, Gu Yang used teleportation to transport himself to the island where the Dragon King's palace was located. Upon finding Lin Jinghua, Gu Yang directly handed him the formula for the initial stage gene enhancement fluid. After handing him the formula, Gu Yang instructed, Jinghua, call me as soon as this gene enhancement fluid is made. After giving his instructions, Gu Yang entered the divine might space. Immediately afterwards, the teleportation space returned to the villa. 2 days passed by slowly like that. For 2 days, all I did was cultivate. At this moment, Gu Yang felt that his internal energy was about to break through. The true qi within his body was refined and profound, and had transformed into a river of true qi flowing through Gu Yang's body. Each time the true qi river circulated within Gu Yang's body, the true qi within him would become thicker and purer. Sensing his impending breakthrough, Gu Yang glanced at Wen Wanwan and Morong Shui, who were still fast asleep beside him. A flash of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, and he entered the Divine Might space in his pajamas. Within the Divine Might space, he sensed the true energy within his body, which had transformed into a river 99% of its length, and the small amount of true energy remaining in his dantian. Once the remaining true energy liquefies, I can break through to the innate realm. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire tempered the true qi within the dantian, and strands of true qi emerged and then transformed into drops of liquid true qi. Time flies, and half an hour has passed. Within half an hour, the true qi in the dantian completely turned into liquid. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yang's aura exploded. A surge of powerful true energy erupted from Gu Yang's body, permeating an area of hundreds of meters around. With his inner energy gathered, Gu Yang slapped it out. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long palm flew out from Gu Yang's small hand. It really is just a tiny hand. After all, that palm strike with true energy was 10 meters long. It's bigger than Gu Yang himself. The palm strike, imbued with true energy, exploded hundreds of meters away in a matter of moments. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, a mushroom cloud appeared, covering a diameter of 50 meters and a height of 15 meters. With just a casual strike, he could easily kill an ordinary innate martial artist. If he unleashed his full power, he could even kill a foundation establishment cultivator in one blow. At this moment, Gu Yang's power is absolutely invincible. If they fight at full strength, they possess the combat power of the late foundation establishment stage to the peak foundation establishment stage. If the Xianyuan sword were used, even a golden core cultivator would be a piece of trash to be killed with a single strike. After assessing his own combat power, Gu Yang left the Divine Might space with satisfaction. Now that he has reached the initial stage of innate cultivation, he has directly gained a lifespan of 1,000 years. The lifespan that Kodo Amatsukami had previously consumed was also replenished. It must be said, the Yellow Emperor's inner classic is truly remarkable. It truly lives up to its reputation as a method for cultivating longevity. Their lifespan is far greater than those of others at the same level. Chapter 42: Visiting the Xiao family again. Judging by the time, it's time for Xiao Yan to pass away. Gu Yang pinched his hand and murmured with a playful look in his eyes. Rubbing his wrist, Gu Yang was somewhat looking forward to what good stuff he would get from the platinum gift pack after killing Xiao Yan, the transmigrator. Yes, I am that shallow. I just wanted a platinum gift pack, I just wanted to open something nice. Cough cough cough. Gu Yang coughed twice and found it amusing. However, Gu Yang is now 100% confident that he can destroy the soul of the transmigrator Xiao Yan and revive the original Xiao Yan's soul. However, Xiao Yan's life might be a bit miserable after his resurrection. After all, cough cough cough, Xiao Yan has done all sorts of bad things. They even wanted to beat up the old lady. So, this kid is in for a rough time. But so what if things are a little worse? Anyway, it's none of my business. If things go wrong for you, that's your problem. Thinking about it, Gu Yang felt that he was too bad. Oh dear, it's not good to hurt a perfectly good 6-year-old child like this. But it feels so much fun. Thinking about it, Gu Yang went downstairs. Looking at Wen Wanwan, who was continuing to live the life of a homebody, and Morong Shui, Gu Yang found it amusing. Seriously, what a homebody. Wanwan, Shui, I need to go to the Xiao family. Do you two want to come with me? Holding the two women in his arms, Gu Yang asked directly. Upon hearing this, both women shook their heads. No, it's pointless to go. Morong Shui was the first to speak, saying it would be pointless to go. I'm not going either. If you go to the Xiao family, I'm afraid. When Wanwan also refused, her words sounding somewhat strange, but Gu Yang understood what she meant. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose. This is a bit awkward. Opening his mouth, he gave each of the two girls, Morong Shui and Wen Wanwan, a big, satisfying kiss on their faces. After the kiss, Gu Yang stood up and left the villa's living room. when Wan Wan and Morong Shui exchanged a glance. The two women's eyes were filled with helplessness, and at the same time, a hint of jealousy. However, since my man is so capable, I can't stop him, otherwise he'll get angry and leave us, and then we'll be doomed. Therefore, we must indulge ourselves a little when it's appropriate. This is most evident in wealthy families. Her man was hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than those from wealthy families. Even if she only had a one-night stand with him, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for millions of women. And what about herself? Not only did she have marital relations with him, but she also gained such great benefits. Given all this, what's the point of refusing? Riding his Kawasaki steed towards the Shao family compound, Gu Yang arrived at the compound in less than half an hour. After parking the black Kawasaki warhorse, which resembled a black dragon, Gu Yang went directly into the Shao family's main hall. Upon entering the hall, Gu Yang saw Shao Chang and Shao Zhan, the brothers, drinking and discussing business. Just then, the two brothers suddenly noticed Gu Yang entering the Shao family's main hall. Upon seeing Gu Yang, the two brothers quickly put down their wine. With smiling faces, the two brothers excitedly approached Gu Yang. Looking at the handsome young man with an invisible aura, the two brothers said in unison, "Mr. Gu Yang, we are sorry that we were unable to personally escort you into the Shao family." The two brothers admired and were excited about Gu Yang. "This Mr. Gu Yang is incredibly powerful, he made my mother so many years younger. His abilities are so great that we must befriend him and treat him with utmost respect." Seeing the respectful Shao Chang, Shao Zhan and Gu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, Patriarch Shao, Second Master Shao, I have already digested the resources left to me by my master and am now a martial artist at the early stage of core formation. I now have 1000% information on how to resolve the evil spirits on young Master Shao Yan. So, Patriarch Shao, Second Master Shao, can you take me to see young Master Shao Yan now and then resolve the evil spirits on him?" Gu Yang was still very polite to Shao Zhan and Shao Chang. After all, Shao Laner and Shao Qingxue are Shao Chang's daughters. Both of these sisters have great figures with prominent breasts, shapely hips, and long legs. A gentle and sweet wife, a cold and aloof superstar. And their looks all exceed 95 points. So, if you don't want such a goddess, you're simply wasting resources. If you waste resources, these two sisters will definitely grow old alone. Therefore, in order to prevent the two sisters from dying alone, he decided to take them in personally. Upon hearing Gu Yang's words, the two brothers' eyes lit up. A martial artist in the early stage of the core formation realm, or a core formation grandmaster. Wow, Mr. Gu Yang is truly an amazing person. Excitedly rubbing their hands together, the two brothers headed towards the house where that brat Shao Yan was, facing Gu Yang. Led by the two brothers, Gu Yang quickly arrived at Shao Yan's place. Seeing Shao Yan, who was half dead and in a pitiful state, Gu Yang shuddered. Wow, Shao Yan is so pitiful. He was completely unrecognizable, looking like he was about to die. Damn, this is the first time I've ever seen such a pitiful kid. Ding. Shao Yan has expressed anger, shame, and collapse upon seeing his master. Shao Yan's luck has decreased by 300 points, while the master's luck has increased by 300 points, and the luck value has increased by 30,000 points. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Gu Yang's eyes lit up when he heard the system's voice. Wow, this kid is really a good kid. Upon meeting, you are given 3,000 luck points and 30,000 luck value. Oh dear, why are you being so polite, kid? He. With a grin, Gu Yang waved away Shao Chang and Shao Zhan, the two brothers. Master Shao, Second Master Shao, you two stay away from each other, don't let the blood splatter on you. Upon hearing this, Shao Zhan and Shao Chang exchanged a glance. Both of them were a little confused. Don't let the blood splatter on us. Does Mr. Gu Yang have to beat the evil spirit half to death before he can get rid of it? After imagining what might have happened, the two brothers quickly stepped back. Just as the two brothers were about to leave, the old matriarch and the sisters Shao Laner and Shao Qingxue arrived. Seeing Gu Yang rolling up his sleeves, the two sisters and the old lady were about to step forward. But just then, they were suddenly stopped by the brothers Shao Chang and Shao Zhan. Don't go, the master is about to perform a ritual to exorcise evil spirits. Stopping the old matriarch, the sisters Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue, the eldest son Xiao Cheng spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan'er, Xiao Qingxue, and the old lady all stopped in their tracks. Then, they and Xiao Cheng retreated together. Blinking, the five of them watched with anticipation as Gu Yang performed his exorcism, a ritual to ward off evil spirits. Then, something happened that they would never forget. That's too brutal. Chapter 43: Xiao Yan's demise. Ding, Xiao Yan is utterly humiliated. His luck has decreased by 1,000 points, while the master has gained 1,000 points of luck, bringing his total luck value to 10,000 points. Ding. Xiao Yan was beaten half to death, his body and soul were in excruciating pain, and he felt extremely humiliated. 1,000 points of luck were lost, and the master gained 1,000 points of luck, bringing his total luck value to 10,000 points. Bite. Gu Yang enjoyed beating Xiao Yan to death, but Xiao Yan was completely exhausted. In just a short while, they plundered 4,000 points of his luck, bringing his total luck value to 40,000. Just one trip to the Xiao family and I gained 7,000 points of luck, totaling 70,000 points of luck value. This wave of wealth is absolutely incredible. Xiao Yan, 10,200 minus 7,000 is equal to 3,200. Gu Yang, 14,500 plus 7,000 is equal to 21,500. Luck value, 70,000. At this point, Xiao Yan still had 3,200 points of luck left. Seeing the pitiful state of the man, Gu Yang reached out and grabbed his head. As Gu Yang grabbed his head, golden light instantly filled the air, and a majestic figure emerged from Gu Yang's body. That was a supreme emperor dressed in a golden dragon imperial robe and holding a phantom image of the Xian Yuan sword. The emperor's face was exactly the same as Gu Yang's, handsome and domineering. No, he was even more domineering and authoritative. The two sisters, Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue, glanced at each other for a moment, and then their bodies went limp, and they almost couldn't stand up. Wow, so domineering, so handsome man. Is that the Jade Emperor? Seeing the phantom of a soul appearing behind Gu Yang, dressed in a golden dragon imperial robe and holding the Xian Yuan divine sword, Xiao Zhan, the second master Xiao, said with extreme shock. At this moment, the Xiao family members were all extremely shocked, excited, fearful, and respectful. You say Gu Yang is the Jade Emperor, capable of shattering the universe with a single slap, and they all believe it. The phantom of the God Emperor moved, and the golden Xian Yuan divine sword was raised, slashing down at Xiao Yan. With a single sword strike, a tattered and incomplete phantom of a soul emerged from Xiao Yan's body. A soul phantom riddled with holes, the soul of Xiao Yan, the transmigrator. It was completely destroyed, especially when facing the imperial might of the Xian Yuan divine sword, its entire soul trembled. Terrified by the imperial might of the Xian Yuan divine sword, the guy immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Ding! Xiao Yan was so frightened by his master's illusory soul that he completely collapsed. His remaining 3,200 points of luck have been plundered. The master has gained 3,200 points of luck, bringing his total luck value to 32,000 points. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mind has completely collapsed, and the plundered luck has doubled. The master has gained 15,000 luck points, totaling 150,000 luck points. Ding! The strongest brat system has been captured by this system. The system will convert 3 platinum level items for the master. A series of system notification sounds rang out. Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Yang rubbed his nose. Wow, that's a fucking huge profit. Luck, 39,700. Luck value, 252000. One big win, and it really does double the luck. Collect Xiao Yan's crippled and terrified soul. He was directly sent into the system space to be devoured by Rakshasa. Perhaps because this guy's soul had been modified by a trace of system power, it directly provided Rakshasa with an increase of 150,000 points in beast taming value. In other words, 1 million beast taming points can now be reduced to 850,000, allowing Rakshasa to break through to the 8th tier demon beast level and transform into a human to serve as a bodyguard. Unfortunately, I only have 120,000 beast taming points right now. However, this time when we go back, we can upgrade Little White to a 7th tier demon beast. After all, of his 3 tamed beasts, only Xiaobai is at the 6th rank, while the rest are at the 7th rank. To avoid upsetting Little White, I'll upgrade it to level 7 this time when I get back. After killing Xiaoyan, he looked at the 6-year-old boy who was barely recognizable as a human. Gu Yang took a step forward and came to his side. The phantom of the divine soul extended its golden sleeves, and then a golden light containing immense soul power entered Xiaoyan's body. As the golden light entered Xiaoyan's body, a child, ethereal and shattered, emerged from within him, his body riddled with wounds and only a wisp of consciousness remaining. This is Xiaoyan's original soul. That is, the original form. Xiaoyan's strongest brat system is really trash. He took Xiaoyan with him when he transmigrated, but it turned out to be a soul transmigration, and he didn't even completely destroy Xiaoyan's soul. Ugh, what a terrible system. Unlike its own system, it directly replaced the original body with its own essence. The original body was directly destroyed by its origin, cognition, and fundamental existence, while their own origin directly replaced the original. Everyone's cognition and existence of him were all contained within Gu Yang, becoming their perception of Gu Yang and their sense of affirmation through Gu Yang's existence. Rather than saying that he possessed a body and traveled through time, it would be more accurate to say that his physical body was replaced. The tattered soul floated out, and the Xiao family members immediately became excited. Is that Yenner's soul? Excitedly, Xiao Zhan approached Gu Yang and asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang nodded. Then, Gu Yang explained to him, yes, this is your son's soul. What I just destroyed was an evil spirit. I don't know what secret method it used to take over your son's body. Give him 49 months, and the evil spirit will devour your son's soul and then take his place as a new person. Gu Yang's tone was full of surprise, but also alarmist and frightening. Hearing Gu Yang's somewhat sinister tone, Xiao Zhan shuddered. How terrifying! No wonder the well-behaved Yenner has become so inhuman. The despicable demon is trying to possess his own son's body. Looking at the doll that had become several sizes too big, Xiao Zhan instinctively raised his leg to give it a beating. These past few days, because of the transmigrator Xiaoyan, they've been beating him up every day, 3 times a day. Therefore, he became addicted to beating Xiaoyan. Now, upon hearing Gu Yang's explanation, he instinctively wanted to deliver a few more kicks. But at that moment, Gu Yang pressed down on his shoulder. Stop hitting him, stop hitting him. The demon that possessed your son is gone, the demon is gone. So now he is your own son, your biological son, by blood. After stopping Xiao Zhan, Gu Yang quickly explained. Let's not let them torment Xiaoyan. That's fucking awful. Thinking about it, Gu Yang looked at the baby with a pained expression. Oh, poor child. Stopped by Gu Yang, Xiao Zhan instantly regained his senses. Then, he awkwardly scratched his head, lowered his head, and looked embarrassed and ashamed. Yes, this is definitely my own son. We can't fight anymore, we can't fight anymore. Don't beat your own son to death. Mr. Gu Yang, after this brat's soul returns to his body, will he be back to normal? Xiao Cheng approached Gu Yang and asked him a question. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang nodded, but then shook his head. Upon seeing this, Xiao Cheng was taken aback. Mr. Gu Yang, what does he mean by this? She glanced at her younger brother with a questioning look, then at the old lady, and then at the Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingshue's sisters. He was somewhat looking forward to their explanation. However, they were also completely confused. It's healed, but not completely healed. Looking at the bewildered crowd, Gu Yang sighed and facepalmed. Well, what a bunch of idiots. Chapter 40 for the Xiao family will be invincible. Are you stupid? Look at your own sons, grandsons, nephews, and brothers, what are they like? Pointing at the inhuman Xiaoyan, Gu Yang's tone was very strange. Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members were stunned. They looked over and then gasped in shock. Oh my god, is this kid really that miserable? Mr. Gu Yang, what should we do with this kid like this? Xiao Zhan looked at Gu Yang with concern and asked. Damn, no matter what, he's still their own son. A father should be worried when his own son is in such a sorry state. Are we really that ruthless? It seems it wasn't us who were ruthless, but Mr. Gu Yang who was ruthless. He glanced at Gu Yang furtively, then quickly averted his gaze. She glanced at him speechlessly. Did he think she couldn't see it? Shaking his head, Gu Yang said, "Do you have any precious medicinal herbs? If so, bring them to me. Your kid is in too much trouble, I can't help him. But if you have enough herbs, I guarantee I can get you a perfectly healthy kid." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang nodded quickly. As the head of the family, he still manages 70% of the Xiao family's wealth. Soon, he arrived here with many of the Xiao family's servants, carrying boxes. There were 16 boxes in total, and each box contained countless precious medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs have been around for decades, even centuries, and are often associated with sophisticated and eccentric individuals. This is the heritage of a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, it still lacks a certain depth of heritage and doesn't have any ancient medicinal herbs. After dismissing the servants, Xiao Chang and his brother Xiao Zhan opened the treasure chests one by one. Seeing this, Gu Yang nodded. Very good. If all these medicinal herbs were gathered together by a martial artist, they could probably cultivate a martial artist at the early or even mid-stage of the core formation realm. If its medicinal power could be fully consumed, a martial artist with the Gang gene level could be trained. With a wave of his hand, his powerful spiritual energy lifted up countless medicinal herbs. Even with the limitation on the illusory soul and the consumption of so much soul power, Gu Yang's soul is still very powerful. Learn about the scripture of the immortal soul. After his divine soul lifted the medicinal herbs, a blue fire lotus appeared in Gu Yang's hand. The fire lotus emits extreme heat, and simply getting close to it poses a threat of death. Fortunately, Gu Yang was prepared and used his true energy to conceal the temperature of the flames. Suspend the medicinal herbs in front of him, and control the blue flames to burn them and extract their essence. Each drop of essence is extracted, and the pure medicinal power gives one a refreshing feeling with just one breath. After extracting all the impurities from the medicinal herbs, a clump of spiritual medicine the size of a human head, made entirely of the essence of the herbs, appeared in front of Gu Yang. It was a cluster of spiritual herbs formed entirely from the medicinal power of the herbs, spiritual energy, and Gu Yang's true energy. Controlling the elixir cluster, 1/3 of its energy flew out. The energy enveloped Xiaoyan's soul, then wrapped around it and entered his body. As his soul merged with it, a burst of golden light exploded. That was the pure soul power that Gu Yang had just injected into his body, some superfluous and useless soul power. Rather than being pure, it was actually impurities in Gu Yang's soul. When the impurities in the soul are broken down, they actually become pure soul power. This was absolutely unnecessary for Gu Yang. However, even if it was just impurities in Gu Yang's soul power that was useless to Gu Yang, it would still be of great benefit to Xiaoyan's broken soul. Boom! A blazing golden light enveloped Xiaoyan's entire body, and then, visible to the naked eye, Xiaoyan's body recovered and healed. At the same time, his soul was recovering very quickly. This is the energy of the divine soul, which is of great benefit to ordinary souls. Even a golden core cultivator can gain great benefits from obtaining a trace of the divine soul power of a nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention Xiaoyan, an ordinary person. Although Gu Yang's soul is very weak. Seeing Xiaoyan recover, Gu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the Xiao family members whose eyes were full of longing, Gu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yang divided the remaining 2/3 of the energy into 5 parts, and then these 5 parts of energy flew into the bodies of the 5 people. As the energy entered their bodies, a surge of powerful energy spread throughout the 5 people's limbs, bones, meridians, and internal organs. After the pure energy was digested, half an hour had passed, and all 5 of them had now gained tremendous improvements. The old lady's physical condition was at least comparable to that of a martial artist in the late stage of internal strength. The other 4 also possess physical attributes comparable to mid-stage dark force martial artists. At the same time, their lifespans have also been greatly extended. At least, it extends their lifespan by 30 or 40 years. Xiao Chang, who looked like an old man, was only in his 30s or 40s. He was definitely an elite middle-aged man, and he didn't even have a beer belly anymore. Xiao Zhan, the second master, also became stronger and taller. Needless to say, the old lady is now a 90-year-old woman who has given birth to 2 children. As for Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lan'er, they are sisters. At this moment, their skin was even whiter and their complexion even rosier, and every smile and frown attracted attention. Both women's looks were now above 97 points. Indeed, becoming stronger through cultivation can make you more beautiful. Mr. Gu Yang, thank you so much. Looking at Gu Yang respectfully, Xiao Cheng's eyes were full of surprise. He felt that he could kill a wild bull with a single punch. It can even fight lions and tigers. This terrifying power is not an illusion, but a very real force. Mr. Gu Yang, thank you. Xiao Zhan also bowed respectfully to Gu Yang and said, "My sister and I are very grateful for Mr. Gu Yang's help." Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue blushed. They really didn't know how to thank Mr. Gu Yang. Mr. Gu Yang is so generous. He just gave me this without hesitation. I really like him. Blushing, the 2 sisters were too embarrassed to look at Gu Yang. Because I was too shy. I would like to thank Mr. Gu Yang once again for his kindness to my Xiao family. I will go and have the Xiao family set up a table for you to enjoy the wine. The old lady looked at Gu Yang with equal respect. Seeing this, Gu Yang found it amusing. "Grandma, if you go out like this, it might arouse the curiosity of others?" Gu Yang asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old lady was somewhat stunned. She immediately understood what Gu Yang meant. That's right. Now that I've become so young, if I went out, all those servants would probably be scared half to death. After all, if a 90-year-old woman suddenly becomes so young, she'll either think she's a ghost or call the police to arrest her. Please help me, Mr. Gu Yang. Looking at Gu Yang, the old lady sought the Tao. Gu Yang smiled and activated his divine soul power slightly. Immediately afterward, a small illusion appeared on the old lady's body. The only people who can see what the old lady looked like when she was young are the Xiao brothers, the Xiao siblings, Gu Yang, and the old lady herself. The others only saw the old lady's original aged appearance. Thank you, Mr. Xie Gaian. After thanking her once more, the old lady turned and left. Just as the head of the Xiao family and second master Xiao were about to speak, a small figure suddenly stood up from the ground. Oh, it's Xiao Yan who's awake. Wah, dad, uncle, sister, and this big brother, what are you all doing? Looking at Gu Yang and his group, Xiao Yan said in a daze. Chapter 45. I want to fawn over my big brother. Seeing the bewildered little brat, Xiao Zhan's face immediately darkened. Why is this little brat awake? Taking a step forward, Xiao Zhan was about to hug Xiao Yan. But for some reason, the moment Xiao Zhan stepped forward, Xiao Yan's body instinctively retreated in fear. The body instinctively reacted to the impact. Especially a father figure, when he's about to hit you, that's even more terrifying. For example, some people are not afraid of their mothers, brothers, or sisters, but are only afraid of their fathers. 7 wolves will whip you mercilessly. I got a chill down my spine, just thinking about it is terrifying. And this is exactly the situation Xiao Yan is in now. Well, how should I put it? He was already afraid of his father, and these past few days. Xiao Zhantian relentlessly attacked Xiao Yan, the transmigrator, even though it was Xiao Yan who was the transmigrator. But, the body is still that of this silly kid. Muscle memory caused me to subconsciously back away, a movement born of fear. Seeing Xiao Zhan's awkwardness, Gu Yang's eyes flashed with amusement. This guy has been traumatized by the beating. Hearing Gu Yang's unintentional chuckle, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of anger. That damn brat. Xiao Zhan reached out and lifted Xiao Yan up. Xiao Yan, who weighed 30 or 40 pounds, was easily lifted up by him. Looking at Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan said fiercely, "You damn brat, what's wrong with your father? You should back down when you see him." As he spoke, Xiao Zhan's expression became even more ferocious. Upon seeing his father's expression, Xiao Yan immediately burst into tears. "Why, uncle, help me. My dad hit me." With tears streaming down his face, Xiao Yan looked at his uncle Xiao Chang with a wronged expression. In the past, when his father wanted to hit him, he would hide behind his uncle. Now, his father is going to beat him, so he is once again asking his uncle Xiao Chang for help. Upon seeing his nephew's plea for help, Xiao Chang immediately turned his head away, completely ignoring the matter. As for why he didn't care, cough cough cough, it's mainly because he's had a good time beating people up these past few days, and he's afraid he'll end up beating up the brat. So, calm down, calm down. His dad was disciplining him, but I didn't care. I was afraid I'd hit him too. Looking at this family, Gu Yang's smile deepened. Ha, as expected, the transmigrator Xiao Yan was killed, while the original Xiao Yan is in such a miserable state. Seriously, that's hilarious. Gu Yang rubbed his nose with a reserved air, then said seriously, Second Master Xiao, stop fooling around. We're going to a banquet, a reception. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhen stopped the slap he was about to deliver. This saved the kid from his father's slap in the face. He glared at his son, then put Xiao Yan down. Mr. Gu Yang, I'm so sorry. Come on, let's go for a drink. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later to apologize to you. After putting Xiao Yan down, Xiao Zhan's expression immediately became obsequious. Upon seeing his father's appearance, Xiao Yan blinked his big, round eyes, looking at his father with fear while also glancing at the handsome older brother. His eyes lit up, it seemed like Dad was afraid of this older brother. So, from now on. With a glint in his eyes, Xiao Yan suddenly had a way to deal with his father. But, seeing that handsome older brother, the little guy became troubled. I don't think I know this older brother. So, how can I get this older brother's help? Xiao Yan was immediately troubled by what he was thinking. On the way to the restaurant with Gu Yang, the head of the Xiao family, and the second master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan followed along with a troubled expression. He was thinking about how to get his older brother to beat up his father. So, I kept thinking and thinking, even when I was about to hit a wall, I didn't stop. Just then, a fair, jade-like hand grabbed Xiao Yan by the back of his neck. When Xiao Qingxue mentioned the little brat, her eyes were full of inquiry. What's wrong with this little brat? Hua Hua, tell your older sister, what are you thinking about? Xiao Yan was about to get angry when Xiao Qingxue lifted him up, but he immediately calmed down when he heard Xiao Qingxue's curious tone. His body, suspended in mid-air, trembled continuously. Big sister, I. Xiao Yan spoke incoherently and stammered. If you were to ask who this kid is most afraid of at home, you'd say. He's neither his father nor his mother, since his mother died in childbirth. It's neither my uncle nor my grandmother. What he feared most were his 2 older sisters. Thinking of the inhumane abuse his sisters had inflicted on him, Xiao Yan felt a wave of fear. At this moment, with his older sister exuding a terrifying aura, like a tigress, how could this kid not be afraid? Hua Hua, tell your second sister what you're thinking. At this moment, Xiao Lan'er also spoke up and asked. Hearing his second sister's words, Xiao Yan became even more frightened. Hugging his head, Xiao Yan answered fearfully, Why, I was thinking about how to curry favor with that handsome big brother. Dad is so respectful to him. If I can curry favor with him, I'll ask him to help me if Dad hits me again. Startled, he blurted out his purpose. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters, Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lan'er, exchanged a glance. This kid is really brave to beat up his second uncle. Fine. Xiao Yan, you actually want someone to beat up your second uncle. My sister and I will go and tell your second uncle what you're thinking right now. After saying something intimidating, Xiao Lan'er turned around and was about to complain. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately struggled. However, his struggles did not lead to escape, but instead to a powerful slap from Xiao Qingxue. Snap! She slapped Xiao Yan hard on the head, not even afraid of hurting the kid. However, despite the potential for serious injury, the slap left a large bump on Xiao Yan's head. His eyes reddened, and the boy was about to cry. However, upon seeing the tigress's gaze, the boy immediately suppressed the tears welling up in his eyes. Looking at the boy's expression, Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lan'er were practically dying of laughter. But before the smile could appear, it was suppressed. I'm really afraid that if I laugh out loud, I'll make this kid lose his temper. You want to curry favor with that big brother. Little Hua Hua. You're really naive. Pulling at the little brat's chubby face, Xiao Lanner's eyes were full of amusement. This kid really dares to think of currying favor with Mr. Gu Yang. With his face being pulled, Xiao Yan's face fell. Sure enough, his older sister was a big bad guy, a super bad guy. If you manage to curry favor with that older brother, then your older sister and second older sister will also get a beating from him. The little guy was filled with anticipation as he thought about it. Young miss, second miss, the banquet is about to begin, and the head of the family requests your presence. At this moment, a servant came over and respectfully addressed Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lanner. Upon hearing this, the two sisters stopped teasing Xiao Yan. They casually tossed Xiao Yan aside, and the two sisters chatted and laughed as they strode toward the hall. Watching his two older sisters' backs, Xiao Yan, who had been thrown to the ground and was speechless while looking up at the sky, felt completely bewildered. That's what made me fall. He quickly stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and then ran towards the Xiao family hall with his short legs. Seriously, they didn't invite me to dinner. Do they think they're looking down on me? Just wait, once I've gotten on the good side of my older brother, I'll have him teach you all a lesson. Must. Chapter 46 Beast Taming Celestial Venerable. Mr. Gu Yang, this bottle of old wine is 60 or 70 years old. It was found by our servants in our Xiao family's treasure trove when they were looking for medicinal herbs today. Xiao Chang took out a yellowed box, his eyes filled with anticipation. This bottle of wine is 70 years old, it must taste really good after being stored for so long. And today, Mr. Gu Yang is here again. Not only can I try it, but I can also entertain Mr. Gu Yang. Today is truly a wonderful day. Looking at Xiao Chang's excited and happy face, Gu Yang's eyes were full of amusement. Opening the yellowed wine box, a rather antique-looking wine bottle came out. Take out the glass and unscrew the bottle. After pouring out a few glasses of wine, Xiao Chang raised his glass. Mr. Gu Yang, let me offer you a toast. With that, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp, emptying the bottle completely. Savoring the taste of the wine in his mouth, Xiao Chang's eyes were filled with satisfaction. It truly is a fine wine, a wine aged for 70 years. Seeing this, Gu Yang also picked up his cup, gave a slight nod, and then drank it all in one gulp. Smacking his lips, Gu Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Good wine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's eyes lit up with joy. As long as Mr. Gu Yang is satisfied. Sir, I'd also like to propose a toast to you. Xiao Zhen poured himself a glass of wine, and then toasted Gu Yang as well. He tilted his head back and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing this, Gu Yang also returned the toast. After Gu Yang finished his drink, Xiao Chang was about to pour him another drink. But then he discovered that there was no more alcohol. This is going to be awkward. Gu Yang smiled slightly. With me here, you'd never complain about not having enough wine. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yang produced 3 jars of fine wine. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chang, Xiao Zhan, the old madam, Xiao Qingxue, and Xiao Lanner all showed expressions of shock. A universe hidden in a sleeve. Could Mr. Gu Yang's teacher really be an immortal? They were amazed to see that only Xiao Yan, that brat, was working so hard. This is so delicious, it would be a shame not to eat more. The wines that Gu Yang took out were also Xiao Weitian's treasured collection. There were 10 jars in total, and Gu Yang hadn't opened any of them yet. Today, he suddenly brought out 3 of them. These wines are all made from precious medicinal herbs, and each jar is 10 years old. One sip is not only incredibly delicious, but it can also improve your health and prolong your life. Tearing open the mud seal of a jar of wine, the aroma of the wine immediately wafts out. Even Xiao Qingxue and Xiao Lanner, who don't drink alcohol, couldn't help but swallow after smelling the aroma of the wine. The wine smelled so good that they couldn't resist. Holding the jar of wine, Gu Yang filled all 6 cups in front of him. There were 6 glasses of wine in total. This is one of my treasured possessions. I'm happy to have a drink with you all today. As he spoke, Gu Yang distributed the wine glasses to the 5 people. As the wine glass passed by Xiao Yan, he instinctively reached out to take it. However, what followed was a slap from Xiao Zhan and a barrage of insults. "You little brat, what are you taking? This is wine for your old man. What, you want to drink it? If you dare to take a sip, I'll break your legs." Mr. Gu Yang personally poured the wine for me and handed me the glass himself. "Why are you brat, still trying to take it? You're disrespecting your father. Do you think your father wouldn't dare to hit you?" After distributing the wine glasses to the 5 people, Gu Yang stood up and clinked glasses with everyone. Immediately following was a joyful banquet. By the end, everyone was a little drunk. Gu Yang, in a daze, was eventually led into a room. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Smelling the delicate fragrance around him, Gu Yang felt a sense of relief. Reaching out, Gu Yang embraced the still sleeping Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue, feeling a sense of relief. Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingxue, those 2 girls, actually ate themselves last night. "Since you 2 little lambs are willing to feed yourselves to the big bad wolf, of course I can't let you go." And so, the 3 of them, in a daze, did what one would do when drunk. Ding! The master has captured the Dragon King's son-in-law, the female lead Xiao Lan'er, and gained 2,000 luck points, bringing the total luck value to 20,000 points. Ding! The master has captured Xiao Qingxue, the protagonist of Beast Taming Celestial Venerable, and gained 8,000 luck points, for a total luck value of 80,000 points. Just then, the system notification sounded. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang was taken aback. Looking at Xiao Qingxue beside him, he realized that she was actually the female lead of the Beast Taming Celestial Venerable. Ding, master, you're right. Xiao Qingxue is the protagonist of Beast Taming Celestial Venerable. The system's prompt confirmed Gu Yang's conjecture. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang found it amusing. Oh my god, this beast tamer is really pathetic. His female lead was won over by him so easily. Thinking about it, it seems to make sense. The Beast Taming Celestial Venerable said he would appear after his luck broke through 30,000, and now that his luck has broken through 30,000, the Beast Taming Celestial Venerable has already made his appearance. Since he's making his appearance, his female lead should also appear. Maybe I was just lucky. The heroine's destiny, due to the fragments of his beast taming heart and his own luck, randomly selected a woman by his side. The female lead has such good luck that she thinks she's the main character. Therefore, he easily won over the female lead of the protagonist, Beast Tamer. Oh dear, this kid is really pitiful. He himself withheld 1/10 of the beast taming heart from him, and his female lead was stolen by him before he even appeared. Wow, my luck is truly incredible. Rubbing his nose, Gu Yang was only grateful for his good luck. Turning his head, Gu Yang gave Xiao Qingxue a quick kiss on the lips. This woman really gave me a big surprise. Meanwhile, on the other side, a burly young man had a furrowed brow. Why do I feel like I've lost something very important? The burly young man was very troubled at this moment, and he didn't know why he felt flustered. It's like something very important has disappeared. He rubbed his temples, temporarily putting aside his wandering thoughts. Looking at a black dog that resembled a small car not far away, the burly young man said, "Big Black, come and fight me." Upon hearing this, the large dog that had been lying on the ground to rest immediately stood up, and then its massive body charged towards the young man. Upon seeing the black dog charge, the burly youth raised his large, fan-like hand and threw a punch at the black dog. With a deafening roar, the burly young man's fist collided with the black dog's head, and the terrifying force of the impact caused the ground to cave in by a centimeter. The confrontation between the two was only held for a moment before both of them started to stumble backward. The black dog took a step back, while the young man took more than 10 steps back. As expected, someone with only early-stage dark force cultivation is no match for someone with peak dark force cultivation like you. He murmured a sentence, a determined look flashing in the young man's eyes. Big Black, stay by my side. Next, I'm going to go deep into the mountains to find medicinal herbs that can provide energy for the beast taming heart, as well as the corpses of those ferocious beasts, so that you can evolve into a third-tier demon beast. After saying something to the big black dog, the young man turned and walked towards the endless mountains. Woof woof woof. The big black dog barked a few times, and then it quickly followed the young man's back. Clearly, this young man is the protagonist of Beast Tamer, and his cheat ability is the same as that of the protagonist in Heart of Beast Tamer. The one where Gu Yang pried off a piece of the golden finger. The female lead became Gu Yang's female lead even before he appeared. The guy who got fleeced before he even appeared on screen. Chapter 47 Aoki Chozei, the Demon of Death Perception. Inside the Divine Might space, Gu Yang sat cross-legged atop a mountain. Those eerie, blood-red eyes stared at a golden energy cluster in front of them, radiating an intense chill. That's Little White evolving. Advance from a 6th-tier monster to a 7th-tier monster. From innate to foundational. Withdrawing his gaze, Gu Yang stopped caring. Open the system and bring up the information. Gu Yang wanted to see what he gained after killing Xiaoyan, a platinum-level protagonist. First, a platinum gift package. We'll talk about that later. Now, Gu Yang wants to see how the system has refined the 3 platinum-level rewards that the Brat system has given him. First, the first thing. Name, Aoki Longevity Body. Grade, Platinum. Introduction: the Azurewood Longevity Body is one of the 10 divine bodies of the ancient Blue Star. After fusing with the Azurewood Longevity Body, Azurewood Chi will grow within the body. Azurewood Chi possesses pure life force. The possessor of the Azurewood Longevity Body is born with an extraordinary lifespan. After fusion, according to the longevity characteristics of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, the Master can obtain a lifespan of 100,000 years. The Greenwood Longevity Body, one of the 10 divine bodies. The fusion itself will instantly increase one's lifespan by 100,000 years. Looking at the characteristics of this Greenwood Longevity Body, Gu Yang felt it was awesome. Cultivators with the Greenwood Longevity Body have a lifespan 10 times that of ordinary cultivators. That is to say, you have 1 year of lifespan, and I have 10 years of lifespan. Although these possessors of the Greenwood Longevity Body are not strong in combat, they are absolutely super support, god-level healers. However, is the attack power of Wood Element weak? With his eyes closed, Gu Yang couldn't help but think of Hashirama Senju from the Naruto world. If a 1,000-handed Buddha were used by a Greenwood Longevity Body cultivator at the human immortal realm, it would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Blue Star and destroy a continent with a single slap. As he thought about it, a look of anticipation appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. Imagine your future self piloting a giant Buddha with 1,000 hands larger than the earth, a super Gundam encased in a dark blue Susanoo armor. The image of destroying a planet with a single slap is absolutely awesome. Thinking about that situation, Gu Yang's lips curled up slightly. I can let you use both hands, and then I'll slap you with 9,999 slaps, each as big as a continent. Are you scared? As expected, he fused with the Azurewood Longevity Body, and instantly a pure and powerful life force flowed into his body. At the same time, wisps of Greenwood energy began to emerge within Gu Yang's body. The chi of Greenwood merges with the true chi of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, and a single strike can create an entire forest. If you use the combined energy of these two methods to heal others, not only will the illness be cured, but it can also prolong life. This is the power of the fusion of the Greenwood Longevity Body and the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. I must say, the system is really thoughtful. At the same time, after merging with the Greenwood Longevity Body, his cultivation level broke through to the innate perfection stage. The Divine Soul Undying Scripture has also been upgraded from the first level to the first level of perfection. A powerful burst of Divine Soul Force erupted, reaching 60 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, and 100 kilometers. The powerful Divine Soul directly enveloped a distance of 100 kilometers. Clenching his fist, Gu Yang fused the Greenwood Chi with the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic True Chi and slapped the open space not far away. A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. The ground beneath my feet trembled violently, trembled. Immediately afterwards, tall trees appeared in a 1,000 by 1,000 area. This single strike easily altered the terrain. At this moment, Gu Yang said without any pretense that he could completely change the terrain of the entire desert by himself. He nodded in satisfaction, then with a wave of his hand, a rocking chair made entirely of rattan appeared behind Gu Yang. Lying directly on the rattan rocking chair, Gu Yang began to look at the next items. Name: The Demonic Eye of Direct Death. Grade: Platinum. Introduction: Identify weaknesses and critical points. Mark weakness lines and death lines. Fluctuations in the death line and weakness lines can cause further damage or even death. These were a pair of eerie purple eyes, just as eerie as Gu Yang's Manjikyu Sharingan. Moreover, those mystic eyes of death perception are really powerful. Without saying a word, Gu Yang reached out and merged with the mystic eyes of death perception. The eerie purple eyes merged into Gu Yang's eye sockets, instantly triggering his original eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Sizzle! The eerie purple eyes clashed and merged with the eerie blood-red eyes. Gu Yang felt as if his eyes were on fire, and drops of pitch-black blood dripped from the sockets of his eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Although his eyes hurt, the pain was still within Gu Yang's tolerance level. Drops of blood fell, the mystic eyes of death perception and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan clashed and merged. With the help of Gu Yang's divine soul, the two entered a strange state. Sizzle! Suddenly, a purplish-black light flashed in Gu Yang's eyes. Then a pair of eerie purple eyes appeared. Its eeriness surpasses even that of the eternal kaleidoscope and the mystic eyes of death perception by several times. Purple eyes, with deep black pupils, and deep within those pupils, an evil red ring. This is the fusion of the mystic eyes of death perception and the eternal kaleidoscope. Because the eternal kaleidoscope is one rank lower than the mystic eyes of death perception, these fused eyes are dominated by the mystic eyes of death perception. However, the pupil magic of both eyes flowed down even stronger. For example, the cooldown period for Koto Amatsukami, which was originally 1 year, has now been reduced to 1 month. The weekly duration Koto Amatsukami only has a 1-minute cooldown. No, this isn't a week now. Instead, it's a 1-month control period. In this situation, I really want to compose a poem. As for what poem to write, let me think about it first. The purple, eerie eyes looked towards Little White, who was only a moment away from advancing to the 7th rank, following Gu Yang's gaze. Countless causal lines connected Xiaobai. These causal lines are Xiaobai's broken lines, his dead lines. Looking at these dense lines, Gu Yang really wanted to be reckless and try to manipulate them. But after glancing at the evolved Little White, and seeing the magnificent and perfect snake body within the golden light, Gu Yang still managed to suppress the urge to disrupt the causal lines and withdrew his hand. Damn it, I can't be impulsive, I can't be impulsive. Resisting the urge to play around with the death line, Gu Yang quickly turned his attention to the third item. If I keep looking and it really doesn't work, I'm really afraid I won't be able to resist the fluctuations and crash the system, killing the newbie. Xiaobai is my pet, I absolutely can't let it just leave like this. Name: Divine Refinement. Grade: Platinum. Introduction: One of the 8 ancient supernatural powers, Divine Refinement, a divine power for forging artifacts. Divine refinement refers to altering the nature of matter. Refinement refers to the various methods of forging, creating anything one desires. Is it a weapon refining supernatural power? Gu Yang reached out and took out a piece of black iron. He levitated the piece of black iron in his hand, and then activated the divine refinement technique with his true energy. Immediately afterwards, this piece of black iron began to change. First, matter decomposes, then matter recombines, and then matter condenses at will. A jet-black longsword exuding a sharp aura appeared in Gu Yang's hand. Shin Tai Sword. 1. A mid-grade magic weapon. Gu Yang channeled his true energy into the Shin Tai Sword, unleashing a sharp sword light that tore through the heavens and earth, directly splitting the trees not far away. Nodding in satisfaction, although its power was a bit weak, it was still usable for flying on a sword. Alas, if the world weren't in such a state of decay that I couldn't freely use the Shen Yuan Divine Sword to fly, I would still be using your mere mid-grade magic weapon, the Shen Iron Sword. With a sigh, Gu Yang looked at Xiaobai over there. At this moment, the golden light had dissipated, and Little White's enormous snake body remained coiled there. Chapter 48: Gu Yang battles Xiaobai, Zhu Tian battles the wolf pack. Looking at that enormous little white thing, it was about 68 meters long and 3 meters thick. Its entire body is ice blue, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, it must weigh at least 100 tons. With a single swipe of its tail, it can split mountains and shatter rocks, destroying gold and breaking jade. I have to say, it looks really cool. Hiss hiss hiss. It twisted its huge snake body and crawled toward Gu Yang, flicking its tongue as it did so, its bright, ice-blue eyes radiating a soft light. It's showing affection. Swimming to Gu Yang's side, Xiaobai lowered its head, which was larger than Gu Yang himself. Looking at the enormous little white dog, Gu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Xiaobai was truly. It's imposing, but it's just too big. It looks a bit bulky like that. However, once it advances to the 8th rank, its python bloodline will advance to the dragon bloodline, at which point its body should be able to shrink a bit and become slender. Little White, how about we have a fight? Rubbing his little head, Gu Yang floated in midair and asked. A flash of icy blue light appeared in Xiaobai's eyes, and then Gu Yang understood its meaning. It agreed, agreeing to practice against itself. I've now achieved perfect innate cultivation. There's no one in this world worth my full effort, so now I can only practice on my beloved pet. His body flew away, and then with a wave of his hand, the mid-grade magic weapon-level Xian Tai sword that Gu Yang had just refined with the Divine Machine 100 refinements appeared in Gu Yang's palm. Holding the Xian Tai sword, Gu Yang exhaled a breath of turbid air. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yang's eyes were filled with seriousness. He raised his sword, aiming it at Xiaobai. He channeled his true energy into the Xian Tai sword and slashed at Xiaobai with it. His body suddenly accelerated, and he sprinted forward. The dark Xian Tian sword slashed down at Xiaobai. Seeing the sharp sword light on the longsword in its master's hand, a flash of icy blue light appeared in Xiaobai's eyes. The demonic energy emanated from his body, then condensed into ice elements, and an ice crystal shield appeared in front of Xiaobai. Ding dong! The Xian Tai sword and the ice crystal shield collided, instantly sending up dust and sand. The terrifying impact created a vacuum in the area where they collided. Whoosh whoosh, swish swish swish. Countless icy blue ice crystals condensed, and then ice spikes flew out from around Xiaobai. Ice blue spikes flew out and attacked Gu Yang from all directions. Countless ice crystals emanated an intense chilling aura. Boom! The ice crystals attacked Gu Yang, but just as they were about to strike him, a sudden burst of blue flames appeared. The moment the blue flames appeared, countless ice crystals were instantly incinerated into smoking boiling water. At the same time, the ice shield that Xiaobai had condensed in front of Gu Yang was also vaporized by the blue flames of the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame. Tear! The giant tail of Xiaobai suddenly emerged the moment Gu Yang broke through the shield, and its force of hundreds of tons was enough to sweep Gu Yang away. It flew backwards for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. The Xian Tai sword had somehow flown out and was now stuck straight in the ground, halfway into the earth. Cough cough cough. He stood up somewhat awkwardly, his gaze towards Xiaobai filled with amazement. Xiaobai is incredibly strong, its combat power is at least on par with cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage or peak. It should be noted that this beast taming heart is incomplete. The enhanced grade is only the initial stage of this realm, not the complete and perfect cultivation level. However, even in the early stages, Xiaobai already possessed the combat power of the later, peak stages. You really are a prodigy. Standing up, Gu Yang patted the dust off his clothes. With a wave of his hand at the Xian Tai sword not far away, Gu Yang immediately put the Xian Tai sword into his system space. After putting away the Xian Tai sword, Gu Yang's eyes became serious. Raising his fist, Gu Yang punched Xiaobai. Next comes the battle of the tough guys. I punch you, you swat my tail. Leaving aside the battle between Gu Yang and Xiaobai, let's turn our attention to a mountain range thousands of miles away. In the middle of this mountain range, a young, strong man was also punching a gray wolf repeatedly. Meanwhile, a large black dog, bigger than a lion, was baring its teeth and intimidating a pack of wolves not far away. It was obvious that it was a wolf pack without an alpha wolf. And over here, isn't the gray wolf being brutally beaten by the strong man the Wolf King? The burly young man rode on the back of the gray wolf, and his huge fists pounded hard into the Wolf King's head. With each punch, countless drops of blood spurted out. Bang! A dull punch pierced the Wolf King's head, and then the young man reached out and pressed down on its dead body. As his hand touched the Wolf King's corpse, a strange light suddenly enveloped the Wolf King's body. Then, the Wolf King's corpse was decomposed, devoured by this strange light. After the Wolf King's corpse disappeared, the young man clearly felt an increase in the energy of his heart. This young man was none other than Chu Tian, the beast tamer celestial venerable. Big Black, you can advance now. Chu Tian shook off the Wolf King's blood from his hands and murmured. After a night of fighting, his tamed beast, Dahei, had become a third-tier demon beast. Now, with his tamed beast Dahei brimming with energy, he can advance to the fourth-tier demon beast level. At that time, he will be able to obtain Dahei's fourth-tier talent exploration. To put it bluntly, it's a dog's nose. With his third-tier talent, exploration, he can smell some of his treasures within a radius of 100 meters. At the same time, after Dahei advances to the fourth tier, he can obtain 40% of the energy replenishment from the fourth tier Dahei. In other words, when Daikoku levels up, he receives a 40% boost equivalent to Daikoku's level up. This means that if Dahei advances to the fourth rank, it will become a demon beast at the peak of the core formation stage. With a 40% counter replenishment, he can then obtain the cultivation level of a martial artist at the early stage of the core formation realm. That's what mutual benefit is all about. Reaching Dahei's side, Chu Tian placed his hand on Dahei's head. With his deep gaze fixed on the pack of grey wolves, Chu Tian coldly said, "Get lost." As he finished speaking, a terrifying beastly power erupted from his body. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Chu Tian, the grey wolf pack immediately fled in a panic. After chasing away the grey wolf, Chu Tian rubbed Big Black's head. Immediately afterwards, he activated the connection between the beast taming heart and Dahei. An invisible energy flowed into Dahei's body through their connection. As this energy entered Dahei's body, Dahei's aura began to surge. At the same time, the connection between the beast taming heart and Dahei also increased as Dahei's aura intensified, and a trace of energy was fed back into Chu Tian's body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and Dahei's body grew even larger. It is 4 meters long and has a fierce aura that would make even a lion run away in fear. Let's go. We'll continue hunting. Chu Tian licked his lips and looked towards the forest. His favorite thing was hunting prey. He used to use tools, but after unintentionally obtaining a treasure like the heart of beast taming, he began to like his fists. This is why he let the wolves escape. The purpose was purely for hunting. Especially the feeling of punching your brain until it explodes. Chapter 49 Platinum Gift Pack. An area several kilometers long, shrouded in the scars of flames and the marks of ice. Gu Yang and Xiaobai remained locked in this stalemate. Azure flames and icy blue ice. The terrifying pressure distorted the surrounding air, even creating several vacuum zones. The terrifying, overwhelming, and breathtaking aura of both could truly make one faint at first glance. As the blue flames and endless ice collided, sizzling white mist rose up, and the sound of dripping water droplets fell to the ground rang out. Boom! Faced with the stalemate with Gu Yang, Xiaobai's ice blue tail, capable of shattering gold and jade, slashed through the air and swept towards Gu Yang. Upon seeing the icy blue snake tail, Gu Yang quickly raised his hand to defend himself. With a whoosh, the snake's tail struck Gu Yang, and then Gu Yang's body transformed into a cannonball, flying nearly 100 meters away. Cough cough cough. Standing up from the crater he had created, Gu Yang looked at the ice dragon python Xiaobai over there and felt a sense of helplessness. This newbie, I wonder who he learned it from. It has no sense of martial ethics. Hiss hiss hiss. Little White let out a roar, as if showing off its strength. Seeing this, Gu Yang felt helpless. This little guy is really... With a helpless smile, Gu Yang's eyes suddenly became extremely serious. Raise your right fist and pour powerful true energy into it. With his feet planted firmly on the ground, a deep pit appeared beneath Gu Yang's feet. He raised his right fist high, and with a dragon head covered by his powerful true energy, he unleashed a fierce punch at Xiaobai. Boom! The punch landed on the snake's tail that Xiaobai was using to counter, and a terrifying burst of energy erupted instantly. Snap! Boom! The golden dragon fist collided with the ice serpent's enormous tail, instantly unleashing countless bursts of energy. The terrifying force caused the ground to collapse by half a meter. With a whoosh, Gu Yang stepped back. Seeing the blood appearing on Xiaobai's snake tail, Gu Yang felt both amused and surprised. That punch was so powerful. They actually managed to punch a small hole in Little White's snake tail. With a swift movement, Gu Yang appeared on its tail. Hiss hiss hiss. Hearing Xiaobai's complaining roars, Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh. What Xiaobai means is, I didn't even make you bleed, but you almost punched my tail through. Are you really that ruthless? I only swept you away a few times. Gu Yang placed his hand on Xiaobai's snake tail wound, and then injected the energy of the fusion of the greenwood chi and the yellow emperor's inner classic into Xiaobai's body. With the help of this energy, the large hole in the snake's tail visibly healed, revealing raw flesh. In just a moment, it was completely restored. Alright, Xiaobai, go back now. Your injuries have been healed. Hovering in front of Xiaobai's snake head, Gu Yang gently rubbed its icy blue head, which exuded a chilling aura, and spoke softly. After saying that, Gu Yang directly activated his beast taming heart and put Xiaobai into his beast taming space. After putting away Xiaobai, Gu Yang opened the platinum gift pack. He then obtained a book on alchemy called the Taiching Alchemy Manual. A collection of sword techniques called the 10,000 Swords Manual, which contains tens of thousands of sword techniques and spiritual skills. A gem, a space gem. Firstly, the Taiching Alchemy Manual records all the elixirs for Mingjin and human immortals, including more than a dozen formulas for some super-great elixirs. The second 10,000 Swords technique contains tens of thousands of sword attack methods, including 10,000 swords return to 1, sword 23, and other martial arts, as well as supernatural abilities such as the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique and the star-slaying sword art. The third space stone, a platinum-level gem, a near-diamond-level gem, originated from a certain cinematic universe. Normally it should be a diamond-level item, but due to its transworld travel, it's only a near-diamond. Even so, it possesses absolute spatial power, easily traversing tens of thousands or even millions of miles in an instant. This is the power of space. Looking at these three items, Gu Yang directly comprehended the Taiching alchemy technique and the myriad swords technique, and then fused with the space gem. After doing all this, Gu Yang was about to leave the divine might space. After patting his dusty clothes off, Gu Yang flashed away from the divine might space. Whoosh! After using the space stone to disrupt the space and leave the divine might space, Gu Yang's body fell uncontrollably from mid-air above the Shao family's residence. Holy crap! Looking up at the sky thousands of meters above the ground, Gu Yang cursed under his breath. Damn it, this space stone is garbage. After cursing, Gu Yang quickly steadied himself and instantly appeared on the roof of the Shao family's building. Damn, this is my first time using the space stone, and I've ended up thousands of meters in the air because I'm not familiar with it. Some people reached out with doubt, and Gu Yang's eyes were filled with helplessness. Damn, I was careless. I rubbed my nose helplessly, this was really embarrassing. Luckily, no one saw my embarrassing moment, otherwise I would have been really ashamed. With another flash, Gu Yang entered the Shao family's main hall. Aha, big brother, you're back. Xiaoyan, who was idly playing with toys in the Shao family's main hall, suddenly saw Gu Yang appear in front of him and his eyes lit up. Standing up, Xiaoyan stretched out his chubby little hand and said, Big brother, do you want to play with me? He looked at Gu Yang with some anticipation. The little guy still hadn't figured out how to curry favor with this older brother. Therefore, I can only invite older brothers to play together. I wonder if the older brother wants to play with me. Looking at the little brat, Gu Yang reached out and patted his head. Gu Yang gave his little head a couple of firm rubs, then smiled and said, Little guy, play by yourself. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Gu Yang gave the little guy's head a good rub. Then, Gu Yang turned and left. Looking at Gu Yang's handsome and dashing back, Xiaoyan's big eyes were filled with admiration. What a cool older brother. What a handsome older brother. In the future, I want to be as dashing as my older brother. Thinking about it, the little guy started playing with his toys again. Well, I'll play to my heart's content first before I try to learn from the older kids. I'm still a child, I can't think that much. I want to have fun. That's my childhood. My childhood would have been much happier if my dad hadn't hit me. Thinking about it, Xiaoyan's determination to curry favor with Gu Yang became even stronger. We must curry favor with the older brother. All for the sake of my happy childhood. Let's keep playing, let's not think about these things for now. Chapter 50 Departure, Kidnapping. Big Black, you're now a 5th-tier demon beast. Further increasing your strength will require a huge amount of resources. So, I'm going to start training new beasts now. Sitting on the back of the giant black dog, which was as big as a small mountain, Chu Tian stroked its fur and spoke. Woof woof woof. Big Black barked a few times, its dog eyes filled with surprise, but also with delight. If the master has a new tamed beast, then the master will definitely become stronger. Then I won't have to worry about him anymore. Dahei is a purebred black dog kept in Chu Tian's home. They have been inseparable since they were little. When Dahei grew up, it was supposed to die of old age, but Chu Tian was incredibly lucky and obtained the heart of beast taming. Immediately afterwards, Dahei became Chu Tian's #1 beast, and as soon as it advanced to the 1st-tier demon beast, its lifespan was extended by 5 years. In just 3 days, the man and his dog raised Big Black to the 5th rank of demon beast. A 5th-tier demonic beast comparable to the peak of the Gangjin realm. Because of Dahei's improvement, Chu Tian's cultivation level reached the early stage of Gangjin. However, upgrading Dahei's level would require a significant amount of energy. At this time, most of the wild beasts and ferocious beasts within 100 kilometers of the mountain range had been killed, so the remaining wild beasts and ferocious beasts were no longer enough for Dahei to upgrade to a 6th-tier demon beast. Therefore, Chu Tian wondered if he should train a new beast tamer. Stroking Dahei's soft black fur, Chu Tian's eyes were full of tenderness. After all, Dahei was the one he had grown up with, and they had lived together for almost 20 years. There are still feelings involved. Therefore, he wanted to consider Dahei's feelings. Don't be sad, little one. Seeing that Dahei agreed, Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting atop its mountain-like back, Chu Tian pondered his next beast taming. Just then, Chu Tian suddenly spotted a beehive hanging on a tree ahead. With his keen spiritual senses at the early stage of his internal energy cultivation, he discovered thousands of bees inside the hive. I wonder if it's possible to directly strengthen this beehive, thereby strengthening the bee colony within it. Touching his chin, Chu Tian murmured something and reached out his hand. Immediately afterwards, a strange energy shot out from his hand and then entered the honeycomb. Oh. So you mean it's possible, but I didn't inject enough energy, so it can't evolve? Upon receiving the feedback from the beast taming heart, Chu Tian said something. Strengthening this beehive is equivalent to indirectly strengthening the bees inside. Strengthening the beehive by 1 level makes it a peak level 1 treasure, and the bee swarm inside the beehive becomes a swarm of early level 1 bees. This means that strengthening 1 hive is equivalent to strengthening the entire bee colony and the honey within the hive. Because of these factors, strengthening the hive requires 10 times the normal amount of energy. However, if you really cultivate this skill, you will reap rewards that are tens or even hundreds of times greater. As we all know, bees collect nectar. The honey that the bees gather is the honey of the spirits. The spirit honey contains energy, which is just right for the beast tamer's heart to refine. This beehive is absolutely a jack of all trades. Therefore, no matter how much it costs, this beehive must evolve. He stretched out his hand, and streams of energy from the beast taming heart were shot into the beehive. When the energy was about to run out, the hive suddenly burst out with colorful light. Then, the honeycomb suddenly grew larger and larger. The honeycomb, which was originally no bigger than a basketball, was now a meter in diameter. Buzz buzz buzz. Thousands of bees flew out of the hive, thousands of them being early-stage first-level bees, that is, early-stage Mingjin bees. If they gang up on each other, even a martial artist at the peak of the transformation realm might not be able to defeat them. It's not that we can't win, it's just that these little things are too small and too densely packed. If they sting someone, even a martial artist at the peak of the transformation realm would be severely injured if they didn't die. Looking at the enormous honeycomb, Shu Tian directly absorbed the honey inside. After absorbing the honey, Shu Tian said with satisfaction, "Not bad, I've recovered 3% of my energy in one go." As expected, the decision to strengthen this hive was worthwhile. Exhaling, Shu Tian immediately ordered the bees to collect honey. These bees were simply an inexhaustible source of energy. Although the initial gains are small, they can definitely bring considerable rewards as they upgrade. Shu Tian glanced at the large tree where the beehive was located, his eyes flashing with light. Then, he and Dahei began to destroy the terrain. The tree with the honeycomb hanging on it was the main target. All the trees, boulders, weeds, etc. within a 10-meter radius of the tree were uprooted and turned into dust and disappeared into the world. Then, the man and the dog used their own strength to dig a pit here. An hour later, the area within a 10-meter radius of this tree had been hollowed out. At the same time, a large pit 10 meters deep appeared here. This was to protect the beehive from being stolen by wild animals. This is what will make me rich in the future. After doing all this, Shu Tian continued forward. He then used the beast taming heart to refine any medicinal herbs with energy within the mountain range. When he encountered wild beasts, he would kill them all with a single punch and then absorb them, turning them into the energy of the beast taming heart. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of urgency pressing down on him. Therefore, he needs to become stronger as soon as possible to cope with the pressure coming from who knows where. The Xiao family. Aren't you two coming back with me? Looking at Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingshu, Gu Yang felt helpless. Gu Yang had originally planned to leave yesterday, but the Xiao family was so hospitable that he stayed at their home for another day. Today, Gu Yang planned to leave, but Xiao Lan'er and Xiao Qingshu were unwilling to leave with him. This is really frustrating. Looking at Gu Yang with eyes full of adoration, Xiao Qingshu spoke first. "We won't go. We can stay at the Xiao family's. If you have time, you can come and keep us company." Hearing her sister speak, Xiao Lan'er quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing the two women's determination, Gu Yang nodded helplessly. "Well, I'm off now. Remember to call me if anything comes up." After saying that, Gu Yang started the car and left the Xiao family's house. If the two sisters don't want to, then they don't want to. I'll come visit them whenever I have time. I just happen to have left my spatial coordinates at their house. If you want to see them, it's just a matter of teleporting. Riding his Kawasaki steed, Gu Yang transformed into a black lightning bolt as he sped along the avenues of Shanghai. Save my daughter! Save my daughter! Just as Gu Yang was riding his bicycle through the streets, his keen senses suddenly picked up a cry for help from not far away. Hearing the cries for help, Gu Yang looked over. It was an ordinary-looking woman who was anxiously chasing after a van. Clearly, they had encountered human traffickers. Seriously, what kind of human traffickers are they that can be so arrogant? You know, this is the downtown area of Shanghai. You're even trying to snatch people off the street. How dare you? Using his divine power, Gu Yang locked onto the van and discovered guns, bombs, and even an RPG on it. Holy crap! Awesome, these human traffickers are really something else. After muttering a curse, Gu Yang seemed to realize something. Bringing so many weapons to the city center, they came prepared. If these bombs were to explode in a scattered manner throughout Shanghai, an area within a 3-kilometer radius would be reduced to ashes. At that time, at least several thousand, even tens of thousands, of people will be killed or injured. No wonder you're so fearless. At the same time, Gu Yang actually saw an astonishing power of fortune inside the car, and upon closer inspection of the simple woman, he also discovered a similar power of fortune. Damn, this person probably isn't the protagonist of the destiny. His eyes sparkled, now he knew he had work to do. Kawasaki accelerated, its terrifying speed breaking through 80 km per hour, and it was still increasing. Chapter 51 Awkwardness. Dimwoo 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 dimwoo. The sound of police sirens could be heard ahead. The police car was driven by traffic police nearby, they were there to stop the trafficker's vehicle. But these traffic police officers really came to the wrong place. Damn, these human traffickers all have guns and ammunition. The traffic police are useless against them. The Kawasaki tank accelerated, and just as it was about to catch up with the van, Gu Yang suddenly leaped up. Boom! His body slammed onto the roof of the van, and Kawasaki Senma lay there on the road. Gu Yang punched the van, creating a large hole in it. Boom! A gun was pointed at Gu Yang, and then a 9mm bullet flew towards him. In Gu Yang's eyes, this 9mm bullet was as slow as a tortoise crawling. With a flick of the finger, the bullet returned. Put! The moment the bullet was deflected by Gu Yang, it pierced the head of the person who fired the shot. Immediately afterwards, a strange purple light flashed in Gu Yang's eyes, and everyone in the car except for the little girl who was tied up was turned into corpses by the death lines of the demon of death perception. As he entered the car, he looked at the little girl with her big eyes brimming with tears and sighed helplessly. Gu Yang's single glance sent her into a deep sleep. With one hand outstretched, Gu Yang picked her up and then quickly carried her away from the van. Just as it was leaving, the van moved forward another 10 meters or so before suddenly bursting into a terrifying burst of flames. Boom! An explosion occurred, covering an area of 10 meters in radius. The mushroom cloud from the explosion was several meters high. Fortunately, there was no one within a 10-meter radius of the car explosion, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Illusion barrier. His divine soul enveloped the surrounding area, and a flash of eerie purple light appeared in Gu Yang's eyes. He cast an illusion spell on the anxious and enthusiastic crowd, as well as the brave traffic police officers. The essence of illusion magic is simply altering their memories. At the same time, his powerful divine soul, carrying terrifying technological computing power, directly invaded the surrounding surveillance camera images. Based on the illusion he had created, Gu Yang directly modified the kidnapping information from the previous segment. After doing all this, Gu Yang, holding the exquisitely beautiful little baby, rode his Kawasaki. Seeing the woman thousands of meters away, Gu Yang suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of her. Looking at the anxious, dumbfounded woman, Gu Yang smiled. "Madam, I've saved your daughter, but I hope you'll keep this a secret from me from now on." With a light laugh, Gu Yang handed the unconscious little girl in his arms to the woman. Thank you, thank you." Looking at Gu Yang, the woman realized what was happening and quickly said. She didn't see what happened thousands of meters away, but she knew that this handsome man had saved her daughter. She wiped her eyes and thanked him. Hearing her thanks, Gu Yang smiled. Coo coo coo. Suddenly, Gu Yang's stomach started growling. "Sir, how about I treat you to a meal?" Hearing the rumbling of Gu Yang's stomach, the woman suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang smiled and said, "I've already come to your door." "Well, that'll trouble you," she said apologetically, and then Gu Yang helped her into his car. Afterwards, Gu Yang rode his bicycle and took her all the way to her home. This is not a luxurious house, it's an old building with a simple and unpretentious interior, clearly belonging to a humble family. "My home is simple, please don't mind." After saying that, she put her daughter on the sofa and then went to the kitchen. It was obvious that she was going to cook a delicious meal for Gu Yang. Upon seeing this, a glint flashed in Gu Yang's eyes. Judging from the age of the beautiful woman and the little girl, the main character's wife or daughter should be the male protagonist's wife. Why is it so tragic? I'm so curious. Who exactly is this main character? Thinking it over, Gu Yang went directly to the system and then asked some questions. After asking the question, the system provided Gu Yang with a list of information. Information about this main character. Main character, Chen Fan. Age, 27. Cultivation level, early stage of core formation. Luck, 8,500, gold. As King of Mercenaries. Introduction: the leader of the Shura Hall, a mercenary legion in Black State, the king of the underground mercenary world, with 100,000 underlings. The protagonist who, upon Shura's return, discovers his daughter living in a doghouse, and then, with a single command, commands his 100,000 underlings to make a grand entrance and build Shura an even larger doghouse. After reading the system introduction, Gu Yang immediately raised his hand in a gesture of approval. The Dragon King, the God of War, and the Azura are all the same. He's the kind of person who enjoys glory while his wife and children suffer. They're all sycophants, scumbags, and complete idiots. They call it "I love you, so I can't let you live a good life." They call it 3 years of garbage living, after which I'll live a carefree life that makes you think I'm so awesome. Dragon King's son-in-law, God of War's son-in-law, Azura's son-in-law, Dragon King's nanny, God of War's nanny, Azura's nanny, etc., they're all the same. It's labeled as a feel-good story, but it's actually a heartbreaking story. The ads may sound amazing, but when you actually go in and see the product, you'll be disgusted. Thinking about it, Gu Yang felt a pang of heartache for the mother and daughter. Having a man, father, like this is truly a hard life. For example, Chen Fan, the Azura, is carefree outside. As an Azura, he has many women outside, including foreign women, black women, and Asian women. He plays with all kinds of women. After retiring, he calls it a retirement, but in reality, he just got tired of playing around and wanted to find an honest person to live with. This kind of guy is a complete scumbag, a piece of trash, nothing at all. If such a scumbag protagonist appeared in front of me, I'd just slap him to death. They're all even worse than me. At least I take responsibility, but you're pregnant and you don't even take responsibility, leaving a widow and her child here to suffer. This is truly unfair. Wah! Just then, Gu Yang heard a soft murmur. Looking over, I saw that the little girl had woken up. Wah, where am I? Who are you? Where's my mom? I need. The little girl looked at Gu Yang with a dazed expression, her eyes full of confusion. Just as she was about to shout, she suddenly saw the handsome and dashing Gu Yang. Upon seeing this handsome man, the little girl immediately threw herself into Gu Yang's arms. Dad! You're my dad, aren't you? Looking at Gu Yang, the little girl's eyes were full of surprise. Gu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw the cute little girl. What the heck? Girl, you've got it wrong. Looking at the little girl, Gu Yang said helplessly. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the little girl's big eyes. Xiao Xiao was captured by the bad guys. Mom said before that if Xiao Xiao was in danger, Dad would come back to save her. And you, when Xiao Xiao was in danger, you appeared and saved me. Mom also said that Dad is a very handsome man. It must be you must be my dad. What, Dad, is it because Xiao Xiao did something wrong that you don't want Xiao Xiao anymore? With her big, tearful eyes, the little girl spoke to Gu Yang in a childish voice. Chapter 52 Lin Qinggu. Looking at the little girl in his arms, who was dressed simply but still had a delicate and beautiful appearance, Gu Yang's heart was touched. Sigh, this little girl has it tough. Her father abandoned her before she was even born. Now that I've met this lovely little girl, why not give her a wonderful childhood? Picking up the little girl, Gu Yang rested his forehead against her brow. Gu Yang's deep eyes, like endless stars, stared directly into the little girl's large, dark, grape-like eyes. Wow, Dad, your eyes are so beautiful. The little girl happily hugged Gu Yang's neck, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. Smack! After hugging Gu Yang's neck, the little girl arched her body forward and then gave Gu Yang a quick kiss on the nose with her bright red lips. Put! It felt like an arrow had pierced my heart, the sword of Cupid. So cute. His face flushed, and Gu Yang lifted the little girl even higher. Wah, daddy hug, he he he. As Gu Yang lifted her high, the little girl cried out excitedly. Clapping her chubby little hands, the little girl felt incredibly happy. He he he, daddy's back. My dad is back. Ding. The baby in the Shura Daddy storyline has completely accepted her master. At this moment, she genuinely believes that her master is her father. The master has gained 6,000 points of luck, for a total of 60,000 luck points. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Yang was momentarily stunned. This girl, she believed me so easily? Looking up at the little girl clapping her hands happily, Guyan felt only heartache and anger. Chen Fan, right? Just wait. I'll come find you in a few days. 18 levels of hell, 108 kinds of super tortures, one by one, we'll let you try them all.